The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. For one payment upfront, 12 months of weight loss by Hers includes one weekly injection, app content to help you achieve your weight loss goals, and 24/7 messaging with providers through the Hers app. Start your weight loss journey today.
That's now gone.
Yeah, I think the worst part about it too is that it calls into question when someone does succeed, and they're from a diverse background. You know, it calls into question why they got that job in the first place, which I think is horrible. You know, I just hired from two candidates, or the final two candidates. Was a guy and a woman. I would hate if the woman felt that she got the job because she's a woman and not because she's best. She turns out she was by far the best in the process, and I would love for her to know that there was absolutely nothing that changed our view. We weren't trying to fill a position with a woman, we were trying to fill the position with the best, and she should know she was the best. I think the contrast that was really fascinating was between Trump's website and the Democrats' website. So in the Democrats' website, it was who we're for, which was what Scott was saying. But the Trump's website was the 20 things we're going to do. And it was just a list of 20, these are the 20 action points. This is what we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. So it was a to-do list as opposed to the identities that we want to advantage list. And I think that was the choice. You know, at the beginning, Constantine, you said, you know, America had a choice. And for me, when I looked at those two websites, I saw this choice between the identities being the main thing or the to-do list being the main thing, and they're very different approaches.
Scott, when I was listening to that Zuckerberg interview talking about masculinity and identity issues, one of the lines he said in there sounded like something you've said on my show before, where he said, I think having a culture that celebrates that aggression a little bit more, talking about masculinity, has its own merits that are really positive. Now, Mark Zuckerberg isn't necessarily someone that I saw closely aligning to your worldview. Am I right in thinking that that's something you agree with? Because I remember you saying to me, you think people should be able to walk in a room and kick everyone's ass.
What I said on your show is I think the male form, especially under the age of 30, with its bone structure, incredible double twitch muscle, and then this amazing chemical called testosterone, you're going to look back at your 25-year-old self and think, why wasn't I a fucking monster like Steve Bartlett? Because, and also, there is, some masculinity when Russian soldiers pour over the border in Ukraine. You want some of that big dick energy that Daniel was talking about. In the case of Zuckerberg, I don't think he really understands an aspirational view of masculinity. I think when he couches immediately kind of trying to kiss Trump's ass because Trump threatened to put him in prison, and what he used to call moderation, he's now calling censorship. And when you have an algorithm that elevates incendiary, hateful content, I would not describe that as masculinity. For me, masculinity comes down to protection, providing, and procreation. And I don't think I think to talk about gendering a workplace in the context of trying to excuse a total elimination of what I would think is probably healthy moderation. I imagine Daniel and Constantine might have a different view. I think he's just couching his supplicant, obsequious, kiss-ass behavior under the auspices of masculinity. It just doesn't ring true for me. And I'm not sure we need to man up or fem up organizations and companies right now. When I talk about masculinity, if I say at a conference, oh, women are better managers, everyone goes, yes, that's right, right? That's okay. If I say men are more risk aggressive and make better entrepreneurs, you're a misogynist, you're out. And the reality is men and women bring different attributes, but the masculinity and femininity, I think masculinity is a wonderful thing. I think we need a different image of it. I think people born as male have an easier time leaning into those things. Having said that, I work out at CrossFit with a bunch of lesbian firefighters. They bring great masculine energy. and they could carry my ass out of a fire. So a lot of men demonstrate wonderful feminine qualities. A lot of women demonstrate wonderful masculine qualities. I don't think these things are sequestered to anyone born as a specific gender. What I talk about masculinity, I don't talk about it in the world of corporations. I think that's just fraught with risk and not worth talking about. It should be about shareholder value or stakeholder value. I think young men need a code. We're going to church less. We have fewer relationships. So what's the code you hold onto in terms of creating behaviors that are productive for you, yourself, society? And I think masculinity needs to be redefined as something more aspirational, where you're celebrated for being really fucking strong. You're celebrated for not complaining. You're celebrated for creating surplus value. You create more tax revenue than you absorb. You're celebrated for being aggressive. You're celebrated for breaking up fights at bars, not starting them. You're celebrated for protecting your country, not shitposting it. You're celebrated for approaching strange women and expressing romantic interest. That's not a crime. And if she's not interested and you're rejected, you're both going to be fine. You're celebrated for getting out of the house. You're celebrated for working. You're celebrated for making money and liking money. I think there just needs to be a redefinition of masculinity in the context of helping young men find a code that they used to get from the armed services or from dual parent households. And I feel like they're struggling. So I like the idea of something that they feel in their bones and in their body and in their DNA that they can lean into, that we celebrate. And the conversation is flipped entirely. 5 years ago, I was called misogynist for talking about masculinity. Now the conversation is being led and advocated by one group, and it's mothers. We're like, my son is not doing well. I got 3 kids, 2 daughters. Daughter's in PR with the other one's at Penn, and my son is in the basement vaping and playing video games. He needs something to latch on to. He needs a code. Anyways, but I apologize. Word salad. Zuckerberg and masculinity, give me a fucking break. He looks like a Chechen Molly dealer. Sorry, back to you, Stephen.
Well, it's interesting when you speak, Scott, because your views on masculinity appear to me to be better represented by the right side of politics than the left side of politics. They both have their own vision of masculinity, and yours seems to be a Republican view of masculinity.
To Trump's credit, he saw the opportunity and he flew right into the manosphere. Rockets, crypto, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. He said, "No, I'm not going to run from this. I'm going to fly right into it." Now, I would argue that his vision of masculinity has too much coarseness, too much cruelty, too much bull. I don't think that's masculine. I think when we talk about Elon Musk taking risks, sending rockets that are captured by scissors coming down, inspiring the EV race, taking an enormous risk, making a shit ton of money, yeah, that's a great form of masculinity. Accusing men trying to save Thai soccer players, calling them pedophiles, calling your employees a sex criminal such that they have to leave their house, having 13 kids by 5 women or 3 women, none of which you live with, sleeping next to a loaded gun, losing control of your self-control because of addiction. I don't think that's a great role model. I think it's an amazing role model for boys. I don't think it's a great role model for men.
In terms of energy, there are so many reasons why I'm a big matcha fan, if you don't already know by now. And so much so that I actually invested in the UK's leading matcha company called Perfect Ted. And one of my favorite Perfect Ted products is these delicious matcha pouches that come in every flavor, from salted caramel to peach flavor to mint flavor to berry flavor. One of my favorites is this vanilla flavor, which I'm going to make in just 2 seconds. You just take this, mix it here, get a little bit of the powder, pop it on top of the shaker like that, put the lid on, shake, shake, shake. Delicious. If you haven't tried this yet, you can find Perfect Ted at Tesco and Holland Barrett stores or online, where you can get 40% off with my code Diary40. Head to perfectted.com and put in code Diary40 to try this delicious multi-flavored matcha now. Highly recommend. And if you do it, please tag me, send me a message online. Do you know that 80% of New Year's resolutions fail by February? It's because we focus too much on the end goal, and we forget the small daily actions that actually move us forward. Those actions that are easy to do are also easy not to do in life. It's easy to save $1, so it's also easy not to. Making one small improvement each day, one tiny step in the right direction, has a big difference over time. And that is the 1% mindset, which is why we created the 1% Diary, a 90-day journal designed to help you stay consistent and focus on the small wins and make real progress over time. It also gives you access to the 1% community, a space where you can stay accountable, motivated, inspired, along with many others on the same journey. We launched the 1% Diary in November and it sold out. So now we're doing a second drop. Head to thediary.com to grab yours before it sells out again. I'll put the link below. Elon Musk, censorship. The word censorship was used there by Scott. We've seen this reversal in Meta's attitude, Facebook's attitude that had been built up over a decade, where it almost felt like if you had sort of right-leaning views, or really any unaccepted views, and you posted those on Facebook, you would face maybe having the post deleted or your account suspended. This new world of speech, of free speech, and as it pertains to masculinity, do you think Elon Musk's decision to buy X, which I noticed, Scott, you'd left X, you no longer post or tweet on X anymore, do you think Elon's decision to buy X is a net positive for society?
Net, yes, but I think what people hear when you say that is there's no problems with this system than, you know, compared to the ones we had before. There are definitely disadvantages to a free platform like X now, and one of them is inevitably when you remove censorship, one of the things the censorship was doing was keeping all the deeply unpleasant people away from being able to shove things in your face, and that happens quite a lot on X, so I don't enjoy that aspect of it, but I've always said that would be the price we pay for freedom. Freedom always has a price, and that's what we're seeing. As for Zuckerberg, his miraculous transformation into a free speech warrior is just wonderful, and I'm delighted to welcome him. I'm sure it's entirely genuine and not anything to do with the election results we've just seen in any way whatsoever, and the fact that the culture has shifted. And those of us who were being censored by people like him for years actually winning the argument. Well, what it shows you is we've won the argument on free speech when it comes to the big tech platforms, and it's going to be messy. And I always said it was going to be messy because inevitably, when you create these large platforms that are algorithmically driven, where the truth and the moderate, reasonable take is not what usually gets attention, you're going to see a lot of unpleasantness. I value the ability to hear and communicate truthful ideas and facts over my own subjective feelings. Oh, someone said a thing I don't like, or someone was racist, or someone was misogynistic. I don't enjoy the fact that that happens, but I would rather that happen and also we were not being censored from saying, you know, COVID probably came from a lab in China, which we were. You know, the Hunter Biden laptop story isn't Russian disinformation. Actually, it's an important piece of information that American voters need to hear when they're making their decision about the election. And all of these other things that were being suppressed and censored across social media for years, they're not anymore. And I think that's a good thing. And I think that's helpful. And if you look at, you know, to bring it back to the UK for a moment, Stephen, as you know, on Trigonometry, we've tried to cover the grooming gangs scandal. And is an outrage what happened in this country over decades. We've been covering that for years, since about 2019, 2020, to very little purchase. And one of the reasons is it was just something that the media sort of covered and then moved on, when it actually should have been something we talked about on a daily basis until serious action was taken and we saw real change. Real change in policing, real change in social work, real change in government, real change in the way that these racially aggravated hate crimes were treated. Well, none of that was really being talked about seriously until Elon kicked up a fuss, amplified the voices of survivors, amplified the voices of campaigners on X, which he bought, and now the British government is forced to do whatever it can to actually address those issues. To the extent that it will. You know, a lot of people will say it still doesn't go far enough. Well, if it doesn't go far enough, we now have a platform from which we can continue to have that conversation until there is the sort of inquiry and the sort of outcomes that people want to actually deliver real change. So, is that a positive? God, yes. God, yes, we needed that. Those women who were raped on a mass scale needed their voices to be amplified by someone like Elon Musk on a platform like X, which is now free, to the point where Keir Starmer is forced into defensive action. That, I wish that was around 30 years ago, because a hell of a lot of young girls and women wouldn't have suffered the way they did if we had the opportunity to get that message out. So, God, yes, it's a net positive.
Just to pick up on that, Constantine, I've had a question in my mind for a while regarding the scandal, which is horrific. I think something we all definitely agree on, is why has Elon chosen now? And why has he chosen Keir Starmer as the sort of central target of this flurry of tweets around the grooming scandals? Because there's clearly, Elon's, I think, an individual which you can kind of see thinking in real time. Like if you go back through his tweets, because there's so many of them and they kind of come in these spurts, you can almost see what he's getting at. Is there an underlying reason why he's made this a central issue over the last couple of weeks?
I think there are several reasons. One of the reasons that it's happening now is actually most Americans were completely unaware of this issue until recently. I remember a year ago speaking at a private event in New York, and somebody said to me, well, what is the consequence of political correctness? Well, why are you so against it? Why are you so against censorship? And I talked about the grooming gangs, and people were horrified. They hadn't even, and these are well-informed, educated people who are media savvy or whatever. So one of the reasons is I think to a lot of Americans, this issue is only coming to the fore now in front of their mind. The second issue, I think, is that Elon Musk understands what I said earlier, which is we have a global Western culture now. And so what happens in Britain matters just as much as what happens in America, because we are symbiotic with each other now. When there's a restriction of speech in the UK, when we have laws about what people are and aren't allowed to say, that has an impact across the world. When you see the European Union trying to pass legislation about online censorship, that has an impact, because if something exists in the UK and in many European countries, it's only a matter of time before people in America are going to say, well, look, they've got this in Europe, why don't we bring it over here? And vice versa. So what happens in America affects us in Europe and in the UK, and what happens in Europe and the UK affects America. So what Elon, I think, is trying to do is to say, we care about our civilization. Elon doesn't really talk that much about the United States. He talks about our civilization, as I do, because I believe that we are now one thing to a very significant extent. Now, from our civilizational point of view, is it a good thing that mass rape gangs in the UK are being insufficiently investigated and treated improperly by the police and the government? No, it's not. It's a very bad thing. So how do we address that? Well, we address that by putting pressure on the government of the day. Now, I don't see the grooming gangs as a party political issue. The Tories didn't really do anything about it properly either, although there were individual members of the cabinet that tried to do something like Suella Braverman. But he's putting pressure on the government of the day. You can see him going after Nigel Farage, of all people, and saying Nigel Farage is not the right leader for reform. So he's attempting to shape British politics in the direction that he feels is the right way.
What does he want? What outcome does he want?
Look, I don't know what Elon Musk wants. I don't know him personally. I haven't even yet had a chance to interview him, which I really look forward to doing, because I think he's one of the great visionaries of our time. Whether you like him or not, I think that's undeniably true. But my sense is he's trying to talk about all the things that we've been discussing. Freedom of expression, the end of identity politics and the pursuit of meritocracy, a pioneering, inspiring vision of the future, which is why he's talking about Mars, and a vision for our civilization that goes beyond the narrow squabbling that we do here on Earth. And the understanding that human beings are meant, we left the cave. We're not supposed to stay in a place with the walls closing in on us and feel like we're in decline. We're not supposed to be a civilization that has 1.5 children per woman and that is simply just leaving the planet Earth because we can't reproduce. We're supposed to look at the future with hope and optimism. We're supposed to say, I want things to be better. I want things to be better for my children. I want to have children. I want the vision of our society being one of positivity and optimism and a sense of a pioneering vision and inspiration. That's what I think he wants. And I don't really see any of that in the current government in the UK, and I think he's right to go after them and say, you are destroying your country's economy, you're destroying its culture, you are destroying its sense of cohesiveness by allowing illegal immigration, you are destroying that sense of optimism and vision, and you're not saying to people, let's build something better, you're saying, let's stay small, let's play small, let's not rise above our station. And I think we need people like that, imperfect as they may be in all sorts of different ways, to drive our civilization forward, to say to us, there is an inspiring vision to which we're all moving, as opposed to just sitting there and waiting to die, which is what we've been doing for far too long.
Yeah, I think Elon is taking him at his word. You know, he said a year ago that he was going to absolutely dismantle the woke mind virus globally, and he was going to ensure meritocracy and free speech. And when he sets his mind on something, he has the ability to stay focused on it for a very long time, to a degree most people can't fathom. You know, and he's absolutely willing to endure pain. He loves a fight. He obviously has the kind of mind that can't relax unless he's kind of grinding up against some gear as well. Like the way he works, he needs stress in his life. He needs a big enemy. He needs a big fight to engage with. And I think Keir Starmer just ticked all of his boxes as someone to go up against. I think it's interesting is we talk about these big tech. I love that Scott has previously talked about breaking up big tech, and I think there's potential for that in the next 4 years. All of these guys like Trump and JD Vance and all of them have locked horns with big tech, and they've come. You know, this is their chance to get revenge on big tech in the next 4 years. They could do a little. You know, you might see Google have to, you know, spin off YouTube, or you might see AWS have to come away from Amazon or something like that. Who knows? But it's interesting that a lot of these big tech guys, they're probably cozying up to Trump because you know, that could be on the cards as well.
There's been a lot of Trump butt kissing over the last couple of weeks. I think Trump's almost bragged about the fact that everybody's flown down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss his butt and to cozy up with him, and there's now headlines saying that there's this tech oligarchy forming in the United States where Bezos and Elon and Zuck are all now friends, and they're stood behind Trump as this unifying force. Just to touch on a few points of that, but also on Constantine's message that Elon is doing this for the betterment of humanity, to further humanity, his involvement with the UK, his broader involvement in politics now. Scott, does that square with how you think about Elon? And I am quite curious to ask you why you made the decision to leave X and to go to Blue Sky and Threads and things like that.
Yeah, I can't speculate on what motivates Elon Musk. I quite frankly just don't get the guy, and I don't have the domain expertise to comment on the rate gains. It's such a serious, upsetting issue. I don't know it well enough to speak intelligently to it. Just the topic of censorship, though, as it relates to Meta. A hallmark of a free society and a democracy is that pretty much anyone can say pretty much anything about pretty much anything. I believe that. The question is, do machines and bots have free speech rights? Because if I say something, I believe, and I may be paranoid, but it doesn't mean I'm wrong. I believe VCs whose portfolio companies I've said have overvalued have enlisted thousands of bots to basically just shitpost me over and over on X to diminish my credibility. I think because I've been critical of Putin, that the GRU has hired troll farms to create lists of thousands of people to weaponize bots to say disparaging things about them. Do those bots have free speech rights? In addition, when Fox News distributes information to its anchors saying Dominion voting machines were weaponized by Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, despite the fact they knew that was not true, but they tell their broadcasters to do it anyways. And then Dominion says, this hurt our business, and you knew it was false, and you decided to communicate it anyways. Their courts find them liable, and they have to pay $750 million. What happened at Fox News was a dumpster fire compared to the nuclear mushroom cloud on Meta. So a lot of what we're talking about here, if you want to say that mRNA vaccines alter your DNA, I think you should have the right to say that. The dissenter's voice is important because occasionally the conspiracy theorist ends up being correct. The question is, when you have a business model that elevates the most incendiary, ugly content beyond its organic reach, should you then be exonerated from all liability and slander that traditional media companies are liable to? If we were to say that Elon Musk is a pedophile and start stating facts and evidence of it, and he could show that it's hurt his ability to raise money for Tesla, and he filed legal action against this podcast, I think we would be in a world of hurt, and it would that legal liability is warranted. But the most powerful media companies in the world have Section 230 protection, so they have a business model where conspiracy theory or novel content, which is Latin for bullshit and lies, and the more angry it is, it gets elevated beyond its organic reach. So while I'm kind of down with the notion that we should have free speech and anybody should be able to say pretty much whatever they want. There's something wrong when we have algorithms that have a profit incentive around rage, conspiracy theory, and lies, and 2/3 of Republicans believe that the election was stolen. And when one in 5 Americans think that 9/11 was an inside job. I mean, we are...
Let's be honest, they thought that before the internet. I remember watching all the 9/11 Truth movies and all of that. But your point overall is right. I totally agree. And by the way, Elon agrees with you. When he bought X, he talked about the bot problem. He talked about the amplification of outrage. He hasn't done as much as I hoped he would have done so far, but I hope that they do address that, because that isn't an Elon or an X problem. It's a technology problem of the modern world. The reality is that the more we live our lives online, the more you're going to have the problem of the ability of foreign governments, of individual people to create fake accounts, bot farms, etc., to influence the way we look at all of these things. We are going to have to come to terms with that reality, because it's a technological issue that we're going to have to solve for, and we haven't yet.
It's also very easy for people to get caught in their own bubble as well, which is a new phenomenon. There was a time where if you believed crazy things, you still had to sit next to someone else in church and talk to them about their life and what they believed, and you encountered dissenting voices, you encountered the same rational people who had very different views to you, you had to be friends with long term. Whereas where we are right now is if you've got some sort of crazy view, you can find yourself only talking to people who share those views, and only sharing content that reinforces those views until such time that you become extremely radicalized.
I think that's such an important point, because I think it's a real shame that AI LLMs aren't a problem. I was at Granger's yesterday. Someone comes up to me, love your content. Let's take a picture. They're so nice. Another person comes up and says, we disagree with your view on this, but we have a civil conversation. And then I come home to 40 bucks telling him, Professor Jones. I mean, people in the real world, generally speaking, I don't know if it's because of the threat of physical violence and they want to have sex with you, or maybe they think at some point they'll hire their kid, or generally just a comment to the hand. People in real life, I find, are just lovely and wonderful. And it's a shame that these LLMs are calling us, because the trafe and some of the vile shit they're crawling online, which I don't even think reflects our species. I think it reflects technology that has a profit motive around promoting what's incendiary content. So there's got to be some sort of medium speed. And also, I got off XD because you don't like Chick-fil-A, don't eat at Chick-fil-A. If Musk wants to pay $44 billion and turn it into a Nazi porn bar, that's his right. I don't think it's illegal. I don't think the government should step in. But I don't have to paint his fence. And I can go to another platform. That's my right too. And everyone says, oh, you're against free speech. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm against being on a platform that makes me feel bad. So he has the right. And all this notion around Meta, free speech, it's a little different because they control so much of the media. But these are media companies, and they should be liable for slander or defamation the same way traditional media companies are. I think we could solve a lot of this problem by just removing 230 protections from algorithmically elevated content. If you decide to elevate content beyond its organic reach, then you are making an editorial decision, and you should be liable if that in fact is slanderous or defamatory.
I think that's really fascinating as a way of handling it, and also we're living in a world where, as of this year, some of the most phenomenal content you will read will be algorithmically generated, and some of the most compelling content. So this idea that Scott's talking about, should bots have free speech, it sounds like a kind of, intellectual kind of pseudo-intellectual topic, but it's absolutely a very practical topic in the sense that bots now can generate conversations very easily, and some of them you could spend all day talking to a bot and not know.
It's funny, this subject has come up because in the last week I've had a flurry of messages on WhatsApp from friends. Actually, I had 2 tweets yesterday, which you could probably see if you just search my name, because on X at the moment there's multiple ads running that are fake articles with fake BBC headlines with my face in. So it says things like, the Bank of England is suing Steve Bartlett, and this is running as a sponsored ad on X. And people are tweeting me these things. My friend says every time he refreshes the feed, he sees a new sponsored ad of a fake article of me. And sometimes it's like, can't believe this happened to Steve, and it's a BBC article. You click on it, you get scammed. I think it's a crypto scam. I wouldn't click. I'll send the link to you guys so you can click on it for me. But it really has, because that is a bot. There's multiple of them, multiple accounts that have been spun up, all verified accounts, and it's AI generated imagery with a paid ad behind it. That's the bit that really gets me. I get people can post shit, but sponsoring it is a new level of like defamation. One of the big macro things I've been thinking a lot about that I haven't shared yet is just the amount of social networks that have emerged. In the last 10 years, there's been a 50% increase so far in new social networks that have emerged. And we're seeing this splintering now of the Rumbles, the Blue Skies, the Threads. And it almost seems, talking about echo chambers, that social networks are becoming sort of political environments. And you're choosing your social network now based on your politics. This doesn't seem like a net positive thing for society.
No, No, I think we're living through an era of the fragmentation of our reality. And it comes, Scott's point about people behaving better in person is true. Although I would say there is the windscreen effect or the windshield effect, which is if someone cuts you up in traffic and you feel that there's some kind of physical separation between the two of you, most people behave slightly differently in that context than they would if they were sitting next to somebody face to face in a bar. So there's something about being physically present with other people that changes it, which is one of the reasons, I know you have pretty much all your interviews face to face, and we do as well, because generally speaking, it's very difficult to connect authentically with people. Obviously, we've managed to do it in the course of this conversation, but beyond that, it's difficult. And so we're going to have to work on that. But the point I'm trying to make is this isn't a political issue. It's not an X issue. It's not an Elon Musk issue. It's a technological issue. We're living through, we probably already have lived through most of the digital revolution. And I used to, as a kid, love Isaac Asimov's science fiction books. And one of the reasons I did enjoy reading them so much is it was a world in which there was an exploration of what does the creation of robots, which is what we're living through, mean for morality? What does it mean for philosophy? What does it mean for humanity? What does it mean for, how do we build rules in a world in which you have these machines that take every rule literally, and suddenly you find that, the desire to protect humanity results in the end of humanity? How do you navigate all of this? And that is what we're living through. We are also living through a period when our realities are being fragmented. So we believe a very small set of things that other people like us somewhere in a very different part of the world, as Daniel was saying earlier, also believe. And we now live in this, we don't live in England or in Scotland or in America. We live almost like in a world of people who think like us in the West.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm going to do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even...
And then other people live right next door to us who live in a whole different world because they consume a whole different set of information. That is the reality. We can complain about it. That is not going to change. And the only thing I really want to raise where I disagree with Scott about this idea that Facebook and X, etc., they are publishers and not platforms. I don't think you can apply the same media organization section to them. It just I don't think it's appropriate. There are platforms in which people publish information. The artificial amplification is a fair point. We need to deal with that. We need to deal with the bot problem. That's a very difficult one because one of the challenges is the only way to really deal that I can see with the bot problem is to get people to verify their identity online. That obviously has a lot of questions around that, because once you start forcing people to give their identity over to some anonymous blob online, who's collecting that data, what are they doing with it? And you know, if you don't like Elon Musk, or if you don't like the previous Twitter regime, as I did, then the question for you is, well, you know, let's say right now I look at Twitter and I'm like, yeah, I'm happy to verify my identity, I'm happy to confirm who I am. Well, what if, you know, George Soros buys X off Elon at some point? Are you still happy that that information is being held? Are you still happy that the anonymous account you've now made confirmed? You know, what happens to the anonymous activists speaking about the Ayatollah's regime in Iran? What happens to them when they've had to verify their identity and the wrong person buys that platform, or someone hacks it, etc.? So it's a conversation that's not. If there were easy solutions on these issues, they would have been solved by now. This is a very difficult thing for humanity to navigate, and we're going to have to find a way to do it, and incrementally so.
I just want to respond to that. I think you're guilty of the same illusion of complexity that protects these companies from acting like actors such that they can do anything about this information. If you implement, first off, this notion of trust me, they know everything about it since already. And I could go get a ton of information on the dark web fairly easily. So the notion that somehow we shouldn't have some sort of, you could have, we need age verification for social media. There's no reason anyone under the age of 16 should be social media. And regarding the civil rights activists, the women's rights activists that needs an anonymity, you could create a number of accounts and use blockchain or some sort of third-party anonymous to have a certain number of accounts that says, look, if you want an anonymous parody account, you want to make fun of people, fine. If you want an account talking about issues that you feel are sensitive from other markets, fine. We could absolutely figure that out, and then figure out, okay, this account is doing nothing. It has no base, it has no soul, it has no values. It has 72 followers. All it's doing is trying to start fights online. All it's doing is trying to make people feel shitty about Britain or shitty about America. And the reality is these companies use that illusion of complexity such that they can have more bots creating more fake clicks, more Nissan ads, and more shareholder value. I think there's a middle ground here. I think we could figure this out.
I agree. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think some of the ideas that you're putting forward, right or wrong, I don't know, but these are the conversations we should be having. How do we make sure? I mean, my son is 2.5 years old, and if my wife has become a complete screen Nazi, so he's probably not going to get a phone until he's about 40. But I think your point about people shouldn't be on social media, yes, people shouldn't be on social media until they're 16. Absolutely correct. What that's doing to the minds of, well, or everybody, but particularly young people who are really susceptible to it. You're completely right. The verification dimension is difficult, as I say. We're going to have to hash this all out as humanity. We're just going to have to work this all out. How do we live in this new world that we now live in? It's going to take some time, and I hope it's not as bad as the last time the information space was revolutionized, which was the printing press. That caused about 2 centuries of religious war. Hopefully we can avoid that. And part of the way to do that is to create environments which are uncensored, where people can express different ideas. We can have these battles and eventually come to some sort of mutual understanding. I hope that happens.
What I wanted to ask you all, to really close out this conversation, was these conversations tend to be a bit of a reflection of what's in the news cycle, and what's in the news cycle tends to be a reflection of what people are clicking, and a lot of that's driven by fear and the sort of narrative of the time, whether it's immigration or the Trump immigration. But what is the big important idea that we're not talking about? What's the most important thing that we should be talking about that isn't getting enough attention right now as it relates to the future of the West? And that's a big, broad question. I'll start with you, Daniel.
For me, it's the schooling system. I think the schooling system is not preparing people for a world that exists and that we're teaching, we haven't grasped the fact that AI is going to be the biggest, most disruptive technology in the lives of our children, and that the jobs that we think they might be able to go into probably won't exist. We need to have a radical look at this idea that children should go to school with the same age groups, or that study a certain set of topics, or that it should be topic-based at all. We need to explore, are there better models for the schooling system that prepare people for the world that we're going to be in? Our current schooling system goes back to the early 1800s. It was essentially based on a military schooling system in Prussia, and that's kind of where it evolved from. I think what we need to do is think about what are the skills that our kids are going to need.
I see too. I don't feel like I can wrap my arms around kids' issues, but in terms of the U.S., political extremism, I would put it number 2. At negative 40 Celsius in Fahrenheit, and because of our electoral system, it's listened to people far left who are crazy, far right who are crazy, are just overrepresented, and they come together to meet on reckless spending, deficit spending, together to agree on anti-Semitism, and there's just too many people on the far right, people in the middle. It's minority. However, I think the biggest threat people are talking about, I've actually spent some time talking with the administration around this, or the former administration, I should say, is loneliness. And that is, you have the deepest pocketed, most well-resourced companies and people in the world trying to convince people, especially young men, that they can have a reasonable facsimile of life and extremely novel. And I think they literally go crazy. I think they wake up and they're obese and lonely and have no skills. We talked about this. I think young people, I say this jokingly, but half seriously, I think young people need to get out of the house more, drink more, make a series of bad decisions and not pay off. I think we need more sex. I think we need more people in third spaces, more church, more religious, more institutions, national service. We're mammals, and I worry that 1 in 7 men doesn't have a single friend. 1 in 4 men can't even best friend. So this loneliness epidemic, where people get into a bubble and start engaging in conspiracy theory, not trusting each other, blaming women, blaming the nation, self-harm. I worry about, when I say to young men, I coach a lot of young men, romantic comedies are 2 hours, not 15 minutes for a reason. This shit is hard, and it's worth it. But I worry that we're raising, like I said, this new species of asocial, asexual being called the young American male. It's obese, anxious, and just a shitty citizen.
It's the most important thing in 2025 that's going to be attention.
In the UK and in most of Europe, it's an issue that Daniel raised earlier, which is in the UK, our energy prices are 4 times what they are in the United States. That is an ideological decision. It's done because we're saving the planet. That's what we're being told. The reality is our contribution to global carbon emissions is we're responsible for 2% of global carbon emissions in the world. Making British pensioners freeze to death every winter because they can't afford free meals is not the solution to climate change. And if you amplify that further, driving businesses out of business, making our economy uncompetitive, making Britain unable to generate wealth for itself in the future is not the moral position. Net zero, which is the impoverishment of our society for ideological reasons, has been positioned as the moral cause. We're saving the planet, we're ending climate change. We're not doing any of that. All we're doing is virtue signaling and making our fellow citizens suffer. But what we should be talking about is how do we make energy cheap again so that we can have a prosperous economy. And guess what? When people are prosperous, that's when they actually start being responsible about pollution, about throwing away things they don't need. And also, when you have money, that's when you can invest money in scientific research, which allows you to find cleaner, better forms of energy. That's what we should be doing. We should be making sure that we generate as much wealth for our fellow citizens as possible, because a lot of people are struggling. And I think it's deeply, deeply immoral to impoverish already poor pensioners in this country and to prevent businesses from hiring people and giving them jobs and opportunities, including the young men that Scott is talking about, because we are saving the planet and we're trying to keep little Greta happy. We're not doing any of that. We're not successful in that. We should stop pretending, and we should do what Donald Trump said he plans to do, which is drill, baby, drill. We should be exploring and exploiting all the energy reserves we have in this country in order to create clean energy and better forms of energy for the future, as well as to improve the well-being of our fellow citizens. That's what we should be talking about a hell of a lot.
You need cheap energy, right? What I would argue, I think it's going to be liquid natural gas and nuclear. We haven't talked about AI. AI requires 10 times more. AI nuclear is nuclear. The choke point is energy. I would argue in the U.S., I think we would benefit more from it as opposed to drill, baby, drill. I think young people have seen housing prices explode crazy. There's a psychological benefit to household formation first. So I don't. I'm going to take you at your word because you're a very smart guy, but Britain has been implementing a series of policies. I think that energy stuff is incredible. But in the U.S., like I said, I don't want to say we're drowning in oil. There were more drilling permits issued under Biden than the previous Trump administration. I mean, just to call Biden anti-energy, like somehow this massively inflated energy prices. It's just not, that hasn't happened. I would like, we need more homes.
And in the UK too. And Stephen, let me just, before you wrap up, fill the stats out a little bit more. Well, obviously everyone understands that geopolitically we're in a very tense time and there's conflicts happening. Britain is in a position now where we would struggle. You got to remember British history. Britannia rules the waves, right? The way that Britain has become a great nation throughout history is by having a powerful fleet. We would struggle to build warships now because we've closed down all our steelworks because we're green, right? It's insanity. And on every other issue to do with energy and industry, we have basically deliberately moved our production facilities to other countries. Okay, great idea, globalization, make things cheaper, ship things, wonderful. Okay, what happened during COVID? What happened when suddenly the entire chains of production weren't quite operating the way that they normally do? Oh, China's suddenly hoarding all the masks. Interesting. So what do you think is going to happen when there's a war? Or they're just going to keep shipping the steel to us to make the battleships and the warplanes that we need to fight them? That's what you think is going to happen? This whole thing, this whole agenda is ideological insanity. And what Ed Miliband is about to do to this country when it comes to this issue, needs to talk about way more, and it's about economic prosperity. It is about housing, because one of the reasons we don't build as much housing as we need to is, again, building housing produces emissions, and we don't want to be not green. So that's why people in their 30s and 40s are now living in flat shares for poor people, right? We have got to let go of this obsession with net zero. We have got to build, we have got to drill, we have got to produce energy, and we have got to stop thinking that the moral thing to do is to make our poor citizens suffer in order that we feel good about saving the planet, which we're not even remotely saving by doing this.
Guys, thank you so much for all of your perspective. One of the things I realised as you guys were talking is that you're all fathers, and you're all fathers of boys, although you're fathers of boys at different ages. So I wanted to just give you all 30 seconds, if you could, and this is maybe me asking for myself for this advice, but based on everything that's happening in the world, which can feel incredibly confusing, especially to young people, where we're getting a lot of our information from different echo chambers, what is the advice that you would all give to your young boys that would best prepare them for the future in the next couple of years? Starting with you, Dan.
Yeah, so I've got a 6-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old son, and a 10-year-old son. It's an incredibly confusing time because preparing them for a world that's fast changing is difficult. We're taking the approach of a lot of general knowledge across a lot of things so that you can use AI to run deep in different topics. We're encouraging the kids to interact with supervised AI conversations and letting them know that technology is available. We're also just focusing on some manual skills, like how to fix a boiler and how to saw through some wood and those kind of things. And also we're doing things like acting classes, being up on a stage and performing. So all of those kind of typical things. But to be honest, it is a point of anxiety in my life, just thinking about what what the world looks like for 10 or 15 years from now that they're going to be going into. So if you get clear answers on this, I'm really open to learning.
For me, my son's 2.5, so it's a little bit early for this pep talk, but my message to him is, when he's old enough to hear it, is going to be this. Your grandfather, your great-grandfather, my grandfather, was taken as a slave laborer from Soviet Ukraine to Nazi Germany. Your great-grandfather was born, your great-grandmother, rather, was born in the Soviet Gulag. Your great-grandmother lived through the German occupation and is now living through Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. You are not living in the worst time ever. You are surrounded by pussies. If you are a man, and if you do your job, and if you learn the skills that you need to do, and if you pursue the things that you want to do with your life to the best of your ability, if you believe in yourself, if you believe that you're talented, if you actually achieve the things that you set your mind to, there's never been a better time in the history of humanity than now. You're surrounded mostly by people who feel sorry for themselves. If you're not one of them, you're going to clean up. Young women are looking for a young man like you who's actually going to stand up for himself, who's actually going to go out there and achieve and be confident. Be that, and you're going to clean up when it comes to finding the right partner for yourself. You're going to clean up when it comes to making money. You're going to clean up when it comes to your career. You're going to clean up on every front, because the bar has never been lower. The bar has never been lower. So just go out and be a man, and life is going to be great.
I'm older. I have 14 and 17-year-old boys, and my observation is you can't tell them anything. The best you can do is you can try and model behavior for them. So I'm trying to be really kind to their mother. I'm trying to show them that, if you're serious about having a good family, you got to be a generous, loving partner. I'm trying to be in great physical shape, which is getting harder and harder. I'm trying to be aggressive around them in terms of business. Trying to be kind. And what I do talk to them about the concept of surplus value. I'm like, you're takers right now. The UK school system, which is amazing, is investing a lot in you. You're giving almost nothing back. Me and your mother are loving you a lot more than you're loving us. You're just taking resources everywhere. You're a net negative. And you're crossing to manhood isn't sex or some religious ceremony. You're crossing to manhood is when you start creating surplus value. You're loving more people than you're absorbing, listening to more complaints than you are complaining, creating more revenue. That's the notion of surplus value. And I have this trick called What a Man Does. I've been doing this with my kids, and my guests show up, a man goes and gets their luggage and puts it on. A man is constantly scanning the table for empty water glasses. One of the proudest moments I ever had was when my 6-year-old boy, about 30 pounds, got up and went over this gigantic pitcher of water at this table and started trying to pour other people's water, and everyone had no idea what was going on. I do these things called What a Man Does. A man goes up to, a man asks a woman out for coffee. A man pays for a woman. I'm a sexist that way. I told my men, my son gave me this rap on, Dad, you're so establishment. I'm like, do you ever want to have sex? I'm like, then you need to pay. That's the bottom line. Anyways, but what I would say is I'm trying to model. A good role model. But I agree with Constantine. I think every day they have more potential to lead the most amazing life in history. I'm not a nihilist. I'm not a pastor that's starting to big problems, but given the blessings of his sons born to these men and future sons that you'll have, Stephen. Jesus, it's good to be them. They have no excuse. They should rock on.
Constantine, Scott, Daniel, thank you so much for taking the time at sort of short notice to talk about all these subjects. It's incredibly wide-ranging conversation, and you'll bring such an interesting, hilarious, nuanced perspective to these issues. I'm glad that we can have these conversations and disagree in a respectful way. Hopefully clarifies a lot of the confusion that I experience and a lot of the people are experiencing at the moment. So thank you to all of you. I'm going to link to all of your work on the screen. I know, Scott, you've got a book coming on masculinity, which we're all very, very excited about. We've been waiting, it's long overdue. Please hurry up. Constantine, you've got an incredible podcast, which is Trigonometry, which I'm going to link on the screen, and I suggest everybody goes and listens to and subscribes to if they're looking for more of this stuff. And Daniel, you've just been on my show already, but your endless amount of books, and I think the best place to get more from you is your website, of course, the Daniel Priestley website, where you can find all of your books and all of your work and everything you're doing now. Thank you, everybody. Really, really appreciative and incredibly grateful for taking part in our first little experiment of this kind. So, yeah, thank you.
Flight risk. In the director's chair.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, you're an accomplished actress. No need to tell you what to do. Just hit your mark. Whoa! Stop! No, cut. Michelle, no, I said hit your mark, not hit mark. Please, stop! Can somebody see if Mark's okay?
Flight risk.
Every month, a whole bunch of brand new games come out, and every month, Game Rank's catalog gives you at least the ones we're probably going to see people talking about the most, and that's what matters here on the internet, right? How to get those views. Hi, folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 games you need to know about in February 2025. Starting off with number 10, it's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the sequel to the action RPG / kinda simulator, not completely, but you're a 15th century bohemian guy. You gotta traverse the land, survive, and swing a sword around from time to time. Obviously, you gotta deal with everything you would if you lived in Bohemia. Well, not everything, it's a video game. But the second time around looks like it is a much bigger, much more advanced version of the first game. There's going to be 2 primary regions, for instance. There's the whole Bohemian paradise you might expect, as well as the city of Punta Hora. Forgive me on the pronunciation if that's not correct. I am not a Bohemian. I also have not played the game yet, so I haven't heard somebody say it. They are bringing in some new stuff. You got crossbows, which weren't in the first game. There's also some pretty early firearms. Obviously, you're not going to get a machine gun or anything in this game. You're not going to be semi-automatic pistol akimbo stuff. That's not here. You're probably talking real long reload times, single shot stuff. There's also some new skills in the character system is expanded. Like you can coerce people, you can dominate them in conversation, etc., etc. Kingdom Come Deliverance is coming out February 4th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. Moving on to number 9, it's Lost Records Bloomin' Rage, a narrative adventure coming to us by way of Don't Nod Montreal, as you know, the creators of Life is Strange. These are guys that make fairly unique games if you've never played them. They are games that would otherwise make me a bit off-put. For some reason, they do this sort of melodramatic emo crap in a way that doesn't bother me. In truth, there's not a whole lot of these types of games that I actually enjoy. Don't Nod is basically who does it for me. This game is set in Velvet Cone, Michigan, which does not sound like a real city to me, but I could be wrong. Not going to bother Googling it. It's kind of unimportant whether or not that's a real city or it's the city that's in the game. So anyway, you take the role of Swan, a punk band leader. The punk band is called Bloom and Rage, so there you got your title there. And a tragedy happens which causes all of the friends to never want to see each other again, and 27 years later, they end up having to confront it together. So my question is, if there is a clown in the sewers that is eating children involved in that tragedy, we'll see. Probably not. On one hand, it does look like a Don't Nod game, the kind of game they were originally really known for. And they've expanded out in other things. Vampire was a not necessarily perfect, little janky, but otherwise awesome game. But this looks very much like it leans into the more Life is Strange type game, which is fine. Like I said, Life is Strange, I like. Lost Records Bloom and Rage is coming on March 18th for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Moving on to number 8, it's Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 remastered. Of course, we saw the first 3, and now we're seeing the next 3. These ones are not numbered, though. This one's Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, Tomb Raider Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, coming to us all from Aspire Media. They were responsible for the previous collection, and we're getting pretty much all the same stuff we saw for the first remastered trilogy: the improved visuals, the modernized controls. There's some unused content from the original development process that is being restored, some voice lines, couple of gameplay mechanics. Honestly, I don't know how much it's going to impact this, but they're claiming it gives us some deeper narrative context and character development. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how much narrative depth there really was to these original games. People certainly weren't playing them for narrative depth. They were playing them because sexy ladies have guns, and I don't necessarily mean firearms, but also the plots were generally about Uncharted 1 level. Not bad or even, but certainly not why you're playing the game. Anyway, they are classic games. They definitely revolutionized a certain genre that we see a lot of games in nowadays. So, in my opinion, they are actually worth going back to for more than the large guns, let's say. In fact, the large guns are not really that great a reason to go back. We have better animation techniques nowadays, let's say. A lot of let's saying in this one. Tomb Raider 4 through 6 remaster is coming to PC, the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and the Switch, February 14th. And number 7 is Midnight Murder Club, a first-person, I guess, shooter. Not necessarily, though. It's coming to us from Balan Studios, and it's published by Sony. I don't know exactly how to classify it. It kind of, at least in concept, reminds me of Among Us. It's set in a place called Woodwood Manor. You're part of an elite society where you do this masking up, dressing up, pretending thing, and you deceive, you sharpshoot other people, you trick. You have a flashlight and a revolver. When you start, the mansion's very dark. You have to either hide or attack. Attacking reveals you. I don't know if I want to call it a stealth competitive shooter, because I don't know if it's really that. There is trickery involved according to the description of the game. I mean, you got traps, you got different weapons, equipment, you get night vision, pills, which is obviously just basically night vision goggles that work probably temporarily, I'd have to expect. Looks like an interesting game. It's going to have cross-play between PC and PS5, which are also the platform that's coming out sometime in February. We don't have an exact date, but it is launching in early access sometime this upcoming month. Moving on to number 6, it's Big Helmet Heroes, a 3D beat-em-up coming to us by Exalt Studio. You got 29 different heroes to choose from, and you go on a, you go on a beat-em-up adventure. I mean, it's not like a particularly novel story or game. It's a princess rescuing story, but it also looks pretty cool. It's a 2-player co-op game. You can play it local, which I'm a big fan of couch co-op. Of course, it's a big deal. I always love seeing new games come out with the ability to play couch co-op. You're going up against goblins, mummies, pirates, etc. Obviously, the name of the game is a joke, but it doesn't look like a joke game. It looks like a serious beat-em-up, kind of along the lines of Castle Crashers or something. Maybe not necessarily paced the same, but it's got those vibes. The graphics are fully 3D, but also not actually. Like, everything's polygons, but it looks distinct. There is a demo available on Steam and Xbox Series if you want to try it out now. The actual game is coming February 6th to PC, PS5, of course, Xbox Series, and Nintendo Switch. Moving on to number 5, it's pretty self-explanatory as to what this game is attempting to be. It's a sim and has ambulance in the title. So it's in a city inspired by San Francisco called San Pelicano. There's 3 districts. There's industrial, business, historic. I mean, I hate to say it, but blah, blah, blah. It's kind of exactly clear what a game called Ambulance Life, that is a paramedic simulator, is. I don't want to insult your intelligence by trying to act like there's something super novel about this, but I will say there's not really a lot of highly specific job simulators. I think its existence is a little downstream of these more truck driving, mud runner, snow runner, these really specific type of exact thing simulator. It does look like it's an attempt to make a realistic version of a paramedic sim, and that's certainly not the same thing as simulating something that's super removed from like a Doom. Doom is technically a simulator, or simulating an experience, but it's nothing like real life. You've never lived through anything like that. And this one's a pretty hyper-specific one. I think interesting. It's coming to February 6th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. Moving on to number 4 is Sid Meier's Civilization 7, the latest installment of the turn-based 4X strategy series. You got the city building, you got the conquering, you got all that good stuff. You know what Civilization is. Like, they made the joke on Law & Order. I've been playing Civ 5 or whatever. I don't remember what he said. It's a well-known game. There are, of course, some developments in this version of Civilization. You're actually able to, and I think this is a really intriguing idea, you can select different leaders from different eras to lead different civilizations. So, at least in my understanding of it, you would be able to pick Abraham Lincoln to lead a Chinese dynasty in theory. And I think that would at least be quite fun, if not necessarily historically accurate, of course. You got antiquity, exploration, modern eras, and the leaders aren't exclusive there, so I think there's pretty interesting possibilities here. There's a few other changes, but I think that's probably the most interesting sounding one to me. And of course, it's Sid Meier's Civilization. Really, at this point, probably no one getting with that. It's kind of the original, or at least the most popular of this type of game. And it's coming out February 11th to PC, the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and Nintendo Switch. And number 3 is Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, which is a mouthful of silly words. The silliest name for a game in this series I think I've heard. But also, Yakuza / and/or Like a Dragon. It's a spin-off of the main games, of course. You are not normally a pirate in the Yakuza games, but you are Goro Majima, a fan favorite, and you are a pirate captain. It is hard for me to describe this as anything other than very silly. I mean, it's Yakuza, but pirates. Basically, what Ubisoft should have done with Skull and Bones, except for it would have been Assassin's Creed there, minus the Assassin's Creed stuff. Yakuza, obviously picking up the mantle of what they should have done. This one is the signature old-school Yakuza beat-em-up gameplay. It's not a JRPG-style game. I don't think there's a lot to say other than it's a pirate Yakuza game, which is absolutely silly, and honestly everything you might expect from this series. They are willing to do a lot of different things, and it usually works, in all seriousness. Whether you do something maybe a little bit more serious like Judgment, which still has silly stuff in it, to be clear, or you do something this absurd, it doesn't sound like not Yakuza to me at this point. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is coming February 21st to the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and PC. And number 2 is Avowed, a first-person fantasy RPG from Obsidian. Basically, it's Skyrim set in Eora, the Pillars of Eternity world. Essentially, there's mysteries abound surrounding something called a dream scourge, a plague that has taken on the world. And as you know, when Obsidian does a kind of Bethesda-type game, I am very likely to praise it. Avowed is going to have the narrative, it's going to have the world. I think it's open zone as opposed to open world, if I remember right. Don't necessarily quote me on that. It could be a smaller open world. Obsidian tends to not go for the super grand one, but rather the more detailed, smaller one. But you got magic, you got melee, you got skill trees, all the things you'd expect from this type of a game. And Obsidian just does it really good. Honestly, if this wasn't Obsidian, I probably wouldn't be excited. I probably wouldn't be talking about it if so it was something I think is kind of automatically a good idea, because it's in a lot of ways a generic template for a type of game, but it's Obsidian, and they really know what they're doing. They tell a good story, they do great with gameplay, they build great worlds, etc. Avowed is coming February 18th to the Xbox Series and the PC.
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
That's like a getaway.
Yeah, but it's also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family. Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah. Let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level.
And finally, at number 1, it's, of course, Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, what else could be number 1? Like, this is a very big release, and, I mean, it's also one of those kinds of games where I don't have to tell you exactly what it is. There's not a lot to say about what Monster Hunter is. It's kind of its own genre at this point. But it seems like they're incorporating some great stuff from Monster Hunter Rise, which took the series a little more vertical. It was designed for the Switch, so it wasn't necessarily as technologically advanced as Monster Hunter World, but it had a great color palette and mechanics, like I said, that were a lot more verticalized. I liked that a lot, and I mean, this is the next Monster Hunter game. Monster Hunter World is fantastic. Monster Hunter Rise is fantastic. Both games I really like. There have been games where others have attempted to make like a Monster Hunter style game, and they haven't quite nailed it yet. Like I said, it's kind of its own genre, and people are trying, but Monster Hunter is the original. It does it the right way. It does it very well. It's going to be nice because there's single player and multiplayer. There's cross-play against all the platforms coming out on. And if you're interested, there is also a 2-part open beta happening early in February on the 6th through the 9th and the 13th through the 16th. Anything you do there is also going to be transferable to the full game, which is releasing on February 28th for the PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series, and the PC. You can bet I will be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I do, of course, have a few bonus games for you here. The first of them is Rift of the Necrodancer, a rhythm roguelike from the creators of Crypt of the Necrodancer. That's coming to PC on February 5th, and it is also coming to Switch sometime later in the year. There's also Morsels, a surreal story narrative adventure inspired by 1930s cartoons. Also coming to PC and Switch, but in addition to that, PS5 as well. That's landing on February 28th. Then there's Be Gone Beast, a cooperative dungeon crawler. Doesn't have an exact date, but it is coming to PC sometime in February. Next up is Moons of Darsalon, a side-scrolling action game with physics-based platforming. It's got retro-futurism looks. I think a pretty cool looking game. Coming to the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and Switch February 6th. And finally, Dollhouse Behind the Broken Mirror, a noir-looking psychological horror game coming to the PS5, Xbox Series, and the PC. And that's all for today. So leave us a comment, let us know what you think. If you like the video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now is a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. The best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. So click subscribe, don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter and book me on Cameo at Falcon the Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Game News.
First week in office, and he's done a lot. He shut down windmills, he saved TikTok, he caught Carmen Sandiego, and the man just can't stop, won't stop. On Monday, he wiped out all federal DEI programs, and yesterday he ordered that if if you see anyone trying to be inclusive, you better tell teacher.
The Trump administration asking federal workers to snitch on their coworkers in a rollback of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Employees have been told to report any colleagues who work in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles, or they could face consequences. NBC News obtained emails sent to multiple agencies that say some of these programs are disguised using coded or imprecise language.
Yeah, you hear that? Don't even think about doing DEI in secret, right? Don't be meeting up in back alleys like, yo, you got any lesbian resumes for me today? And And I know you think DI was only invented in 2020 by Democrats looking for a fresh new way to lose elections. But Donald Trump is dedicated to rooting out DI all throughout history.
One of the president's executive orders revokes an executive order signed by President Lyndon Johnson in 1965 that the Trump administration says mandated affirmative action.
That's right, Donald Trump went back in time to kill baby DEI. It's kind of impressive that he got this much focus. Trump is doing deep dives into these obscure old policies like he's MAGA John Oliver. And look, I'm not going to pretend to know more about civil rights law than Donald Trump. I mean, he's been sued over it many times. But if a discrimination law has been around since 1965, it might be a load-bearing civil rights thing, so maybe don't touch it. But DEI is not the only thing Trump is shutting down. He's also shutting down illegal immigration. In fact, it was probably the biggest thing he talked about during the campaign, aside from Arnold Palmer's penis, which is actually a thing that happened. But today, Trump faced his first setback.
Breaking news out of Seattle. A federal judge has just temporarily blocked President Trump's order attempting to end birthright citizenship.
The judge in this case is saying that they have been on the bench for over 4 decades. And this is a quote from the judge inside the courtroom. I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What does the Constitution have to do with this? The Constitution is for gun stuff, okay? Who died and make this woke activist a judge, huh? Oh, Ronald Reagan. That liberal cuck. This judge has been judging for 4 decades and has never seen something, and I quote, so blatantly unconstitutional. I mean, that's like the judge equivalent of a Kendrick diss track. Like, all the other judges were like, oh shit, we concur. Usually the judge says this is constitutional or unconstitutional, okay? But this is like next level unconstitutional. This is like if you took a pregnancy test and it said you are the least pregnant anyone's ever been in 40 years. But Trump doesn't expect all these executive orders to pass legal scrutiny. He's signing those things the way like guys swipe right on every Tinder profile, okay? Yo, he just needs 1 or 2 to hit, and that's the weekend, baby. The point is, Trump is going to try whatever he can to shut the border down. And last night, Trump sat down for some conversation and light manspreading with Sean Hannity to explain why.
In an Oval Office sit-down last night, President Trump repeated false claims that other countries are sending their prisoners here.
They've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America.
You did do that. Like 3 days ago. With the Gen 6 thing, remember? That guy handed you all those Cheesecake Factory menus and you signed them all? That was the thing. But look, Trump doesn't care whether migrants are technically criminals or not, because he can tell just by looking at them.
Sean, who would ask for open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble. There are people coming in with tattoos all over their face. Their entire face is covered with tattoos. That identifies. Typically, you know he's not going to be the head of the local bank.
Between everybody in the house, we probably have over 30 or 40 prescriptions.
GoodRx, it was a lifesaver for me. It was the only way I could have afforded my medicines.
Thank you, GoodRx. Your app and your company is life-changing, and I see the results on my patients.
Breaking news, old man not fan of tattoos. And yeah, probably the guys with face tattoos aren't gonna be bankers. But maybe bankers should have face tattoos. I mean, 1 teardrop for every loan application they've denied. Hey, stay clear of JP Morgan, that guy's loco. Now, obviously, immigration is a complex issue, so I wanted to find a reporter with some real expertise. So for more on the border crackdown, please welcome back senior Latino correspondent Al Madrigal. I feel like it's been a few years. Where have you been?
I've been in the back. Nothing's come up.
Oh, okay. Well, tell us what's going on right now.
Ron, it's obviously a difficult time. And if I can, I'd like to speak out in defense of the hardworking Americans who have been unfairly denigrated by Donald Trump.
Well, obviously you're referring to undocumented immigrants.
Oh, no. Not immigrants. I'm talking about Americans with face tattoos. Right? Some of our greatest citizens have tatted up domes. Mike Tyson, Post Malone, the barista at Blue Bottle who won't follow me back on Instagram. Face tattooed Americans do the jobs the rest of us don't want. Like working in a weed dispensary or doing guest verses on a Doja Cat single. And if you get rid of people with face tattoos, who the is gonna live in Albuquerque?
Okay, I thought you were gonna tell us about the new U.S. immigration policy.
What are you talking about? America doesn't have an immigration policy. America has immigration reactions.
Well, what do you mean?
We don't know what we want from immigrants. We want to keep them away from our kids, but we also want them to raise our kids. They can't have our health care, but we depend on them for affordable lawn care. We hate drug trafficking, but we love drugs, man. So until we have actual policy, immigrants are going to have to lay low for 1,458 days. But who's counting?
Okay, that's a long time. Do you think immigrants have a plan besides keeping their heads down?
I will say this. If Latino immigrants are smart, they'll shift their attention to non-Latino immigrants. Excuse me a moment. Hi. DEI snitch line. I would like to report an Asian from Australia hosting The Daily Show. Yes, he is very easy to recognize. Super shifty. Just had a Netflix special, and he's got like 5 different accents rolled into one.
Wait, are you talking about me? Dude, I brought you on the show.
Oh, yeah. He also brought a Latino to do work for him. Super handsome. Hasn't been here for years.
Okay, look, it was a mistake to bring you back. Get out of here, Al Madrigal. Al Madrigal, everybody.
Hello, welcome to South Beach Sessions. I'm saying this to this man right here and to you as well because I'm excited to have this conversation with Josh Johnson because, among other things, a hot comedian who's doing stand-up comedy differently. He's been an Emmy-winning writer for The Daily Show and other shows. I am fascinated how all this came to be. Your awfully young to have had some of the successes that you have now in doing the stage work that is different than just about anybody is doing these days, because you're doing it topically. You're a content furnace. You're able to do comedy sets from club to club that change with the news. That's not something that's been seen too much in my experience in this field, which means you're trying to change the form a bit, are you not? And thank you and welcome for being on the show. If I have anything wrong and have talked at you, please tell me, because I'm trying to tell the audience who you are and why I admire you, because I don't understand how any of this came to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't do anything else, so that helps. Like, if you just say, write as much as you can all the time, then you do end up in a place where you have a lot to bring to the next show for the next night or the next city. And I think because I am like naturally off by myself a little bit, this is something that's been leading up to this moment of how I've always been mixed with what I'm really passionate about, which is stand up, and not necessarily just politics in general, but the way that people are digesting the news and everything, because I think that sometimes we don't give ourselves credit that something is happening that's not really new, and so you hear people go on and on about like a new development of a story, but then if you look at the wider context of history, you see that this is really just a big part of it is cyclical. And I think that one puts me a little bit at ease to joke about it, but then also makes it so that hopefully I bring something a bit fresh to the idea.
Can you explain to the people the process of I don't do anything else, all I'm doing is writing, that makes you somebody who's curious about the world? This is a unique time in the world. There are a lot of people at this trough trying to make things. I imagine you're super stimulated, so it doesn't even feel like work to you. It's just a bombardment of stimuli 12 hours a day of things on television that are happening that aren't funny, but are funny.
Sure. I mean, I think when I say I don't really do much else, like I clearly eat and sleep and stuff, but I just mean I try to keep myself as curious as possible about not just like an individual story, but about how we get to certain places. So if I see something that is maybe on CNN or something like that, and there's already a sort of wide narrative of the way the story is being told, because it's impossible to share information without some form of like moving the needle, some form of either a person's interpretation or their biases comes into play.
Distortion.
Yeah.
There's no way to do all of this without a distortion from everyone's prejudices.
Yeah, and so as soon as you see that presented, you know that, okay, this is CNN's take on the story, and then you watch more news, and you maybe see an MSNBC or a Fox News, News Nation, whatever it is, and they're all talking about the same thing, but they either have different pundits on to discuss it, or the anchor themselves are giving the information to you in a very specific way. And so all of it, the story as it exists is malleable enough that it's either funny how the thing is being reported, or maybe there's a missing piece of context that is not likely to be talked about because it doesn't fit the sort of general narrative of that station, or it's just maybe a misread, at least in my opinion. So then when I talk about it, I try to find the angle that hasn't been spent up. And then through doing that, usually there's already like a humorous bend to it. And then from there, you just add the jokes, as many as possible, wherever you can, and you tag it all up. And then you've now brought something new over something that could have already felt a little bit played out or old, because the news cycle now, with all of the like savviness that people have around the internet and where they want to get their information, and once they get it from there, they sort of got it. So if you get your news from, like, let's say Facebook or Twitter or something like that, it's very easy to get 50 different angles in the matter of 10 minutes just reading down the thread. And so I think that's one thing that, whatever you want to call it, mainstream media or legacy media has not caught up to, is that there's never going to be a way for them to give the information as fast as social. And so adding the extra context of what everyone on social is saying about a story, then you also have hopefully now an even finer needle to thread, but you'll really be saying something specific if you can manage to.
At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure South Florida has reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. FPL, working for you every single day.
Big life changes? Wish money could just drop from the heavens? Well, it can.
Pay less than you pay now for car insurance. Call Estrella. With Estrella, all you have to do is call 1-800-CAR Insurance, your new solution for getting quality coverage for much less than what you're paying now, in just minutes. Congratulations! Revisit what you're paying now. Call 1-800-CAR Insurance today or get a quote online in just minutes.
The lead is on. Enemy HVT is down. They got our HVT.
Walk the tightrope of like what everyone's already said.
I'm going to test this with you right now because one of the things I want to show the audience is what an evolution this is in the stand-up comic to have this sharpened a tool on things everyone's talking about. Can he or she find the things that are different and stimulating? So I'm gonna go through 5 of these with you. Okay. I'm just gonna hit you with topic du jour and see what it is that you got on any 5 of these things. So if I present you just here's Elon Musk.
Okay.
What do you do with all of that?
Like just Elon Musk right now.
Just Elon Musk right now, the minute that we're speaking, as he's chasing Donald Trump all around the country, clearly trying to buy the power of being the guy who runs America.
Yeah, so I think one thing that's really interesting about Elon Musk, at least today, in the day that we're talking in the minute right now, is that while he's trying to do all these things that you would at least think have some sort of influence on how he's going to run his business and some overall profit that he's planning for the future on, like, if he can get the right contracts, if he can get the right H-1B visas from Trump and just get his blessing to move his business however he wants, then I think anyone who is like capitalist in their mindset can understand why he's doing that. What's hard to understand is that while he's doing all of this stuff, he's been lying to the gamer community about being maybe the number 2 or 3 gamer in the world in a very in a very encapsulating game. Like, you need hundreds and hundreds of hours to even be good at this game, and he said that he was like top 3 in the world, and then he got exposed for lying about it. So it's like so super jarring that someone who's already the richest man in the world, that's going to be one of the most powerful people in the world with his proximity to,
they're all high school kids,
still needs to feel cool to people who like I know gamers who are like, I really am not doing anything else. I don't know why he needs to impress me. That feels weird. And so then I feel like that becomes your angle. You go down the thing of like, this man is going to be able to get whatever tax breaks he wants, tax breaks he doesn't need because he's already the richest man in the world, and yet somehow there's still a part of him that's like, I really wish I took this person to the dance. It's like, that to me shows me a few things. One, that like, he's not really this like big scary monster evil genius or anything. He's like a kid, he's like a hurt kid. And then 2, clearly I don't need all the money in the world, because the dude with all the money in the world is like still hung up about stuff that I feel like I've let go of. And so now you have your angles where maybe, unless they've been beat down, you now have something where it's like, here's an interesting thing, or here's a thing that is a completely unrelated story, but it's about Elon, so it adds context to the other thing that's
Would you do this with Bezos as well if I offered you that as the second item for your chewing on? Just Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, so I mean, right now he's kind of like the quietest of the 3 like tech billionaires who have really buddied up to Trump. I mean, in different forms. Like, Elon kind of came in hard and was like, I'll help you campaign, and I'll show up for rallies and stuff like that. Zuckerberg was a little bit more recent, and he kind of came out complaining about Biden and about being, what he felt like was sanctioned and being censored and stuff. And now he's all seemingly potentially pro-Trump. I'm not going to put that on him if it's not true, but it seems like he's really gung-ho about like getting into like the MAGA culture. And then Bezos, who has been the quietest, all he's supposedly done is killed like one endorsement of Kamala Harris from the Washington Post. So now to me, Bezos is like the one who's the most gently trying to get in. Like he's got his like seat at the inauguration, but other than that, he's kind of chilling. And I think Bezos, among all of these people, is the one who like believes in space as the real option. Like I think he might dip. We may one day not see Bezos anymore. Wonder what happened.
Just like that.
And he's been on Mars for like a year.
Okay.
Like that's what I think about Bezos. What I think about, because he's really like the quietest moving of all these people. Even when he got ripped quietly. He got ripped the way Chappelle got ripped. Remember when Chappelle was like doing Chappelle's show and he was skinny, and then like 8 years passed and he was just, there was that picture of him on a skateboard.
Yes. I saw him in Miami down here. His arms were enormous.
Yeah. Bezos did the same thing. This dude was like kind of balding, trying to sell books on the internet. And then he became really rich, and then he shaved his head fully, which was a good move.
Leather jackets, like yeah, it's the same high school thing. They're all high schoolers, right? They're trying to wrap insecurities, normal human frailties, in billions of dollars.
Yeah. I think it's, I think $1 billion is generally too much money. I don't see how. Like, one credit that I'll give some billionaires is that I can't imagine a world where like a normal person, which a lot of these people aren't normal people. They've kind of hidden the $1 million, multi-million dollar or background of loans that they got to like prop them up to at least project to this sort of success, right? But let's say you are a normal guy and you come up with a good business and you get investors and you do your series of investing and everything like that. Then you hit this like $1 billion valuation, which still doesn't mean you have $1 billion. It just means your company, if somebody bought it today, would be valued at about $1 billion, which might not even be what you get. Somebody might try to undercut you. But then you build up to the multi-billion dollars to the point where now you can live off of your own stock and not pay any taxes because you're living in debt, right? Because you're living off of a loan from when you sell your stock. All of that being said, I think that the fact that like no human needs and no like Maslow's hierarchy of needs goes away with enough money is kind of why I'm good chilling where I'm at. It's like I'm good wearing the same thing every day. I think that is like one thing I've seen like Bill Gates do is like wear the same thing every day. I'm like, that's just easier, right? And so I don't know how more of these people, they're clearly, some of them are out of their minds, but I'm surprised they're not more out of their minds in like a let's try crack sort of way. You know what I mean? Like you already can afford everything. I don't know why you need to go to space. I do wonder why more of them aren't doing like the most insane drugs. Like, develop me a drug and I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna get very high. I don't know if I would do that if I was a billionaire, but I'm surprised more billionaires aren't doing that exact thing.
How about Diddy?
Target location.
You know, Diddy is
what just happened to you? Now, I'm sorry. Forgive the transition. It was clunky, and I hit you with just 3 words, and there's a lot I unspooled at your lap there.
Yeah, well, I mean, out of everything you've asked me, Diddy has the most. So I do feel like, one, I'm still wondering who else is like nervous about the trial. Someone who hasn't been arrested, someone who hasn't been subpoenaed, because Diddy had parties. These were parties, and I don't know about you, but I've never partied with like 3 people. Lots of people are at these parties, so people know things that haven't been asked yet, and they're very worried about being asked. And so I feel like when I look at Diddy updates, I'm more thinking about where Diddy is in the process of like getting to trial and all that stuff. But I know that there are some people just looking at every update, just holding their breath, hoping their name doesn't come up.
How could they not be? You know? Like, I mean, you would think that all of these parties are total bacchanalia and that famous people behaving poorly because we're talking about Bezos and Musk, but now make it somebody who gets all of that in their 20s and comes into billions of dollars with whatever it is. I've got to feel alive, get to Mars, or let me see if I can abuse my power all over the place.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Diddy's lawyer has maybe the most work cut out for him in the history of law, because I don't know how a lawyer, already they've made one claim that the tapes that Diddy was making of people, without their knowledge, by the way, is somehow proof that everyone there was consenting. And I'm like, that's so I'm not a lawyer, but that seems so wildly out of pocket to make as a claim that I'm like, maybe I could be a lawyer. Like, it gives me hope that if you could just say whatever and hope it sticks, then if that's what law is.
How do you defend this? How the hell do you defend any of this?
Yeah, I mean, you do your best, but I just feel like with Diddy, it's like I'm surprised they're not trying to plead everything. Like, the fact that they're like, my client is innocent. Why would you say he's innocent? That to me is like the most jarring. Like, if I was Diddy and I was watching my lawyer, I'd be like, like, obviously you then being caught would wish that you didn't do any of the stuff that you did. But at the same time, now someone has to defend you, and like, it is hard to come up with something, because then the most out-of-pocket questions are being asked of Diddy's lawyer because of what Diddy is accused of and or did. You know, so then they'll be like, why was Diddy here at this time with this person? And then like, even like the thing with Kid Cudi's car is genuinely insane. The thing that, like, before Diddy was ever arrested, and then somebody's like, hey, I think Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car, and then Kid Cudi is like, look, more than likely. I'm like, how? Guys, how do you? I don't know how you defend Diddy, but if there is a way, if someone comes up with a way, I think it will be like a landmark case in law if you're able to effectively defend Diddy, because it would be different if somebody was just being accused of a series of crimes in one thing, right? Like, if someone's on trial, like Jeffrey Dahmer's on trial, he's on trial for like basically being a serial killer, you know? But that's like one specific thing. So if you can prove he's not a serial killer, you've already cleaned him of like all this stuff. Diddy is being accused of so many crimes, you would think that he did most of crime since he became popular, you know?
Well, what do you think is true and not true, and wherever it is that the pathology gets completely contaminated on fame and wealth, whether it's Bezos or Musk, or in a way that would make Diddy comfortable enough to think problem resolution is blowing up Kid Cudi's car because that's how I live, because and you can have all the rumors around, maybe I did kill Biggie or Tupac, you don't know. Like, if like, seriously, when we're getting to these distortions of, you give the billionaire so much money, who wants to live on Mars? Here, Diddy, here's everything Earth has to offer in your 20s.
Yeah.
Now what?
I mean, I've said this on stage before, and it is something that I genuinely believe. No matter who you are, like listening to the show or like anyone that I think about in their lives, I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, hope that like 3/4 of your dreams come true. Like, just almost all of them, but not quite. Because I feel like when all your dreams come true, or when you have all the money in the world, that is when you lose your mind, and usually not in like a fun way, you know? Like, every once in a while, you'll hear of a billionaire you've never heard of before, that like, maybe they're not the most philanthropic person, but they're like, oh, I just want to make the best candy. And you're like, okay, Wonka, you know? But by and large, that much power, money, influence, anything, even if it's like happenstance, it leads to something that's like very bad for other people, right? So you look
and
at
for them, and for them, it seems like unhappiness to arrive at all your dreams, not have any more dreams, and then, you know, romp off on criminality or whatever insanity it is, because your human experience is, I can dream no bigger than where I've already arrived.
Yeah, and I mean, most people don't have to come up with more dreams. There's plenty of dreams they're never going to get. So, you know, if you on a random Tuesday needed more dreams, you'd probably lose your mind too. You'd probably be like, yeah, I've told people about it before. It's like, I don't know if Musk, I mean, I definitely know what Musk has done with Twitter and how he's leveraged it to be this sort of information, disinformation platform towards his own ends, right? I don't know if that was always the plan, if I'm being honest. I feel like he woke up one day and was like, what if I just like owned all the talking? and then he bought Twitter, or he joked about buying Twitter and then they made him buy Twitter. I don't know if it's, I don't know
It
if
is. It can be. I like thinking about it that way. I've achieved all my dreams. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to buy all the talking. Watch me.
Like, I think that Mondays are difficult enough. Imagine if you had a Monday coming and you needed new dreams. I think it would, I don't know if it's a key to happiness, you know?
I'm going to get to a couple of the other topics du jour, but when it comes to your dreams, whatever it is that you were dreaming about when you were a kid, how many of them have you arrived at? How many of them have you exceeded?
I have some very bad news for you. I'm almost there. I'm almost like out of dreams. So next time you talk to me, I might be out of my mind.
We'll do this on Mars. It'll be a Mars session that you'll because you've how old are you? Forgive me.
I'm 34.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the people you're working in circles to have learned some things in show business that make you somebody who's had a lot of good fortune that is also earned. So what were you dreaming of when you were a kid? What were you studying to be? What did you imagine your life was going to be?
Yeah, so I always wanted to do stand-up. I just didn't know that it could be a job in a way. And when I went to college, I studied design, and I used it for a little while, but ultimately I moved to Chicago to start doing comedy and sort of built from there, and then moved to New York and built from there.
Interesting.
I think that my general dreams now is just to really be doing what I'm doing now, but at a more efficient, better, higher level. You know, I think it's a dream of every comedian to get better, and now I feel like I have a chance to really build community and culture with the people that enjoy my work and the people who are out there struggling. I think that, you know, to some degree and in every way, we've already covered it with the billionaires. Everyone suffers, so there's no need to suffer alone. If there's already something that happens to everybody, then why have it happen to you by yourself, or why like suffer in silence and stuff? And I feel like comedy is the thing that undercuts all that suffering, at least for a little while, you know. And I think that if I can get better at comedy, if I can get better at building community, then I think that that's the sort of world-shaping stuff that has lasting impact even after I'm, you know, gone. And I don't know, you know, change the world's a whole like set of bigger issues and problems than I'm like smart enough to tackle. But I think that you change your community, and then that sort of impact blossoms out. And I mean, I think that's my dream right now. You know, I like what I wear. I wear the same stuff every day. I don't drive. I don't really do cars or anything like that. Like, if I can learn more effectively how to build community with the people who come to the show, or the people who don't come to the show but watch online, or if I can make sure that some of the dopest people that I've met that just enjoy my work get to meet each other and go off and make their own thing, I think that I'll be really happy with the work that I've done. So those are the main dreams right now.
So I've got it right. So the North Star is change the world and also become a monk of comedy community styles, where you welcome in. You want to change, and I'm not being facetious here when I say your North Star, because you mentioned a couple of times now, I wear what I wear. So you're fairly obsessed with the craftsmanship of what you're doing and its impact. And what you're saying is, if I can make people laugh and have community, that community will listen to me at times that I have important things to say, and that's lovely, and I'll just keep building that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even need them to listen to me. I think that I just want them to sort of like have each other. I don't even know if I'll always say anything worth listening to. I think that if, you know, sometimes you remember the person that introduced you to your best friend. You know what I mean? Maybe because you're still friends with them, or maybe because of the situation that happenstance, whatever. And that's the one of the main goals is to, when I say community, I mean like the idea that, yeah, maybe these people met at a show, but maybe they all became friends, exchanged numbers, and now maybe they come to another show of mine, maybe they never come to another show of mine, but they have someone in their life now, and then I was able to influence that with what I do. Because, you know, at the end of the day, comedy's only really as important as like it is to the people that watch it. I
Who
don't
taught you all of that though? Like where is that you didn't just come upon that, did you? That's hand me down from somewhere, or who influenced you there?
Yeah, I mean my grandparents, my grandma, my grandma especially, my mom, my aunt, my dad. I've been very blessed with good family and with good, not just like opportunity, but with good mentorship and everything, and knowing what influence does to people and for people. And so if you're not careful with what happens as you gain influence, it all becomes stuff that happens to you as opposed to things that you can do for someone else. And so I try my best. I'm not perfect, and it's all like very new. You know what I mean? Like all this stuff is like at least where I am now is a year old. So it's not as
You've
if
been
I'm
touring for a year, but you toured.
Yeah.
You also toured with Trevor Noah before that. But your own voice, your own economy, your own things. You're growing into those now, right? You've always been a writer for others, correct? You've written for yourself as well, but you wrote for Fallon, you wrote for Conan. Now you are writing for you. It's a totally different proprietary thing, right?
Yeah.
And comedies also tends to be selfish, does it not? Like one of the things that I've seen in that world is what you're describing there. Most people are out for themselves. I know you're out for yourself as well, but it's not in service of any kind of community so that they can be spiritually aligned with the laughter.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody does it for their own reasons. I feel like some people do comedy to sort of heal themselves, and some people do it to even if you like I'm also not trying to make it this like esoteric movement of like social consciousness or something. I genuinely believe that like making people laugh is important, because when you laugh, you feel no pain. And so I'm not smart enough to be a doctor. I'm not dedicated enough or savvy enough to be one of the quote-unquote like good politicians who would probably just get like lost in the ether anyway. I'm good at this thing. I'm good at talking to people and bringing an angle on a story that hopefully makes them laugh. And if this is the only thing that I'm like really good at, then here's all the things I'd like to do in life, and let's see if we can connect them to get to that thing. I sometimes like comedians do get a little bit too like on a high horse about what comedy is or what it does for people, and I'm not trying to do that at all. I want to make people laugh, because I feel like one, when you're laughing about something, you can actually enjoy it even if the thing is painful, and two, I think that when something, even as goofy or dumb as a joke can be, when you can like talk to someone about a joke, you can build that shared relationship, and that's my way of doing it. So I also don't want to make it sound like I'm like trying to be I guess something bigger than I am in a way. I'm just having fun doing comedy. This is all the stuff that I hope happens while I'm doing comedy, so it's where I focus my attention.
I gotta pee.
How did those people in Alexandria, Louisiana,
Hey, y'all
when you
suck.
mentioned them,
Whatever,
family of all kinds,
Yo,
how were
my
they
KD
supportive?
solid good, too.
You've mentioned how they influenced this shaping,
well.
but how were they supportive of a job? This is a tough way to make a living, all of it.
Yeah,
With
sure.
writing, you might. It's not poetry. Like
Sure,
poetry is a harder way, but
Yeah.
But you want to take all your talents and you want to do what with it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
No one was ever not supportive, but they were reasonably worried. I think it's fair to be like, oh, okay, you're like working this grocery store job and then you're doing comedy at night. All right. And then I think that it wasn't until I got hired at Fallon that I think people really understood that you could like make some form of living doing it. So, you know, no one was ever like outwardly discouraging or anything, but I think even with my dad was like very excited about me getting into comedy and stuff, but when my dad was alive, I didn't have any major successes or anything, so he was just that was just such a genuine support of like oh cool, okay, you know. I don't even think he was thinking too much or worried too much about what I was doing to like pay the rent, as far as like whether it was the grocery store job or like odd jobs here and there. I think he was more like, oh, that's cool, I enjoy comedy, hopefully you'll meet people that I like, you know. I've enjoyed my time at every job that I've had, because I found a way to cling on to every bit of positive feedback, every good experience, all my coworkers who brought me joy and made me better. And so I feel like everyone's gonna have their experiences and things to say. I think that for me, when I look at making creativity a job in any form, right? There is a certain amount of play that a person within themselves can potentially lose, because now I'm not just doing this. Like, I'll give you a good example. When I did a little bit of freelance work, like just trying to almost like sell, it was like selling Onion-esque articles, like satire articles, to sites, right? Like that for a little while.
Hard work right there.
I was trying to like, okay.
That's a hard hustle.
Yeah, it was insane. It was very dumb. I should not have even tried to do this. This is before I was working at Fallon. This is before I was like doing
You're trying to figure out, how can I get paid for writing things?
Yeah.
You're just trying to figure out the economy of where can I get payment for making people laugh.
Yeah, and so at the time,
writing funny's hard, man.
I was in Chicago. I think my rent was, I was cheap too. My rent was like $5.50 because I was like roommate and in a cheaper part of town and everything. So $5.50. All the places I was looking up, they would pay you anywhere from $20 to $50 for an article if it got approved. But there was still an editor, so they could still tell you, hey, go back, fix this thing, whatever, right? But in my head, I was like, all right, if I do like 11, 12 articles, I should be solid. But I haven't even eaten yet. I'm just like 11, 12 articles, this should be good. But I love satire and I love writing and I love what these sites do, right? So,
but no safety net of an employer.
No safety net of an employer.
So wait, so this is so now you're in crazy town. You're going to try
100%.
You're going to try and believe in your dream, but you've got to write the rent.
Yeah.
You've got to conjure from a piece of paper the money that you are printing to pay a landlord for rent.
And this is all, by the way, with the hope that like this is all, by the way, with the hope that the things I'm writing, no one else is writing. No one's writing it better than me. I'm picking good topics they're interested in. Like, this was like pie in the sky insane.
And need 12 buyers so you can have $240
every month. Like
yeah, nuts. Nuts.
So
math that doesn't work.
Exactly. As soon as you are doing that, you are having less fun doing comedy. And so I feel like anytime you take on comedy, entertainment, whether it's music, any form as a job, you are adding something extra to the relationship you have with that art. And so I think that it's going to be very hard to be making something with your friends and have it stay, like if you're talking about a working environment, like working for you or something like that, it's going to be very hard for anyone who brings a passion for what the job is in their personal life, and they're going to bring that passion to you and make this whole show and everything around your business better. It's going to be hard for them to do that with rent on the line, with, you know what I mean? And so
everything is less fun with money concerned.
Exactly. And so I think a lot of like a lot of what it means to make money off of your art is going to entail having to make real concessions with what you expect every day to feel like. Because if somebody just told you you had a stipend, right? If somebody was like, look, I want to be even old school, like when artists had patrons, right? And they were like, look, your housing, your food, and maybe a little bit of leisure is going to be taken care of monthly. I just want you to create. Even in those relationships where you straight up had a patron who made sure you were going to be taken care of, it was a blank check back in the day, like Roman times, right? Blank check. You still had a pressure of like, well, I don't want to offend my patron. I hope in the painting portrait that I'm doing of their family, the daughter likes how she looks. So there's never going to not be something to be in your head about around making entertainment, you know?
Art and business commingle uneasily and with contaminants.
You got to remember, I was working at a grocery store right before I got hired. And then even as I was hired, because I didn't quit right away. So then I was still like, hey, if this
What are you doing at the grocery store? Wait a minute. You're writing the Tonight Show monologue while doing what at the grocery store?
Oh, stacking grapes and like, you know, ringing people up and stuff like that.
So you're going in there and then you're writing, you're cutting up 40 jokes and they're using 3 of them in the monologue, or?
Yeah, I let there be a little bit of overlap just because I was still in disbelief I got hired. Yeah,
well, how did they find you though? How does all of that end up happening? Like, how much crawling is there? Is that your big break? Is that like?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I would say, because I had a manager at the time, and my manager at the time reached out to the comedy booker at Tonight Show, and we sent tape, and then that tape, I believe, got seen by the head writer at the time. And the head writer was like, oh, we like these jokes. You know, these are just jokes I'm doing to hopefully perform on Tonight Show. And so they were like, oh, would he want to send in a packet? And so that got back to me, and my manager was like, hey, look, you can tell them you're not interested and you just want to perform on Tonight Show and be about your way. Or you could write a packet's worth of jokes, like monologue jokes, sketches, desk pieces, all these different stuff, any ideas, right? And so I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I'll do the packet. I'm working at the grocery store, so I'll do the packet, right? And then sent that off, and maybe a week or so later, I didn't even think anything had come of it. Low key, I actually thought I had maybe blown my opportunity to perform, because I was like, oh man, what, they didn't like my jokes? They didn't like my jokes so much, they're actually like, we don't like the jokes we liked before we asked you to, they don't want anything to do with me. I was in my apartment with my roommates just like, oh, what did I do? And then sure enough, I get a call from my manager being like, they want another packet of jokes, but this time is a tighter turnaround, because that's what a day's work would be like. And so then I did that, and they brought me in for an interview. And then after I interviewed, I found out a few days later that I got the job, right? And so once again, I'm like this kid that's moved to New York that is like so like shell-shocked that I'm even in this situation, that I'm just trying to like have the best time possible, meet as many cool people as I can. Like, I'm, even to this day, the writers that I worked with at Tonight Show shaped a lot of like how and what I do now, because it was the place that taught me to not be like precious. It's like, you will write 75 jokes and it's only possible for 3 of them to be used because of literally time, you know?
Yeah, if you're lucky, one of your jokes will be used. It's a failure game, and you're going to be grateful for it. Because what's interesting about what you're saying is, I'm sitting here talking about the pressure cooker and how hard it must be to write to make money, and you're telling me some form of, do you have any idea what I was doing at the time and what I come from? Like, I've arrived there. Like, the pressure cooker's my dreams. Like, I'm not going to complain about what the environment is. I got a job that's not at the grocery store and isn't in Alexandria, Louisiana.
Yeah, because even now I kind of feel like I'm only speaking to my to like my thought process when I go to any job, or when I look to, even when I put something online or something like that, because I have people asking me, they're like, oh, now people expect you to post, do you feel pressure? And I feel like my feelings with that, when it comes to like what I'm doing and like the community that I'm trying to build and everything, and how there's so many places you can fall and you can fail people, is that to me pressure is a privilege. I did what I've been doing for so long and nobody cared. So now people actually like want to know what I'm up to, or they care what I have
But
to
you're
say.
a content furnace. Like comedians tend to be precious about this stuff. They sculpt and hoard, and then they unveil in 3 months, right? Like you're belching jokes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean to cheapen it by saying that. I'm saying like you have refined and honed a craftsmanship that this is the thing you like to do, so it doesn't even feel like work to you because you enjoy it.
Well, also, it's like I think that what late night helps you do eventually is not be as precious, because I feel like there have been jokes where in whatever environment I was in, the head writer would even say, I really like this joke, we literally just don't have time. So then you see how like it's not even always a merit-based thing. There's so many different things involved with what show gets created for an audience that they watch and enjoy. And so to be part of that is something special, but also taking away the lesson that I took away from it of like, oh, just because something doesn't get used doesn't mean that it wasn't good. Just because the outcome I wanted to have happen didn't happen doesn't mean that's a knock on me as a writer or as a comedian. So then when now it's all up to me and it's all my show, when I go out and I tour or when I post things online, I'm less precious with.
HBT under fire. Repeat, HBT under fire.
Janet! When's the last time you had a vegetable?
Yesterday, Tuesday, month.
Damn it, Janet! Meet Groons, a daily pack of 8 delicious gummies filled with all the essential vitamins, minerals, and superfoods you need to thrive.
But don't I need like over 60 essential nutrients? Vitamin C, D, zinc, copper. Oh God, it's so much.
Janet, my little superstar. Groons has all of that. And from whole food ingredients you can actually read, not some crazy chemical compound.
Organic spinach.
I can read it! Heck yeah, you can, Buff!
I'm less precious with giving it away because I've had to be less precious with like losing it to a certain degree. And so that's kind of how I got here, which is why I say that like every experience that I've had that's led up to this moment has like, it felt like everything was to get me where I am now, and I'm sure where I am now is to get me somewhere else. So I'm not too stressed about like I guess how I share that stuff, because I feel like, one, thankfully the feedback is letting me know I'm on the right track, but two, I look at what it was like when it wasn't my show and I wanted to get this joke out and it just wasn't possible, you know? So I'm just grateful that people are enjoying and watching.
I have 2 follow-ups on specifics.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first joke that made it on the Fallon Show? Do you remember what it was?
That is a great question. You would think
I've got a follow-up. If you can't find that one, if it's hard to find, that's fine. Do you have one that didn't make it that you're like, come on, that one, or you recycled it somewhere else because you're like, that deserves, that one should have gotten, that's as clever as I can be.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to let you down on both fronts. I have not.
You take too many shots to remember them.
Yeah, a little bit. I definitely remember the feeling of like Jimmy saying my joke for the first time, and it was like on my first day as well, so it was like such a great start. Like first day at the job and I got a joke on, I was like so excited about it. And then once again, the monologue team, the writers not only welcomed me with open arms starting out as this like kid that just got hired, but they also took the time, which I thought was really special, to like some of them listen to my comedy album just to like try to get to know me ahead of time, and like it just felt like I was already welcomed in as soon as I sat down at my desk. And then the way that a few of them really like celebrated the fact that I got a joke on my first day, and they were very like, oh, that's great, like good for you, you came in, you don't even know where the bathroom is, and you were able to get a joke or two on. It's like pretty big. So
yeah, it's unusual.
Yeah. So now I really wish I would remember it.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
You failed. You failed spectacularly.
No,
but
that was
all
really
I care about
bad.
is that I asked you.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
it was a
that's all
great
that
question.
matters.
I'm sorry that I let you and the listeners
Only
down.
thinking of myself in that circumstance. Don't
No,
care
it's
about you
okay.
or the audience. I'm
No.
just thankful that I asked a good question.
You
I
did
really,
do well, and I was bad.
I really blew a plume of blue smoke in your face, disoriented you, and now I am standing over you victorious. I have a couple of other questions as it relates to the topics du jour that I will get to before the end of this. But you mentioned that your father never got to see you perform. You've had your family give you the proud moments, and that one is absent in a way that you would have liked because he meant what to you along this path.
Oh no, just I think he would have got a real kick out of the fact that things have gone so well, and like he was so optimistically supportive from the very beginning. Like even when we were on the phone and I was telling him like, oh yeah, I've started doing a little bit of stand up and stuff like that, and he was like, oh really, like such a genuine interest and such an excitement about it that would have been something nice for him to see, you know. But
damn, what's the name of that shit?
Yeah, it's
I need to make sure that because I don't know why I don't get notifications for Trovo, which should totally make me turn my head more.
it's tough because losing my dad, especially like when I lost my dad, I feel like was also that like sort of formative time because I was just really getting going career wise and everything, and it really has shaped, at least to the best of my ability, how I treat people close to me and try to treat everybody as much as humanly possible. If like you could like really lose someone, you could have the last conversation with somebody and not know it's going to be the last one. And so it's important to like let people know how you feel, and to be as generous as possible with all of the good things that you have to say. You know what I mean? You never want to lose somebody and not have them know exactly how much you care about them, how much you enjoy their company, what they mean to you, all this stuff. And so like that was like one of my big like regrets, I guess, or like I think everything happens on time, but I wish I would have started, quote unquote, like making it a little bit sooner so he could have seen some of it, you know?
But you also can't learn until you learn what the impact is of grief, changing your perspective on that, because my guess is you were young and probably bulletproof enough to not consider that that's what was going to visit. The last conversation is going to suddenly visit is not a way to carry yourself until you felt it one time, and then you only have to feel it one time.
Exactly.
Because it hurts so much that you won't you won't take it that much for granted. Like there's real life wisdom in death that way, I've found in the early stages of grief. I don't know how much that has to do with you choosing therapy, espousing therapy.
I think therapy, okay, there's two things that I think are important about therapy. One, I think that even if you have what you feel like is a handle on an issue or some problem or something like that, I do think that talking it out sometimes, like sometimes I will really think I know how I feel about something, and then when I talk to anybody about it, having to say out loud the thing that I've been thinking in my head is a different barrier to break than people recognize sometimes.
It's sharing versus being alone with something.
Exactly. And so it's like, I think that while therapy doesn't replace these things, I do think we're in this sort of era of isolation. We're living in like an epidemic of loneliness, and so I think therapy sometimes is just the first step in like, it's not necessarily quite the same as community building, because I understand it's like you go in there, you pay a therapist, this person's being paid to listen to you, so it takes a little bit of the
You get there, you see us when we did Texas. We did Tokyo. Now we are in Canada together again. It's the same thing we have brought again to you.
And
yes,
we are back again.
It's another good news.
You've seen us many times before, telling you about our journey, our story, and why we started this business. Can you imagine meeting a stranger now becoming family?
My people. Enough of what ifs. Let us face reality. You see me 3.5 years ago.
Softness and the sweetness out of sharing sometimes, I guess, because there's a little bit of money involved. But at the same time, I think that even people who have community, who have whatever their religious leader is, or who do have people to talk to, sometimes you have your people to talk to about certain things. And not that you should be putting everyone in buckets, but like, here's someone who is not, it's literally their professional job to not judge you or to not bring any preconceived notions about you when you share something. And so I think that therapy is important for those two reasons. One, a lot of people don't have someone to talk to. Even if you have someone to talk to, sometimes they're not the person you want to share that thing with because you're worried about them looking at you differently, or no matter how much they say, they won't judge. There's something about what you have to say that carries a certain weight that can't be taken back. So I think it's good for those two main reasons, but I'm also like, I don't know how to put this without sounding like I'm anti-therapy now, but I do think that therapy is only, to me, worth it with the effective practice of what you do outside of it. And so I think that, you know, I've known people who have been in therapy for years and they're still like kind of jerks. And it is not as if it is a chemical imbalance thing or a prescription thing, or it's like, no, you go to therapy and then you tell your therapist how you were terrible to everybody and then you don't change the behavior. Feels like therapy's not really working for you. It almost feels like you're not going at this point if you're just going to go and...
Well, if you're just going to rummage around in your bin of narcissism and self-involvement, as opposed to going there to get the tools open-mindedly to see yourself clearly, to have tools so that you can go to work on yourself, on the things... I liken it to just, why wouldn't, if someone has some expertise, someone you trust has some expertise in me, they can feed my narcissism and help me be a better me, get me closer to the things that I want to be. Like that's, and make me more gentle with myself and all the things that you need to learn because you don't quite know everything about yourself that you think you do.
And it's also like, I'm not saying it as if it's some sort of catch-all. For me, I looked at it as like, I do think it could and does at times help me become even better at what I do, because like you said, with tools, right? Give you either give you the tools or show you the tools. I think the same way that a drill will never be a hammer, like not really. You can use a drill as a hammer if you want, and you can make a hammer a drill if you want. It's not going to be that effective, but if you go somewhere and they're like, this is actually a hammer, you should use this to hammer things, now you and the tool are more effective. And that's kind of how I look at it, is that, you know, it's not as if I go every week or even every month. I think that I have a decent, and this may be misguided of me, but I do think I have a decent barometer for when I should be going and when it's time to talk to somebody, and when it's, you know, when I feel like, all right, like I do, it's not about going until you feel okay, because you can still go and feel okay. I think it can still be very important, but I think knowing when it's serving you versus like you're just doing it to do it. And so I feel like sometimes if I think I'm gonna be just going to like do it in a way that's not productive, I do take a little break. you know.
You used the phrase epidemic of loneliness, and I think you have a chance because of the style, the way you're doing this, generationally, new voice. You have a chance to speak to some things in comedy that are new because pandemic is new. Loneliness of pandemic and everything that changed with the anger of the loneliness. I just got done talking to Lewis Black, who said he could be at home for like 12 hours, and then he started looking at all his problems and he thought he was going crazy because of what the pandemic did to us. I read the other day a stat like 74% of adult American men feel moderate to high levels of loneliness. The epidemic of loneliness. It's new, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know how new it is, but I know it's been building up, and it needed something like the pandemic to fully be exposed. Because I think that before anyone was ever talking about anything 2020, even in 2016, you could feel a little something like bubbling up, and there were just practices that we had.
I was on
like
fire that
how
morning, for real.
Social had the opportunity to connect everyone, as far as like all the apps, all the different ways of communicating, but then all of it was also very isolating in and of itself. You could feel like you had a bunch of little interactions with people all day while not having a single intimate conversation with anyone. And so I think that that's something that I think was gearing up, that just like, I mean, even if you want to talk about pollution, 2020 exposed a lot of stuff, because just people being like inside for 2 months and not having the air and the pictures, the aerial pictures of cities was like incredibly clean. It looked like whole cities were.
The weird thing about the pandemic is that's probably when I got the most healthy. That's when I was cycling outdoors all the time. The roads were empty, so I was just like on the road without a care in the world. That's crazy. The pandemic year I probably lost the most weight. That's just so crazy about that shit.
Healed in a month, you know? And so I think that as far as an epidemic of loneliness, there are certain practices that are going to be really hard to get out of just because it's human nature. Like, for instance, even with the phone, there's that phantom reach. Have you heard about that?
I haven't heard about that, but I've done it.
The phantom reach is this thing where, let's say you are on like a cruise ship and you have no reception and your phone is useless and you have all these people around you to talk to. Even if you are, whether you're a kid or you're middle aged, there will be times throughout the day, just because of how much we're on our phones, that you'll reach for your phone and you may even open it and then be like, oh wait, yeah, I can't do anything with this. And those are some of the only indicators that we have of how much we're actually on our phone. Because if you ask someone how much they're on their phone, they might say a lot or they might give you a certain like metric. But it wasn't until Apple itself decided to expose our screen time and tell us every week how much we had been on our phone that people really got a glimpse of like, oh, wow, like 5 hours a day. And it's not, and especially if their phone isn't how they do their job, you know, that really tells you something. And so I think that the epidemic of loneliness is here, and I don't know when it's going to go away, but I think that when you build community and you build culture around connection, I think that you start to have like little seeds that you plant that will bloom later, that will be a practice of like, okay, maybe I'm on my phone, but I'm on my phone talking to this new friend that I made that I enjoy the company of, even if it's online, that I trust with things about myself, and that I can set up a time to maybe meet in person and spend time together in real community and connection in my home, or something, make a memory with this person. Because I don't think it's bad. I know people from all different walks of life who are like, for whatever reason, cut off from community, right? Maybe they don't feel like anyone around them gets them. Maybe they just feel like, yeah, that's sort of odd one out. And so it takes the internet to connect them with another odd one out somewhere else. And then those two
it passes for intimacy.
100%. And sometimes it is the placeholder that people need. So I'm not saying it's all or nothing. I think that sometimes it is how you build the connections that are going to get you to that next level, that sometimes even saves your life. Because then when you do maybe, let's say, move out of your hometown, or you get the opportunity to see this person in person, that's the real, like, in real life experience stuff that we need from like a biological sense. Even that's the big
to feel human. To feel human.
Absolutely. So I think that to me, it's something that now more people are catching on to. Like with a lot of things, I think more or less, obviously there's like disinformation everywhere, but I think that because of how people feel, people are waking up to things that you wouldn't have been able to convince them of maybe 7 years ago. You know what I mean? I think it took things like the pandemic, and I think it took having to like, even if you, I mean, I know it was different per state, but like all around the world with some of these lockdowns, I'm not even talking about necessarily the merits of lockdown or the efficacy of like just it saving lives and stuff. I'm talking about in the actual practice of a lockdown, there were a lot of people who had to, for the first time ever, especially as Americans with how much we work and how much we are constantly stimulated and how much we create, that had to like stop and like maybe take a good, long, hard look at themselves. And that's not always, I'm not saying that's like made the whole thing worth it or something. I'm just saying that by and large, that happening, it made people realize, oh, I don't have any real friends. Like now that I'm not working and I just have to sit here for, remember when we thought it was gonna be 2 weeks? Remember that first like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I just have to sit here for 2 weeks and I don't have anybody to call. Like now that I'm not working.
And I don't use my phone as a phone. I don't want to call anybody. I don't take calls on my phone. I don't use my phone as a phone.
And remember, the first 2 weeks, people treated that like, oh, okay, it's going to be a little time off, right? So then that first week was all well and good. People were like, oh, hey, you know, people, it's so funny too, because it was like, people literally were like not using it for what it was supposed to be for, because it was like, 2 weeks we're gonna shut everything down, see what happens with this whole little virus thing, right? And then people were like, man, 2 weeks off, come over to my house. And it's like, that's not quite it. But I do think that after the first week, when watching all the movies gets boring and like staying in every night, and you finally have like an argument with your spouse or whatever, I think that like really being like trapped and having to sit with yourself was something that a lot of people weren't prepared for, obviously, but it's something that exposed a lot of the loneliness that people feel. And so coming out of that, you obviously want there to be the opportunity for people to connect, you know? And I think that that's a place where post-pandemic, post like lockdown, COVID stuff, we're still failing people, because there should be more places to go just to be in community with people that aren't just church, that aren't just this like weekly occurrence, somewhere you can go at any point that's not necessarily a bar, that you can be in community.
A bar is lighter fluid on loneliness.
Yeah. It's like you're there with all these people, but now it's like, all right, there's even bars have their own dynamics where it's like, let's say I'm lonely, so I want to go to where people are, so I go to a bar. Well, now anyone you approach is, one, they're gonna think you have some sort of agenda. You know, I'm approaching you because I'm asking you out, can I buy you a drink, whatever the thing is, when maybe you are just trying to strike up a conversation, which sometimes is more off-putting. Sometimes people are like, oh, I'm just trying to be your friend. It's like, get out of here.
Don't need a friend right now. You know? Before I get you out of here, and before we get to the last two topics du jour, I will tell everybody that tickets for Josh's 2025 Flowers Tour are available at joshjohnsоncomedy.com, and you can subscribe to his YouTube channel at Josh Johnson Comedy. Luigi Mangione, what do you got? It's a lot. There's a lot there, and I was mortified but understood about a general reaction filled with so much desperation from people who are tired of being bleeped by insurance companies, by government, by rich people, by health insurance, that they just want to kill somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the things, Luigi, is that I think that every sort of established narrative that's been tried, that they've tried to create around him, is failing because of people's disdain for the system. And so I think that's something that somehow a lot of news and a lot of like officials still aren't getting, you know? Because I don't know if you saw the picture of him being escorted to the courthouse.
Yeah, the Hannibal Lecter.
They made it look like The Dark Knight. They made it look like a poster.
It was amazing.
And I'm like, that's such a absolute read on how they've misconstrued the situation, because if you are if you are an insurance company that's trying to gain favor with the people again, and this will never happen because there's boards and there's like C-suites and there's too much money at play to like do this. But I don't know if you remember when Earth Day was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So like we're talking like 2002, right? Earth Day was such a big deal.
The world could have been a lot different if Al Gore had won and wanted to change the climate and succeeded in doing something about what would be protecting the Earth.
Yeah, because like Earth Day, I remember, I don't know what company it was, so I don't want to lie on them, but I think it was like Walmart or something. Every company would have these Earth Day initiatives where they would be like, we save this much energy, or we use these fewer resources on Earth Day, right? Now, obviously what they're doing is that they're going bare bones for a day so that they can get the PR of like saving a little energy or whatever.
Of going bare bones for a day.
But the problem is when they did that thing, people were like, oh, well, why don't you just do that all the time, right? But if you're an insurance company trying to gain favor with the people again after something like Luigi, you could just be like, hey, we're cutting everybody's rates for 6 months. I don't think people realize how little people need who are already scraping by to survive. I don't think they realize how little they need to go on longer. And I'm not saying this from a perspective of manipulation. I'm just saying it as someone who was in that situation of like, you don't really know where rent's coming from. You don't really know, you haven't like fully figured out how you're gonna like eat, especially eat well, right? You're just worried about the next meal. Someone giving you the opportunity to get ahead and get 2 meals ahead is huge. It's bigger than I think even a billionaire can fathom, because a billionaire has all the money. A multimillionaire has all the money that they're ever going to need for the rest of their life. They actually can't spend it. They can't spend it in their lifetime.
No, that's where the disconnect is. It can feel like caring to simply not feel hopeless for 5 seconds.
Yeah, and so I think that with Luigi, you know, I think that he's going to end up being more symbolic than anything he actually said in his manifesto or anything that he actually says in court.
He's going to end up being a vigilante hero / saint / whatever. Hannibal Lecter, cool, because he defied the system and he broke the rules and he spoke for quote unquote all of us.
I think that, okay, if you could pick anyone out of a history book and actually have like a conversation with them that was in any form, and I'm not necessarily calling Luigi a revolutionary, but I'm saying pick a revolutionary, anyone that you've picked in your head, and you actually got to sit across the table from them and like have lunch, I think it would be a pretty disappointing lunch. I don't think that like, do you know what I mean? Like just because they were an
revolutionaries don't know that they're revolutionaries while they're in the middle of the revolution always.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, I was dodging bullets. Like I was trying to like live, you know? And so I think that no matter what Luigi is actually like as a person, and no matter what happens with his actual case, I think that if you pull any person and you separate them from what they are symbolic of and have a real conversation with them, they're gonna let you down in some form, right? Because there were already people that like weirdly, I only say weird because I don't understand the logic, not because I'm saying you have to believe what I believe, but there were even people who weirdly were like on the CEO's side again when they found out Luigi actually came from money. Like there's always gonna be, there's no perfect
all of these things are clouded and stained by our own prejudices when viewing them.
Yeah, so I think that, hey, with Luigi, that court sketch artist is going to have their work cut out for them, not making him look hotter and hotter every picture. It's going to be tough. you know, because even, I don't know if you saw that. Did you see the one that when they took the picture of him, I think it was just his arraignment, and he was looking over his shoulder and he was brooding. I was like, what is he doing?
Brooding and sensual.
Like, honestly, I feel
flirting.
like,
Flirting with a public that wishes the bad boy murderer to be everything they wish him to be.
like they low key, just to break him even, they're literally going to have to put that Hannibal Lecter thing on him just so you can't see as much of his face. Because every time, every picture, he's just like this man,
smoldering.
Yeah. And I'm like, who smolders over being on trial for murder? Like, you would not catch me smoldering at all. I would be crying. I'd be in there like, hey, I'll snitch on anybody. I didn't do it. Please. This man is over here quiet. And then he'll cut a smile to his lawyer for a second. They get a picture of the smile. It's like,
no, I've seen him wink, and I hear the ding on one of the sparkling teeth when he turns to the paparazzi.
Yeah.
I have not talked to you about sports, so I'm going to take a random sports topic and throw it in your lap because we're in Miami. I don't know if you know anything about sports. I have no earthly idea what your sports knowledge is or isn't. But do you have any opinion on Tyreek Hill and the Miami Dolphins? The season that began here, I'll do it locally, began with an arrest outside of the stadium. And then I don't know what you do or don't know about Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, so I know that when it comes to sports, I only know how the ball should be shaped. Do you know what I mean? Like that is a baseball.
So that's all you have.
A football,
all right. So you don't know, now, but you know who Tyreek Hill is?
Well, I knew Tyreek Hill. I knew the Dolphins. I knew the arrests that happened. And I feel like, all right, I do think that once again, just like we started talking about billionaires and money and stuff like that, I do think that there is a certain amount of money that, at least in your mind, allows you the privileges of like moving the way you've seen other people move or the way you think they move, right? Because when you watch the whole video, I even talked about it on stage. It's like I said all of my like big thoughts about it on stage, which is probably more than you have time for. But I think
about what, like police brutality or any of that?
Yeah, I talked about him and I talked about the police because I think that even the way it started is like it starts in this way that's like did you watch the whole video?
Yes.
Yeah, so initially it's like boom boom boom, lowers his window, don't tap my window like that, and I'm like, that to me that's like, all right, I understand you're a millionaire, but now I'm very nervous. That when you hit that button like that, I mean I've hit it before on people. I've never hit it on the police, right? But then you get the police pulling them out of the car and sitting them down and everything and you know, getting them on the ground and stuff. And there's some of it you can tell there's a shade of it in there that's just like, you hurt my feelings, you disrespected me, and now you have to pay in some form, even though that thing in and of itself is not illegal, right? And then you also saw people trying to check on what was going on, and the way they even spoke to those people, or the fact that they were going to arrest everybody who stopped and asked the question, hey, we're headed to practice, what do you do? Can I help? Can I mediate in some way? And so it does make me nervous that there is no... It's a scary thing when there's no mediation with the person who's supposed to be keeping the peace. I think that is something that needs to be addressed in every police department, no matter what. It's like, if the same way that like you as an individual, right? You might be like righteously indignant. You might be ready to let somebody have it. You talking to them in the parking lot and you're just like, and I'm talking about, there's a very different thing when you point like this and you point like this, right? Like you're doing this pointing, you're over here, hey, right? And now you turn around and all these cameras are pointed at you. All these cell phones are pointed at you. You as a regular person, that makes you go, maybe I'm being out of pocket right now. Maybe I seem crazy. And the fact that like there is no, as a collective people around an officer who aren't trying to get involved. Once again, I'm not talking about somebody trying to like start a fight with a cop or attacking a cop or you know, cursing at a cop or anything. I'm talking about if everyone around you, if you're a police officer and you're throwing somebody on the ground and you're putting your knee on their back or whatever, and everyone around is like, hey. I think that there's this thing there in policing sometimes where to back down or to stop or to like mediate the situation is to admit some sort of guilt or be wrong, and it's not that at all, you know? Because as a cop, I'm not a cop, and I haven't been in cop-like situations, but I imagine sometimes you show up and you don't know what's going to happen. That's my general takeaway from what policing is like. You show up, you have no idea what's going to happen. That's why they give you the gun. Maybe we're at a 10 out of 10 situation. Maybe we're at a 1 out of 10. We're going to give you the gun no matter what, right? So you show up and you have the gun, and you don't know if it's going to be a 1 or a 10 out of 10.
You never know.
And then you find out through talking to someone, it's actually a 5. All right, we're at a 5. I don't even need the gun, right? But if you show up to everything, or you take everything, maybe it was a 5, and then you yourself took it to a 10 because you were like, this looks like a 10. I'm gonna go ahead and just pull the gun so everybody knows I'm ready for a 10. That's the type of stuff that I feel like, at least in rhetoric and in the process of policing, I think is dangerous, because I'm a pretty passive person. I try to understand all sides of a thing, but I also can see where in that specific situation where it became less about here's what you did wrong, here's where you broke the law, or here's the citation I need to give you, and it became more about respect me. And I think that once we get into a place where it's all about respect me, that's where I'm talking about. You took it from, it was a 5 and you made it a 10. And in this case, anytime it's traffic, it should be a 3. Like, sure, if you're speeding, you could have hit somebody, you could have killed them. This is why I pulled you over. You were speeding. I gotta give you your ticket. Don't be a jerk, right?
Right.
But like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes things get taken to a 10 that were so clearly a 2.
You're right, but while I would be willing to basically say I'm willing to make the absolute edict that everything in traffic, no disputes, is a 3. Once you press the roll up the window on do you know how long I've been famous, officer, that escalates. If everyone comes to their own conclusions about what their prejudices are on a situation, that disrespect right there is going to escalate. You're playing lotto with cops on where am I going to hit this cop in a sensitive spot that's going to turn that 3 into a 9.
Yeah, and I think that's where the thing deviates for me, because I'm like, okay, if you are a police officer, the best way I can describe at least the public's perception of you is that you are in like the peacekeeping business of customer service, right? Like I call you when somebody's in my house, but it's still like this customer service position, right? And I don't know if you've ever worked customer service, but I've worked in restaurants, I've worked in grocery stores, and sometimes I get the do you know who I am? And then I have to be like, I don't know who you are, but I still have to do my job, because then now I cannot now be out of pocket because they were rude to me. Like, I'm working at a grocery store and they hit me with the do you know who I am? And if I'm like, you know what, I don't really care who you are, it's 1784 and I told you I don't have change for 100, so either come up with a 20 or get out of here. That gets me fired.
That's right.
You know? So it's like, I totally get that. And that's why the roll up window thing for me, I was just like, like I was like, my man, oh no. Like, I thought it was gonna be a way worse video when somebody was like, have you seen the Tyreek Hill thing? And I started watching it and I click, and because it went up a couple times. It didn't go up just once. Like, this is the thing with once. Once is I'm rich, right? Once is like I'm a rich man. I could see Jeff Bezos, Elon hitting them with the once, right?
That's
But
right.
they wouldn't be driving themselves.
No, they would not be.
But like, I could hear them from the back of my head. I could hear them tell the driver to roll the window, and then he nervously goes, yeah. That being said, roll it up multiple times that's a rough move.
It's aggressive.
I was like, oh no. That's money.
It's defiant, it's disrespectful, and he's been famous for a long time, and he's got bad judgment, and he's just generally reckless.
Yeah, because like also Tyreek Hill's not necessarily the most sympathetic guy to like go to bat for anyway.
He is not.
So
no.
then I was like, I mean, there's no perfect victim, but at the same time I was like, guys, if this is the same guy I've heard about with other things, now you got me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. He's not a perfect victim, but he is a pretty imperfect victim. He's really good at the imperfect part to this, and he can be right and he can be wrong. Josh's 2025 Flowers Tour tickets are available at joshjohnsоncomedy.com. JoshJoshComedy.com, and you should subscribe to his YouTube channel at Josh Johnson Comedy. It was a pleasure. Thanks you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these. You might think this would take years to learn, but I'm going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this.
Visceral fat can cause inflammation. It can accumulate in the heart, in the muscles, in the liver. Visceral fat is like a direct line to metabolic and cardiovascular disease. This type of abdominal fat is associated with a higher risk of death. So how do we get rid of dangerous visceral fat? Well, it's a lot easier than you might think.
Am I the only one that didn't know this about visceral fat?
Some of it is what you can pinch around the midline. Some of it is a large fat apron. This is all visceral fat, and it is highly inflammatory. Literally, this inflammation.
What is it about the bowling versus bowling alone that the data told you, and what were people reporting that you thought was important to get into?
Well, first of all, bowling is big in America. You may not know this, but more Americans bowl than vote, for example. So
wow. So we got to put polls at the bowling booth. When you put your fingers in, you should like get the little die, and then you vote straight off.
Yeah.
That's what we should be doing.
Agreed.
This is What Now with Trevor Noah. I cannot tell you how excited I am to have you on the podcast, and I think everyone will be, because Robert Putnam is one of those names that is surprisingly unknown, but then surprisingly very well known, depending on who you ask. So if you ask a lot of people in the streets, if you said, do you know Robert Putnam? They would probably maybe say no.
Yes.
But if the person in the street that you asked was somebody like Barack Obama,
yeah,
then he'd be like, yeah, I know Robert and I know him well. And you'd be like, wow.
Actually, he would say, Bob, I've been over this. There's a really funny New York Times interview in which the New York Times interview was trying to say, I know, I'm New York Times reporter, pretty well connected. I know Robert Putnam. And Barack just says, no, it's Bob.
I like that.
Hey, that's when you know somebody. So actually, let's talk about that, because although it seems crazy, will tie into everything that we're going to talk about today: loneliness, community, and fundamentally, funny enough, how all of it is integral in making sure that a democracy actually works, which I think is very important in America right now, because people are wondering if this democracy can and will work, you know, in the next few decades.
Yeah.
And we're experiencing this around the world. But tell us a little bit about that. How does Barack Obama, President of the United States, come to know you as Bob? How does this journey begin?
About 20 years ago, maybe not quite that, 15 years ago maybe, I was trying to run a seminar. I was running a seminar of people, and the idea was to bring people from very, very diverse backgrounds together once every 3 months for a couple of years to try to figure out how to solve the problem of social isolation in America and its political consequences. It's not just loneliness, it also affects, as you said, and we're going to come back to that, the chances of democracy surviving. We had a big multidimensional matrix. We wanted to make sure we had enough men and women and blacks and Asians and Latinos and whites and old and young and rich and poor and business and labor, etc. You can imagine this multidimensional scheme.
Right.
And we got it all filled, but we had one box that we had not yet filled for a young black community organizer. And my son, who had been at Harvard Law School, said, you know, you ought to check out this really bright guy I know who I play basketball with. Because it turns out my son, this is going to make you believe in the conspiracy theory of American life. My son happened to be on the Harvard Law Review with Barack, and they played basketball together.
Wow.
He said, well, he's a community organizer out in Chicago. I said, bingo, that sort of fits our, the right matrix. So we got this guy here. He's one of the youngest people in the group. And he's very ambitious. It's clear he's very ambitious, but he's also cute. He's a little bit like like a mascot in this group. And so, in a summer camp, people develop nicknames. And our nickname for him was the Governor, because we thought, what a joke. This guy's ambitious, and he thinks he's going to eventually become, governor of Illinois. This is the guy who 5 years later is the president of the United States.
So you weren't wrong. Governor was a joke.
It was a joke.
There was something else that's important about him.
Yes.
You know he's very smart, but he's also, at least he can be very quiet. So, and this is a group of big egos, and so the first, we gathered on Friday night and all day, much of Saturday up until lunch, everybody else was doing what we called station identification. That is, they were telling us how important they were and why their views were the most important. And Obama kept silent during all of that. And then after lunch, he'd say, I've been listening to this. I've been listening especially to Susan and to Josh, and they think they disagree. But I think underneath, Susan and Josh agreed. And they did. And everybody around the table was open-mouthed. How did he see that? We've been all sitting through the same conversation. And the whole conversation was polarized in many different ways, but he saw a way in which he could frame an issue in ways that would be productive for the whole group going forward.
Oh, wow.
He's able to see through all this, all the fighting.
Yeah, he's able to connect groups that don't necessarily think they have anything that connects them. But I feel like that's the perfect jumping off point to get into your work. And I won't say single-handedly, because you always give credit to your team, and I think that's important, but you have been at the forefront of helping us understand social isolation and why this can very well be the reason society crumbles. Society as we know it, Everyone talks about we're more polarized than ever. People say like, and I don't get along with the other parents at school, and people say like, I can't talk to my family because of politics, and I don't even know my neighbors' names, and at the same time everyone says, I don't even know if this election will be the last one because democracy could be dead. Well, today we're going to be speaking to the man who really has worked on helping us understand the data behind the feeling. And you've written a few books about this. Bowling Alone was obviously, your seminal work, which was then, it went on like an interesting journey, and we'll talk about some of it, the praise, the criticism.
Right.
And then you talked about like making democracies work, etc. But let's start with the fundamental problem at the bottom of it.
Sure.
Why do you think it's such a big deal that people are or say they're lonely? What is the value of minimizing social isolation?
What did I do with my coal suit?
Well, of course, there are reasons to worry about people being lonely. That's indeed the title of this film that's now, out and about on Netflix and in
That's
theaters.
Join or Die, yeah.
Join or Die. Your chances of dying are high, actually. I've had, sorry to say that, but your chances of dying over the next year are cut in half by joining one group. And that is their real serious health effects. And this is controlling for everything you like. It is really social isolation that causes premature death, but it also undermines the foundation for democracy. And that's another part of the title, Join or Die, refers to the fact that Benjamin Franklin, at the time of the founding of the American Republic, said, unless we join together, our democracy is going to die. That is, it refers both to the personal effects, which are big, and to the collective effects. And the collective effects, by the way, are not just democracy. Our economy grows more slowly. Our society becomes more unequal. The political polarization is a big consequence of the lack of social capital. And Bowling Alone, the book Bowling Alone, first published in about 2000, but most of it was written in the late 90s, said, we've been going downhill for a long time in terms of our connections. All sorts of connections. We've been going to fewer club meetings, but we've been going on fewer picnics, and we trust other people less, and we're less connected to our friends and to community organizations, but also to our family. All those ways in which we connect, all of them turned out to be going down when I wrote that book, and now 25 years later, it turns out they've gone down even further.
When you're talking about social connectedness, just to clarify this for people, what do you mean? Because there are people who will say, but Robert, I've got followers on Instagram, and I talk to people on my Facebook, and I see people at school, and what do you mean?
Also off that, I'm curious about the we, because my world is predominantly women and people of color. And our complaint is that we can't get rid of people. Like, you know, like, you've started off with like kind of this collective we, which I'd like to disrupt a bit, right? Because there is no real collective we, hence this kind of political differences that we have. And black women in this country are probably one of the few groups where life expectancy is actually holding or going up, right? And one of the reasons they say that, and one of the reasons black women vote the way they do and behave the way they do, is because they have this deep sense of community among each other. So I'd say, speaking for black women statistically, these aren't black women's problems, and that's often because we are the carers. We are the people that are looking after children, elderly family members, they're looking to us. So I don't know many isolated black women in the way that you speak of. Also, I say just like ethnically, I'm Nigerian British, I'm Igbo. It wasn't just about my tribe, it was about my clan, which is a whole people. And we had this group where people paid dues all the time. And when my great uncle died, part of the dues contributed to his funeral. So I think for ethnic minorities in this country, whether it's Latinos, it's African Americans, it's Asians, there are different cultural ties there. That the idea of when I pick up the newspaper and I hear a story of somebody dying alone and they don't find the body for months, I'm like, how does that happen? Because there's 20 people knocking your door.
But you see,
and I'm not saying that from my personal experience, but you know.
So I will say, funny enough, I hear you both saying the same thing, genuinely. So, you know, if I listen to what you're saying, Robert, you're saying that our life expectancy is directly tied to how many groups we are a part of, right?
And how close those are, yeah.
And how close those are. And everything I'm hearing you say, funny enough, is, and I understand the delineation of like the we, but I mean, we use the we in many different ways, but I hear you saying the same thing. You're going, black women's life expectancy is holding and going up in America because partly they are in these tight-knit groups. And so maybe that's sort of what I would like us to figure out is, what are some groups holding on to that other groups are letting go of? Because I agree with you. I think, even if I look at my life, you know, Robert, I grew up in South Africa.
I know your life. I read your life story. So.
Damn. I know your life. And Christiana grew up in London, right? But we have similarities. And the main thing for me was, till this day even, black women almost never found themselves without a community. And they worked towards it. So my grandmother was part of a thing called a society, where all the grandmothers would come together and they would put their money into a collection, and one member would get money every single month. And then there was like a funeral society as well. And that was just a group of people who come together to talk about funerals. And then there was another church society, and it's self-explanatory. And so maybe that's what I want to try to get to, because I actually hear you both saying the same thing. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think the we you're talking about is like all of us, every single human being in a society. And Christiana, what you're saying is like, you know, black women don't seem to have the same issue. So maybe let's dig into that. You did a lot of this work in Italy, right? A lot of your seminal work came from Italy.
Originally, yes.
Yes. So, and a lot of the time, you know, when I'm having conversations about what happens in America, I'll say to people, I know America is the be-all and end-all for many people, but I think a lot of America's issues and ideas can be solved or have been solved in other countries. You know, you go to Italy and really you're on this journey of trying to understand why democracies work better or worse, or even to get more granular, you're trying to understand why some people trust government more, why some people trust institutions more, and why some governments and institutions are working better for the people that they're looking after. And help me understand how Italy ties the story together for you. What do you learn in Italy?
Well, I want to step back just a little bit. If you were a botanist and wanted to study plant growth, how a plant was influenced by its environment, you'd take genetically identical seeds, you'd plant them in different pots of soil, you'd water them differently, and then you'd measure and see how, you know, which plants flourished and which faltered. And then you knew it'd be something that you did in the soil or something, or how much you watered them. That's what Italians did in Italy in 1970. They created a new set of regional governments all across Italy, from the up in the Alps to down in Sicily. They all had the same powers and money. They looked the same on paper, but the environments into which they were implanted were very, very different. Some were very advanced economically, some were very backward economically, some were Catholic, some were communist, etc. And so we, for 20, 25 years, followed those regional governments. We could see that some of them were very successful, not only in terms of were they able to build daycare centers when they planned to, but also in terms of what did the people think. And so we could see there were some successful governments and some failures. And then the question is, well, what was in the soil? And we had a lot of different ideas. We thought maybe it was just economic wealth made the difference, or we thought maybe it was education that made a difference. But we didn't guess what it turned out to be, which was choral societies, singing groups, and football clubs and so on, by which I mean in some places of Italy, people in the region connected with one another across various lines, singing together. So that's what we came to call social capital. We were talking about these bonds that brought people in a given region or community together across lines. And in northern Italy, especially north central Italy, around Bologna, for example, there was a lot of that kind of what I came to call social capital, that is these connections among people. And they had very effective, still do very, very effective regional governments. But some places, especially in the south, they didn't. They didn't have those kinds of groups, and they had terrible, corrupt, inefficient, never answered the phone even, regional governments. Now, now I'm coming back to what Christiana asked about. Did they just have no groups down there? No, they had very tiny little groups, families. They looked after their own immediate family, but weren't involved in groups with people, even on the other side of the street, much less on the other side of town. Now, what I'm trying to say is their we was strong, but very narrow. And what was characteristic up north was that they had much broader groups in which people from different families and different walks of life would come together to sing. Now, Christiana, I may not have persuaded you in what I've said now, but I've tried to convey the way I hear your objections.
No, I actually come from that world. A huge extended family, a huge church family. My husband's an only child, but comes from a big extended family and loads of friends. So my conception of, as much as I had the depth of my clan and my ethnic group, when it was time to dedicate my kids, I flew back to London, so it happened in the home church where I was dedicated in.
Sure.
The man that christened me christened my children. Do you know what I mean? So this is, I guess what I'm trying to articulate is that for a lot of people, maybe from similar backgrounds as mine, that's our conceit already. That the fact that it's not foreign. Do you get where I'm
coming from? I hear what you're saying.
It's like this extended group and clan, and it's very different and it's very diverse.
So there's one thing I want us to get to in a way. Maybe let's start with this part.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough.
The why. Why does it change anything? So what I love about this story is, oftentimes when we're talking about an issue in society, as you say, because we don't have all of the data and because we have confirmation bias, we'll pick the thing that we think is the cause,
right,
and we'll stick with it. So we go, oh, society's declining because of social media. Oh, society's declining because of politics. Oh, society's declining because, okay. But you had a natural experiment that very few, social scientists will ever have. Help us understand the why in that. I would love to know why your government will work better if your community has more clubs in it. I don't think that correlation is easy for everyone to see.
Let me see if I can explain it this way. If you see people regularly, and you're good friends, I don't mean intimate friends, but you have a good friendship.
Yeah.
Much less a deeper friendship. What tends to evolve is a norm of reciprocity. That is, I'll do this for you now, without expecting something back immediately from you, because down the road we'll see each other at choir practice and you'll do something for me. I'll do this for you now without expecting something back. And indeed, if everybody in the community is connected, I'll do something for somebody who I don't actually know, because if other people watching see that I'm cheating him, they won't play games with me. So in other words, everybody learns that the people in this town are nice to each other. Wouldn't you love to live in a place where people were nice to each other?
Yeah.
And moreover, and this is the main point of Bowling Alone, we learned when we carried those ideas back to the United States, that just changed over time. There have been periods in American history when we did have connections with other people. I grew up in a small town in Ohio in the late 1950s, and nobody locked their door. And when I tell my children and grandchildren that, they think Grandpa's lying. But no, in that period, and it wasn't about race. There were black kids. I played football. There's a picture on the cover of Bowling Alone of me and my bowling league when I was in junior high school, and there are 3 white guys. I'm the tall, skinny one in the middle, and there are 2 black guys. And so this was not about race. I mean, it wasn't bounded. This trust and reciprocity was not bounded there by race. I'm not saying race was not a problem. Of course it was. But I mean, in terms of this, in a small town in the 1950s.
Right.
People left their door unlocked. And that's because of what I in my jargon call social capital. So all I'm saying is not that every single person in America has lost trust or has become untrustworthy, but on average, and we've now shown this to be true all over America, people are less connected and therefore less trustworthy than they used to be. There are differences across America, and the places that are still relatively high are in social connection are somewhat more trustworthy. In fact, I'm sorry, I'm going to tell you more social science than you want to know. People do an interesting study. They drop letters on the street with money in them, sealed but with money in them and addressed, and then they ask in any given town or a neighborhood how many of those letters are actually put in the mailbox so the owner can get their money back.
What a fascinating experiment.
There are cities in America where your odds of getting your money back if you drop it in an envelope, drop it on the street, are 0.
Yeah, but...
And there are places, this is hard to believe, there are places in America where if you drop an envelope with money in it, you're 80% likely to get the money back. So
That's
big
amazing.
differences.
Yeah.
So Bob, maybe help us understand, the idea of bowling alone, because
Sure.
I think, it is important to help people understand that, first of all, it is an example,
Yes.
right? And I think what you liked about it is sort of why it connects with me is that it's a simple example to understand, right? Because everyone can go bowling, but it's the alone that really became the signifier that showed what was going wrong in America and in many other parts of the world where people are experiencing this. So help us understand.
There's been virtually no decline in bowling itself, but it used to be that people bowled in teams, in leagues, and there has been a complete collapse of team bowling, of league bowling.
Efficiency decreased.
And when I told a friend of mine that, he said, "Oh, you mean we're bowling alone?" And I thought, that's a good title for a book, if ever I write a book about this. It turned out to be a good title. But what is the difference? What is the experiential difference?
Yes.
Christiana, have you ever bowled?
Yeah, a couple times, but I'm from England, so
Yeah, that's
it's more
true.
Of
Actually-
of a football team culture.
No,
than like
okay. I just
bowling.
want. Actually, I know where every bowling alley in London is because whenever I've gone over there, I'm selling books. Every journalist thought their clever idea would be to interview me in a bowling alley, so I can take you to every bowling alley in central London. In bowling in a league, there are 5 people on a team, and 2 teams are playing against each other. And how well you do depends on how well the team does, not how well you individually do. And at any given time, 2 people are up at the lane throwing the ball down, but the other 8 people are sitting in a semicircle at the back of the alleys. And they're mostly talking, and they're talking about what was on TV last night, or but occasionally they're talking about, the local schools, or whether a bond issue should be passed to cover the costs of the new sewer system or whatever. And now I'm going to suddenly change that description. Occasionally, they're having a conversation about public civic life. That's highfalutin for saying they just got into a discussion with people they know well. Remember, these are people they see every week, and they know how to interpret what the people say. They're not total strangers because they bowl in a league and with other members of the team, but they're also real human beings. And so the reason I decided to use that as a metaphor is that it does say Here are people who know each other. If you're in a team, they know each other, and they're not doing politics, but occasionally it helps with the politics. Does that make sense? I mean, occasionally they're able to have a conversation that's a kind of a responsible conversation. It's not just two guys yelling at each other or two gals yelling at each other. It's two people who are going to have to get along because the next week they're going to be back in the same bowling alley. And so it seemed to me a useful way of describing how bowling in a league, in a team, is not just fun. I mean, it's important to emphasize this. I really wish I'd emphasized this more. Social capital can't just be eat your spinach. It's got to be fun too. I mean, it's so, and that's why I use the example of bowling leagues. It's not saying, oh, go to a good government meeting. Well, who wants to go to a good government meeting? It's got to be fun, and bowling is fun, but it's also a little bit like a good government meeting. Is that, I may be exaggerating here, but that's where the idea of bowling together came, and then the opposite of that was we are just less opportunity for encountering people that we know well to talk occasionally about public affairs.
Right. If we only meet at a political rally, our conversations will only be political, and then we'll forget what connects us. One other thing I wanted to throw in maybe here. I know your work is all about data, so I don't know if you have the data on this, but how much do you think companies and jobs and capitalism and the way it's been employed in America over the past 50, 60 years has affected people's ability to do that? Because, you know, when you're talking about let's go bowling together, I just think of personally friends of mine and how we always want to do things. But more often than not, people will say, I would love to, but I work late that day. Yeah, I wish I could, but I've got to finish this thing for work. Yeah, I want to, but the work and and then it's like my kid, and I got to see the kid because I don't have childcare, and I've got to, and I wonder, because you are a man who, as you say, you've lived through time. You know, I would love to know if there's any data or any experience that you've had that has shown you that our ability to engage in a league with other people is directly affected by how much time our work gives us off to do that.
Remarkably, I've got good data on how people spend every hour of their day going back to the 1960s. Would you believe that's 60-year time trend? And it's very interesting. Invite me back for another 2 hours and I'll talk about how our lives have changed. For example, back in the day, in the 60s, the average American slept 7.5 hours a day, and that average is exactly 7.5 hours today. There's been no change on average. Some people speak more, some...
Oh, that's impressive though, still, yeah.
But here's the complicated part, actually. We're spending less time at work than we used to. Less time at work. So, less time at work. So what do we do with that extra time? All of it is spent in front of screens. There's been a steady, long-term rise in the amount of time we spend in front of screens. And the most recent data, you might think, well, okay, it used to be screens like television, and now it's screens like, you know... some social
phones
media
and iPads and whatever,
no, but it isn't. We're actually spending more time watching TV than we used to, and we're adding to that. Now, don't quote me exactly, because I mean, I've got the data, I just don't have it in front of me at this moment. I didn't know you were going to ask me this question. We've added, since the advent of social media, another 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day. And yet we're spending less time in the presence of other people. I mean, the data are just the worst you could imagine. We've got more free time. We do have more free time.
Wow.
And we've spent more than all of that free time in front of a screen.
Damn.
I feel called out.
Wow.
Well, you asked me for data.
No, I mean, yeah, I see every binging and every TV show, I see it very differently now.
But of course, I want people to watch this podcast. This is a different kind.
Yeah, but I mean, wow.
Listen to the podcast on the way to meet your friend.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, that's why we love podcasts.
Yeah.
We're going to continue this conversation right after this short break.
Pay attention. That's the good part.
Flight risk.
Robert, I'm really curious about what you think. Like, I'm a millennial, and I have like younger cousins who are Gen Z, and we spend a lot of our time on the internet. Like,
Right.
I met my spouse through Twitter, as crazy as that sounds. Right. So this is a world where people meet their spouses, whether it's Tinder or Instagram, and then Gen Z, they spend probably a disproportionate amount of their time online. And for some people, and I think in my generation and younger, that's where they found their connections. Would you think that's a problem, or do you think that can be an alternative third space that maybe can foster that sense of trust?
Christiana, you asked lots of really good questions, and they're all complicated. And I'm gonna try.
I'm a complicated person, Robert. I'm sorry.
Did you say Robert? No, it's Bob. Please.
So-
it's Bob.
Oh, we get Bob now.
We get Bob.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to say Professor Putnam.
No, please.
I
I mean, if I get a phone call, and the person says Robert, I just hang up right away, because if they know me, it's a nice screener I use as answering the phone.
Okay, Bob. Bob.
Okay, I want to say a couple of things about social media and virtual connections, and how they compare to real face-to-face connections. What some people call IRL, in real life. When social media first came out, everybody thought it was, unbelievably great. World peace was going to break out. We would all and we would all be friends with each other because we were all connecting across. That always at that time seemed a little strange to me. But the academic work, although that's true, was always more skeptical than the people who were making money by getting us onto their websites.
Yeah, of course.
But the real question at that point, if I can put it this way, is Facebook better or worse than bowling leagues? I'm using that as just as labels for those two things. And for a long time, the academics said, I don't know, there's some ways in which Facebook is not as good as bowling leagues. But, you can guess what Mark Zuckerberg thought. And then he, one point, said, well, okay, maybe Putnam is right, but we're going to create a new kind of Facebook that's going to be even super dandier, and it's going to be wonderful, even better than bowling leagues. But the academic research, I repeat, was always skeptical about that. But then came a terrible natural experiment. COVID. But now, I promised you I was going to get more complicated, but I can tell that Christiana likes to deal with complications, so I'm going to... I have so far been phrasing this problem as if the choice we had was between either face-to-face or social media, right?
Yes.
But actually, that's not true. Almost all of our networks today are simultaneously face-to-face and internet-based.
Yeah.
My wife, Rosemary, and I do see each other a lot every day. That is, there's a face-to-face relationship there. But she has a different office than mine, and astonishingly, much of the time I send her an email or send her a text, and she responds. It's not, we have one set of relationships that are face-to-face and a different set of relationships that are internet-based. They're the same, and I want to use a metaphor here if I can. In chemistry, we have the idea of an alloy is a mixture of two different base chemicals, like tin and copper, and you stir it and heat it and so on, and you get something that is neither tin or copper, but I never can remember, bronze or brass or something like that.
Right.
And brass is different from either the tin or the copper. Okay, so far so good?
Yeah.
Now what I'm saying is all of our networks today are alloys. So the question really is, how can we get an alloy that has the benefits of both?
Yeah.
That is to say, could we find a way to create a network that has the advantages that the internet has of not depending upon space, but that has the advantages of face-to-faceness, namely you can actually get together and cooperate with somebody. Do we know how to do that? And the answer is we sure do.
Okay.
We know how to, for example, there are networks that are internet-based for neighborhoods, and it's easy to contact the other people just whenever you get the idea, you want to borrow a rake or something, you just send out an email. But then they're also in the neighborhood, so I could go and get the...
You go get the rake in person.
Rake. So it's not a technical problem. So why don't we have lots of these things? It sounds like it'd be wonderful to have this, right? And it turns out the real answer is these big companies. They know how to do it. They know, and I know this because I've talked personally, they invited me, Bob Putnam, out to wherever it was in Silicon Valley to talk about social capital. Amazing. And we had a wonderful conversation. They clearly knew what I meant, and they knew the difference between face-to-face and connected, and they knew how to use, they conveyed the idea that they knew how to...
Oh, they knew how to use their tools to get people to connect in person.
Yes, but why don't they do that? Answer, when it's much better for their business line if people fight than if they cooperate.
You can't sell ads in person, that's another problem.
No,
it's true though. You can't monetize people's connections when they aren't digital, and so now you're limiting your revenue. You know, this seems like a similar problem that exists in many different industries and fields, right? In that, like, let's say food. There's nothing wrong with drinking a glass of Coke. There really isn't. There's nothing wrong with having a burger from McDonald's or whatever. There really isn't. However, those products are oftentimes made to make you crave them and want them way more than you naturally would, right? And you know this because you as a person, just think about you as a person. You do not say to yourself, I should do that again. You don't. You go like, I can't believe I did that again. I had too much of it. But then you want more of it, and then you want more of it, and then you want more of it, right? And we're supposed to be having, quote unquote, a balanced diet. So it's like, have your vegetables, have the salad, have the stew, have the this, have the that, and then have your snacks, and you'll be fine. But it feels like we're in like an arms race against companies who go, we're not going to give you a break. If you have a choice of 10 meals, we want you to pick the snacks 10 times, and we're going to design it in such a way that you're going to pick the snacks 10 times. But then on the outside, they'll say, no, we want you to eat healthy. And you're like, yes, but you made your product so that I can't. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think the same thing goes for, like what you're saying about social capital is, they'll say it, we want to connect people, but they don't. You know how you know they don't want you to stop using the product? The simplest answer is infinite scroll.
Yeah.
Right? If social media companies wanted us to not endlessly use their product, because they'll even have a label that's like, hey, remember to take a break now and then. Yo, you can just make me take a break.
Yeah.
You could literally, they could literally just go like TikTok, scroll, bam, you're done. This is your limit for the day.
Yeah.
And you know what? I almost think that people would actually like the product more because people would go, oh yeah, I finished my TikTok for today. I'm done.
Yeah. You know what?
Like you're chronically online.
Let's not talk about me.
No, we must talk
no,
about
no,
you.
I'm an addict. But Bob, it's so funny. You mentioned the neighborhood group and the rake. So recently I joined my neighborhood WhatsApp group. And it's very NIMBY. I thought it was very NIMBY-ish. But there was just like legit concerns about crime in the neighborhood and the LAPD getting out when they would come out. And, you know, sometimes people be like, there's someone walking in the neighborhood. This is their description. They're a bit suspicious. And there was one day it got a bit loaded because it was just like, there's a black guy. He's in a hoodie or something like that. Very fit the description. And it was somebody else in the group who's white said, hey, let's be careful we're not profile. Like, it was so refreshing for me. No, because I live in a majority white neighborhood. And I'm like, I don't want to be the black person in the group being like, you shouldn't say that. And there's a white guy said, hey, guys, we should be careful. And people...
The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. For one payment upfront, 12 months of weight loss by hers.
People figured it out amongst themselves.
Yeah.
Because it's also the same neighborhood group that when there is something suspicious happening, when there is a break-in and LAPD don't get there, there's the same people in the group that may say something offhand about a description that will show up to your house and make sure you're okay. And there's something about that group that's completely transformed. Like, I would be sensitive typically if I read about a description. But everyone has this trust among each other to say, even if we say the wrong thing, we don't mean it in the wrong way. We want to keep our neighborhood safe. Fundamentally, we will trust each other and look out for each other. And sometimes it's like, I need flour. Does anyone have flour? You know, and this is something I've never been exposed to, but it's happening through WhatsApp. But I'd say the critical thing is we have a great leader. I don't want to say her name.
But then do you meet in person to what Bob was saying?
She messaged me and she told me her history and she was like, I want to meet your husband and your kids. So we're trying to figure it out. And she's the person
so
who goes around and she organizes neighborhood walks.
Oh, there you
but
see.
But it's completely changed how I perceive not just people in my neighborhood, but how I even see how others see profiling. But it's the neighborhood. There's something to the neighborhood group. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and there's wonderful data on that. If you were worried about crime in your neighborhood, and you had one of two strategies, you could have a lot more cops on the beat, pay cops more and harm them and so on. Or you could know one another's first name. The second is the more important crime-fighting strategy. That is, it's more effective to have eyes on the street from your neighbors, just as you're saying. And what I'm talking about is big, huge studies that have done this experimentally.
This is
taken
data.
different neighborhoods
This is not like an opinion. This is data that's been.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. That's what I do for a living.
No, I mean that's what I'm just clarifying for people. I love that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't want to interrupt this conversation, except that I hope we have a chance to go back to Bowling Alone and explain and say why it explains Trump.
Let's fast forward to that point. We are now living in a country, and the world is living in the shadow of this country that is experiencing levels of polarization and levels of vitriol that most people say they've never experienced. Right? And one of the key tenets of this moment is that people do not trust government. They don't believe in the government. They don't believe that anything can get done. They don't believe anything will get done. And a lot of people who are being elected into government, ironically, by the way, I always think it's ironic, is that those people are being elected into government because they say government shouldn't be a thing and we should just dismantle it all. And fundamentally they're saying like, hey, everyone, you just take care of yourself. Why does the government do your education? You do your education. Why does the government do your healthcare? You do your healthcare. You do your own research. You do your own thing. So actually, help us understand, how do we go from a world where people spend less time, and it is crucial to remind everyone, bowling is one of the things. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a book club, it could be a running group, it could be a bike club, it could anything.
Yeah.
How does America go from having fewer clubs to creating the movement that leads to Donald Trump?
Right. Remember, Bowling Alone said 25 years ago that had been for 25 years. By at that point, it had been 25 years. We've been going downhill in terms of our social connections. Various sorts.
Anything that brought people together from different walks of life to connect across different boundaries.
That's right, and that's been happening for 25 years. Now, 25 years later, we've gone back and done the same study, and it turns out nothing has changed. It's still going downhill. Despite all of my pleading and talking with people, it's going downhill, which now means for 50 years we've been going downhill. Donald Trump did not cause that. And this is the main thing I want to say here. Donald Trump is not the cause of our problems. He's the symptom of our problems. American democracy had these problems long before Trump appeared on the scene. And most importantly, we will have those same problems leading to faltering democracy, but he's no longer on the scene. Donald Trump exploited this, and I mean that. So this is Bob Putnam saying, you know, Donald Trump exploited what I had discovered. That's not just me. Steve Bannon has said, I can show you the quote. Well, we were trying to figure out how we could get Donald Trump elected, and then we read this book by this crazy guy Putnam about bowling alone.
Wait, no way. So you're being serious?
Yeah, she's quoting. You can find, I mean, that later on.
Wait. So how? And what did they use? I don't understand. What did they use from your book to help Trump get elected? What did they identify?
They said, effectively, as I said in the book, but I wasn't doing it. You have all these isolated people. They're ripe for having a kind of populist come to power and say, you're all unhappy and isolated. Trust me, I'm the one. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like he's the guy?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Bowling Alone said, and I didn't act on it. Maybe I should have. Maybe I
you could have been the president.
You could have been president.
President Bob Putnam.
And J.D. Vance has said something very similar to this. There's lots of empirical evidence. I won't bore you with all the data. There's lots of data that's saying the strongest predictor, actually, of support for Donald Trump, of places to support Donald Trump and people to support Donald Trump, is social isolation. Now we're not just talking hypothetically, oh, it would be nice to have more people joining clubs. We're saying the pickle that we're in as a country is precisely due to the fact that we're no longer
socially isolated.
Together.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say we ought to reconstruct bowling leagues, but it's got to be something that brings us face to face. Does that make any sense, Trevor?
No,
I mean,
you know why it makes complete sense is because I think of it through a few lenses. Like you and I have talked about this a bunch. I go, one of the things I'm saddest about in America and I see around the world is the decline of churches.
Yes.
Because I understand that religion has many issues that it's come with, whether it's pastors, whether it's, you know, the way they treat certain people, whatever it might be, right? But man, you take for granted what that building did.
Yes.
There are very few places in our societies where you can come and regardless of the language you speak, the color of your skin, your socioeconomic background, your location, whatever it is, you are allowed to join and identify as being part of that group. And I've always thought that's maybe the most important thing, is the fact that you can become a part of it. Do you get what I'm saying? That's like really, really important to me. And I think about it through that and I go like, wow, man, I understand that people go like, oh yeah, religion, I don't care about it. And I'm like, yes, but you're also losing the church. And the church was the place where you saw people to tell them you were sick. The church was the place where you got a little help. The church was the place where you found out about a new job listing. You know, someone...
music lesson. People learn instruments.
People learned music.
You know, yeah.
People... Think about how all the greatest singers of like, you know, the last whatever many decades have all come from church.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So the training, the connections, the understanding that it came from. And it's funny that you say that. When we were still on the Daily Show, I remember the thing I used to talk to everyone about was how Jordan Klepper would say this. I'd say to him, he'd go to this Trump rallies. And I said, Jordan, what do you notice when you have a Trump rallies? What do you notice that we don't from far? And he said something really fascinating to me once. He said, a lot of people are there for the vibes.
Yes.
He said, a lot of people are there for the vibes. And you think about it, Donald Trump created many clubs where clubs didn't exist. He said, I'm coming to your town. We're going to sell you hats that you can all wear. We're going to sell you little scarves that you can all wear. And you're going to come into a room. And then, you know what? We're all going to hang out and chant the same. You know when I knew that Trump, by the way, Bob, had reached the pinnacle of understanding this? Is when he was at a political rally, right? People are there, ostensibly, to hear about your plan for the future of the country and how you plan to run the economy. And Trump was just like, let's just dance. Do you remember that moment?
He's done a lot. I don't remember that particular moment.
You don't remember that moment?
Yeah, sure. I do.
This was one of... I remember watching that moment going, this man is either... He's completely lost it,
yes,
or he is a savant who's completely understood it. And now I think he's the latter.
Yeah.
Donald
Trump realized in that moment, he's like, you guys don't... You're not here because of like what I was going to do with the economy or not do with it. You just came here to hang out, and we're in a club, and everyone in that club says the same thing. We've been forgotten. So there's a man who grew up in a town where the factory was shut down, and that was a piece of his club, so he's forgotten.
Yes.
there's somebody else who grew up in another city, and because that city has lost its population, the church died, and now they don't have a church, so they've been forgotten.
That's
And
right.
someone's kids left to go to a big city, so now they don't have it. They've been forgotten. And it's just a bunch of forgotten people who are now seen. They come together, and when you go home, watch the video. I promise you, it is one of the most amazing things. Trump literally just goes like, "Yo, just play my playlist." He shouts it to some person who rolls with him, and they just play all of his favorite. And I'm talking everything from YMCA to Ave Maria. Like, it's the most eclectic mix of music, and he just dances. Don't go anywhere, because we got more What Now after this.
So, Trevor, my question is this. Like, you hit on something with this Trump thing. How do we guarantee in this crazy world we live in that people don't start clubs of hate? Which I think what Trump is as much.
Oh, that's a good question.
You know what I
actually.
mean? It's just like, because that's then my concern.
Because
right?
the Ku Klux Klan is definitely
It's a
club.
club.
It's
They
a local,
bonded.
it's a
They were a
local
community.
club membership.
Yeah, they took care of each other.
They got uniforms.
Yeah, it's just like, how do we, in this like very polarized moment where where all sides seem to have deep resentment for each other, how do we make sure these clubs don't become spaces?
Or is that even necessary?
Well, yes, I think it is necessary. There are different kinds of social capital, different kinds of networks, and one important distinction is between what I call bridging social capital, that is ties that link you to people unlike yourself, and bonding social capital. Bonding social capital are the ties that link you to people just like yourself. So my bonding social capital are my friends with other elderly, white, male, Jewish professors. That's my bonding social capital. And my bridging social capital are my ties to people of a different generation. I have a little bit of bridging that I rely on heavily across generations because I've got my grandchildren. And I'm not saying, this is important, bridging good, bonding bad, because if you get sick, the people who bring you chicken soup are likely to affect your bonding social capital. That's a little bit what Christiana was earlier saying. The people who would really take care of her, who would bring her chicken soup, or the equivalent would be bonding social capital. I'm saying bonding social capital is not necessarily bad, but bridging social capital is crucial for a modern, diverse society like ours. Bridging across racial, across age, across gender, across party, and so on. So far, so good.
Right.
But bridging is harder to build than bonding social capital. My grandmother knew that. My grandmother said to me, "Bobby, birds of a feather flock together."
Right.
She didn't think I'd understand. What she meant was, "Bobby, bridging social capital is harder to build than bonding social capital," but she didn't think I'd understand that, which is why she used the avian metaphor about birds, but that's the basic point. So here's the challenge. Much of Trump's support, it draws from different kinds of demographic groups, of course, but it's bonded heavily on politics and not bridging at all. And so now I'm back at the question, why doesn't Putnam saying he wants lots of Ku Klux Klan?
Yeah.
And the answer is, I don't want lots of Ku Klux Klan because it's bonding and I want a lot of more bridging. Does that make sense to what I'm saying?
That makes sense.
And I want to know how to do it.
Well, but I'm actually going to throw this, before we move on,
Yeah.
I'm going to throw something out here, maybe controversial. I would argue the reason the Democrats didn't do as well in this election is because they were bonding, they weren't bridging.
Yes.
So if I look at Barack
They were
Obama's...
bonding and they thought they were bonding.
Yeah, but if I look at Barack Obama's campaign, right? Barack Obama was going, hey, I don't care if you're in Kentucky. Let's connect them. Let's connect. Do you have this issue? I have this issue. This is something I grew up with. You grew up. My grandmother looks like you. My mother looks like you. My father looked like that. I grew up in this world. He was bridging.
Going to Iowa.
Yeah. And he was like, yes, we can. Like, he was bridging.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's got to be, yes.
Right? And so, as much as it's easy for everyone to be like, Donald Trump and blah, blah, you know, and we're all guilty of that. But I think of like the Democrats in this election, a lot of it was bonding stuff as well. It was very much like, you know, like, oh, white men are this and the rich have done that. And it became bonding that way as opposed to the coalition of saying, like Bernie even did well, by the way, when he was running. He did a lot of bridging, like, you know, hey, let's all join. We're all struggling. Let's all come together as struggling people. We all deserve healthcare. Doesn't matter where you're from, bridge. And I think in this election in particular, there was a lot of bonding from both parties and as crazy as this may sound to a lot of people, I think Donald Trump engaged in a little more bridging than people will give him credit for, which I think is why he connected more than people thought he would in some spaces.
I want to know what Bob thinks of that.
So this is, sorry, you didn't invite me on here to cite all my books, but I'm going to cite yet another book.
No, that's exactly why we invited you on. You're an expert.
Okay, I want to talk about the growing gap between rich folks and poor folks in America. And the book was called Our Kids. And the book was focused on a whole series of charts and graphs that showed the gap between rich kids and poor kids growing. And I'll say more about what I meant by that, but in particular, by rich, I didn't mean literally having lots of money. The book is based on the upper third of American society, which is basically college-educated folks.
Okay.
And the lower two-thirds of America, which is basically people who didn't graduate from 4 years of college. And what that book showed is a growing gap also among their parents. Those two groups are increasingly, they don't marry one another. It used to be that there were people who would marry across these class lines, but they don't now. There used to be that they would live in the same neighborhood, but we're increasingly living in not racially segregated, but class segregated homes. And what I'm trying to say is that class lens was, when I wrote the book, at least as important as the racial lens. And it's becoming, relatively speaking, the class lens is becoming more important relative to the racial lens. The plight facing working class whites is the same as the plight facing working class blacks. That's what Bernie Sanders noticed. He was talking about everybody. It's down in not at the bottom, meaning the poorest of the poor, but the lower two-thirds of the country.
Right.
And I think that the Democratic Party, this may be controversial, I think the Democratic Party has got to start focusing more on those class differences and less exclusively on the racial or other identity issues. Now, it sounds like I'm saying let's forget about black folks, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying let's really focus on working class black folks, because they're the ones who are falling further and further behind.
Yeah, to follow up on that, they a lot has been said about black male increasing votes for Republicans. They actually split the vote, and they look at the black male vote specifically, and the black men most likely to vote for Trump were non-college educated and unchurched.
Exactly.
Whereas
unchurched,
that was the key. They were secular up to a high school diploma. Young black men. That's the group most likely to vote for Trump. The black men that voted Democrat are college educated, tend to attend church professionals. And that's where, and they vote at similar levels for Democrats as black women do in general. So that group that's actually splitting off from the Democratic Party is like the most oppressed class among black people.
I almost want to know what you think the future will be, because I remember speaking, I forget who this person was. It was such a wonderful conversation we had in one of my first times going to London. And I was talking to them about living in America, and I was talking to them about coming from South Africa and everything. And this woman said to me, she said, oh darling, she said, I can't wait for South Africa and America to get over race, because then they'll realize that everything's all about class, baby. It's all about class. And it really was an interesting idea, which has stuck with me, because I go like,
the most classy society ever.
But what I liked about it was this, is she forced me to hone in on something that I think people do take for granted. Oftentimes when we talk about issues that are like pertaining to black people, you're like, oh, black people have it. That has just become an easy identifier for a class issue, right? And that's why people like Dr. Martin Luther King, like MLK was like, yo, I'm fighting for class. A lot of his stuff was class related.
Very social.
Yeah, he was fighting for class, and black people are disproportionately affected by it. But that's why, like, even the Black Panther Party, they found a coalition between white people who were proudly racist and black people who were militantly fighting against racism. But they were like, yo,
union jobs.
Yeah, the guy was like, hey man, we should all come together because we're all being affected by this. And in all of these cases, by the way, they formed clubs. The Black Panthers formed a mini club that wasn't the Black Panthers, that involved all of these poor people. Dr. Martin Luther King, he formed multiple clubs and chapters and all of these organizations. And it's interesting to see what you're saying is like these clubs came together around the issue of class. And so now let me ask you this then. So do you think, say, the people who are in the bottom 2/3,
Yes.
are they more likely to be negatively affected by not having a social club?
Yes. And they're certainly much more likely to be socially isolated. I mean,
okay.
they've got at least 2 strikes against them. Well, maybe 3. A, they're more socially isolated.
Okay.
And B, they're poorer financially.
Mm-hmm.
And C, they have got less education. So those folks are in a pickle. And what that means is it's important to just understand the math. This is simple arithmetic. We could have a clean system here in which we had all the college educated people, vote for the Democrats, and all the non-college educated people vote for the Republicans. What's wrong with that? Well, there are a lot more of them than of us. We, the Democrats, if we're going to retain power democratically, we've got to begin appealing, not ignoring race, I'm not saying that, but appealing more to the class-based interests. I want to try to end with 3 to-dos.
Oh yeah, that's great, because that's what Cristiano was asking for. What were you going to ask? Because then you can say it, and then
I was asking for my homework, the to-dos.
Okay, great.
So the what now? The what now, Bob Putnam?
I'm going to try to keep it simple, not because you guys couldn't understand something more complicated, but because I think we've got to understand in very simple terms. 1, go young. It's much more important that we focus on young people, regardless of where they are right now, because they are the future. And I'm now talking as an historian, looking back, not just over the last, 5, 10, 20, 50 years. I'm looking over the last 125 years. In my last book, which was called The Upswing, I looked over the whole of American history over the last 125 years. And big changes are not the creation of old guys like me. Old guys like me, sometimes we've been around so long that we understand that it doesn't have to be the way it is today. But we're not the people who have the ideas that will work to build social capital and save America in the, 2050s or something. I'm going to be long gone. So first thing is, go young and inspire the young people to come up with the new bowling leagues. It's not going to be bowling leagues. It's going to be something else, but almost surely will involve something of high tech, but it will involve real personal relations with other
Before
people.
you move on, a perfect example of that for me was Pokemon Go. So I'm assuming neither of you played it, but I was a huge Pokemon.
No.
I've got this dream. And you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier,
Huge Pokemon Go fan. Huge. I think this was the best execution of a video game in the modern age because it was a video game that everyone played. It was on your phones, right? And the goal was to catch Pokemon. You don't need to know what any of this is. Just think of a game where you're trying to catch little creatures.
Okay.
But what they did that was amazing was you had to catch the creatures in the real world. So they used your camera on your phone, and you would literally have to run out into the streets to catch these digital creatures. And so at first it was just like, oh, this is silly and this is fun. But I'll never forget the joy I experienced when one night I was in New York and I was running with a group of people in Central Park. Strangers at 11:30 p.m. because someone had tweeted and told us that there was a Snorlax, which is one of the creatures. There was a Snorlax in Central Park. And Bob and Cristiano, when I tell you, there were, if I was just to estimate, there were like maybe 500 people from like little kids who had dragged their parents out of the house all the way through to like adults who were playing the game running. And I remember at one point, one of the kids turned, looked at me, well, because we're all running, because there's a time limit. You don't know how long the creature will be there for. So we're all running through Central Park together. And one of the kids turns, looks at me. This kid's like maybe like 14, 15. And he looks at me and he's like, Trevor Noah. He's like, you playing Pokemon Go? And he's like, now I know I'm in the right place. And we run together. But what I loved about it was, to what you're saying, it was the perfect culmination. It wasn't the either or.
Yeah.
We were all
It was
playing a
the
digital
alloy.
game. It was the alloy. You could play the game at home, and we were playing it at home, but you could not help but bump into other people who were playing the game as well in the real world. And it was such a beautiful, because once the Snorlax was gone, all everyone could do now was talk. Where are you from?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
where do you live?
Yeah.
Where did you? What's the best one you've caught? What have you? And this was like the game won awards, by the way, even for getting people fit and running and moving. But I love that. So that when you say the going young and figuring out the hybrid, I think there are ways to do it. Because some people be like, oh, I don't know if you can. I think we actually have seen one of the ways, and I know
Possible.
because I played it. But yes, okay. So what's rule number 2?
Rule number 2 is go local. Go local. All the times that there have been major social revolutions, they bubbled up from the bottom. And at local levels, people can more easily collaborate across party and other lines because somebody's got to fix the sewers. And so
Yeah.
you don't have to have an ideological discussion about how important is the environment. Everybody knows that the sewers got to be fixed if we're going to be able to survive in this town, or the schools. You can have a national debate about, I don't know, some issue in education, but somebody's got to fix our schools right here.
Mhm.
And so sometimes left-wingers are in favor of national solutions. For race, we did have to go national because there were whole regions of the country which were, if we went local, we would have stayed segregated forever. So I'm not saying always go local, but if you want to have a major revolution, and this is exactly what MLK did, right? He didn't start with his March on Washington. He started in Montgomery. What do you think is the most important social reform in the history of America? I'm going to tell you in just a second. The high school. When was the high school invented? The high school was invented in 1910. God did not invent the high school. It was invented recently. And where was the high school? By high school, I mean a secondary school, a public high school that everybody could go to.
Yeah.
We'd had private schools, of course, as like Eton or whatever, but I'm talking about public high schools. First place in the world was in 1910 in flyover country in America. It was not invented in Massachusetts or in Chicago or in LA or what. It was invented in small towns in the middle of America. And it went viral. And within 20 years, every city in America, every city and town in America had a public high school. That's viral. 20 years it went from.
That's amazing.
So what I'm trying to say is the really good ideas, policy ideas, the next time.
They spread.
Mm-hmm.
And thirdly, and I want to come back now to this issue of religion, go morality. Stick with me. I'm an academic, but I'm about to start preaching at you, both of you. I apologize for that. When we look at long-run changes in political polarization, in economic inequality, in connections and so on, the leading indicator, it turns out that people in any given period and place actually think they have obligations to other people. We need to have a moral reawakening in America. I'm talking about simple golden rule. Read the Sermon on the Mount. I mean, any religion says worry at least as much about other people as you do about yourself.
Love that.
Religion should be a we phenomenon, not an I phenomenon.
Yeah.
So if I had a magic wand, I don't, but maybe somebody listening will have a magic wand. I'd try to make the magic wand make young people, remember young, in localities across America, think that they have obligations to other people.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago and watch this. Ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39, $118. Check this out. Ready? $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision. Okay? The same make and model. Hyundai Ioniq. Okay? Guys, it's the same policy. $118 to $39. As you can see, I have full coverage. I have a premium policy. I love my coverage and I love my insurance company, but I was paying a lot and I didn't even realize it. Check this out. See, look. All right. Hyundai Ioniq. I picked my year. Okay. Hyundai Ioniq. Here's my make. Picked it already. And then you're going to scroll down and find your model. It's Ionic Limited. Guys, this only takes 2 minutes. Okay? It's free. Stop overpaying. Fill this out.
Is that making sense? I mean,
that makes
sounds
complete
like,
sense.
And my basic message is, if we want to fix America, and I desperately want to fix America, it's probably not going to come in my lifetime, but I want to have it come at least in my grandchildren's lifetime, and we got to get about it now, and that requires mobilizing large numbers of people at the large numbers of young people at the local level, thinking about their obligations to other people and not just about themselves. Sorry, that's the message.
No, I don't think you have to be sorry. I think it's given us homework. So play Pokemon Go
yeah.
with
Yes.
people in your local neighborhood
Yeah.
and help them catch the Pokemon that they can't.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
You got it.
essentially
And
because you're helping each other.
And then when you
Yeah.
speak to them, talk to them about the spiritual awakening.
Yeah. So you guys you're gonna lead this revolution. Sign me up. Let me know how I can join.
Oh, we love it. Bob, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Bob.
You know, it's such a simple idea, and unfortunately, sometimes the best ideas are so simple that people don't want them.
It's simple, but it's hard.
Yeah, no, but that's what I
Yeah,
mean. It's like it's the same way like eating healthy. It's a simple idea.
Yeah.
Eat the vegetables and don't eat things that come in packets.
And move your body.
Your
No,
body
you-
changes. And people are like, yeah, but I need something more complicated than that. But yeah, I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for doing the work. Thank you for taking the time with us. And you know, we started at Robert, we end at Bob. Thank you very much. It was wonderful getting to know you, and I hope you do get to see some of this in your lifetime. So don't write it off yet. You keep talking about you're going to be gone. Maybe some of it will change. We'll see. We'll do our best.
Thank you, Christiana.
Thank you.
And thank you, Trevor.
Thank you so much, Bob.
Bye.
Take a look at this strange device that I'm holding in my hand. It's smaller than a quarter, but I believe it's going to power Elon Musk's next AI revolution.
Shut the fuck up.
Attention! That's the good part.
Today, experience Mark Wahlberg
Y'all need a pilot?
like you've never seen him before.
Is that supposed to be a secret?
Flight Rest Rated R.
Several years ago, the Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine dragon gods, wreaked havoc across the world. The plot was ultimately thwarted through the efforts of a sole ninja. However, the Dark Dragon's husk remained, and from this husk fell an endless downpour of lucid rain. The abandoned Tokyo continues its struggle against chaos to this day.
Infiltrated the facility. Commencing mission. No escape.
about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my car insurance for driving safe with USAA.
Auto insurance that flexes with you. It's fit. That's what we're made for.
When looking for the perfect card to reward your appetite for life, look no further than the Amex Gold Card. Discover new tastes, gather new experiences, and earn 4 times membership rewards points at restaurants worldwide. Find out how to access over $500 in annual benefits value on select dining and travel purchases. Elevate your date night, family outing, or solo experiences, and make every meal more rewarding with the Amex Gold Card.
Michael, I don't want to just quick reactions, and then we'll get into game by game here. Go ahead.
Sure. Oh my God, the first half of this year is going to be fire. Oh my God. Like, of course, we mentioned Avowed is coming out next month, but Ninja Gaiden Black 2 is out now, and both Clair Obscura and South of Midnight coming out in the first. I think they're both April releases.
April. Yeah.
I've got the list here. So Ninja Gaiden Black 2 today. Avowed February 13th, South of Midnight April 8th, Clair Obscura Expedition 33 April 24th, Doom the Dark Ages May 15th, and then down the road in the fall Ninja Gaiden 4. But yeah, to your point, what a first half for Game Pass.
Bangers across the board, it seems like. Of course, we'll see when we get the full games, but I mean, I'm just so excited for the first half of this year. A lot of these things we didn't know when they would come out, but man, we're gonna be eating good.
Miranda, your immediate reactions to this?
I've just been taking so many notes. Like, I have a bunch of notepads and stuff. I'm like, oh my God, we're about to be so busy. Of course, thinking about guides, but honestly, I'm just excited. Like, April is gonna be, and April has the games that I'm most excited for, and so I'm thrilled. That's my birthday month, so I'm like, oh, nice. For me, you shouldn't have. Thank you. But now it's also the planning phase, right? It's like, okay, I have this much time to beat this game, and then I need to move to this game, and then, like, because it's like, you have the aspiration to play all of these, but you don't necessarily need to, of course. I don't know, this entire showcase just made me feel like a little bit more confident in that they understand that they need variety in their games. Like, we need to make sure we're showcasing games that offer a lot of different kinds of players on Xbox, and I felt like we really got that here today. And of course, there's more. There's always more. But for this first half of the year, it's pretty sick.
Well, speaking of gifts, I couldn't help but feel like, very selfishly in a I'm the main character kind of way, if I allow myself that for a moment, that Phil Spencer went and made this deal with Tecmo and with Platinum Games, specifically for me. I've been crying out for a new Ninja Gaiden for so long. I'm, of course, one of many, many fans of Ninja Gaiden who've been waiting for the series to return for so long, and to get not just, I mean, it would have been great if it was just Ninja Gaiden 4, of this team up, this new game between it's Platinum and it's Team Ninja, but then to follow that with Ninja Gaiden Black 2 as a modern release done in Unreal Engine and supposedly out today. I was checking right before we went on the air. I'm like, can I start downloading this yet? And I didn't quite see it posted yet, but I'm sure probably by the time this episode is done, we will be able to access it. So I've got Ninja Gaiden 1 Black running behind me, which, by the way, it still looks pretty good for being a by the way, this game turns 20 years old. The core, not Black itself, but Ninja Gaiden turns 20 this year. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4 is certainly where I want to start here. This is something that I'd almost kind of given up on because there was just no word of Team Ninja doing it, and to their credit, like, they've been making successful games. Like, they've pivoted to Souls-likes, right? With Nier and with
Stranger Paradise.
Yes, the one that was on Game Pass.
Yeah, the Neo games.
Thank you, Neo. Yes, and then there's now that we're live, I'm like completely blanking out. Of course, there was one at the beginning of last year, I think, that was very good. that the commenters are all like yelling at the screen right now. But anyway, they've been making Souls-likes, and they've been doing a really good job of it. And so I kind of thought, well, it seems like the Ninja Gaiden train has moved on. The market wants Souls-likes. They're big right now, but they've partnered with Platinum. And if you're gonna partner with somebody outside of Team Ninja's own walls, you could do a lot worse than Platinum Games. This on paper seems like a great matchup. And Michael, you and I were talking during. I mean, we were all talking during the reveal, but we were both surprised at how much gameplay they showed. I kind of thought when this announcement became obvious that it was just going to be a CG trailer and I would still be happy, but we got a ton of gameplay.
Yeah, that's cool to see, because it is coming out this year. It's always nice to be surprised, and the amount that they were showing, like, oh, this is far along, and it seems like they're confident in showing what they got. And, it's like a super fast action. Of course, that's what you want to see. A cinematic trailer isn't exactly what you want to be showing with this kind of game, but I look at this and it seems like a winning formula. I mean, Team Ninja has been cooking, like Rise of Ronin was more Souls-like, and then like
Wolong, that was the one I was trying to think of.
Yeah, and then Neo, and then it kind of, they could still do that fast, that hard action style still, because like, man, when someone in the comments from the last episode of Unlocked mentioned Ninja Gaiden, and then something clicked, so shouts out to you, but something clicked in my mind, like, yeah, that would make perfect sense. And the whole time we were watching, or like the first time it went on screen, we saw some action before they revealed like the Platinum splash screen. I'm like, perfect, that makes sense. Now, you never know what you're gonna get out of Platinum 2, and in recent months, I guess, in recent years, they've been through a lot of stuff. I mean, if you go back to E3 2021, I was on stage yelling about how Babylon's Fall is gonna be Game of the Year material, and that was before I knew what that game was. So relax, give me some leeway there. And if this is a banger, which I have confidence it very much could be, I think this is a W that also Platinum needs in their repertoire, I guess. So, but yeah, Team Ninja's been cooking. It's nice to see Platinum involved, and it's just nice to see Ninja Gaiden shown off at this level. It's been a very long time, and Ninja Gaiden Black on Xbox was a tremendous game. I liked it a lot, but like you said, it's gone quiet. I mean, Ninja Gaiden 3, a lot of people feel some type of way about it, but and Ninja Gaiden 2, but they're cooking with this, I think.
Weekends from 409. Come see the Royal Caribbean.
Now, Miranda, you were saying that you're going to be new to Ninja Gaiden. What did this trailer do for you, if anything?
I said, wow, that looks cool. That's what it was. Actually, I really like the story introduction that they had, and I think that's what actually grips me first. It's like, oh yeah, there's this big dragon that died over the city, and now in its own little bit of revenge, it's raining constantly, and the city is just slowly crumbling because of the rain. And I was like, well, I love that for this dragon, which I know you're not supposed to, but I do. So that was kind of my first take. Was like, well, that's actually really cool. Even though it is the fourth game, they've made it very obvious, like introducing a new character. Anytime you do that as a lead, you know that they're trying to be like, hey, new people, look at this guy that you can beat that nobody knows yet. So you can also come in and enjoy this. So that was kind of my big takeaway, and also oh yeah, like I have been meaning to play it. Ninja Gaiden, I think since forever ago when you guys were talking about it on Unlocked, like a while back, I was like, oh yeah, that's something I gotta do at some point. And now it's the perfect time because I have 2 games to play for Ninja Gaiden, but many others. So I think maybe I just start with 2 Black, just kind of see how things are, get to know Ryu a little bit, and then wait to finish it maybe after I play this one and see how things go there. But overall, it looks really cool. And to Michael's point, with Platinum being involved, it's always that weird thing. We were just saying while we were watching this too. It's like, is this the good Platinum, or or the other platinum. So and I think it's pretty easy to tell when it's the good platinum or not. And as you said, like they were really confident in showing a lot of gameplay here, and I think it's a bit easy to tell that it's probably going to be the good platinum. So I'm stoked. This game looks awesome.
I got nothing but good vibes from this. Obviously, we don't know until we actually play it and feel, you know, how the gameplay systems are, and the camera was always a bugaboo with the Ninja Gaiden games. But yeah, this certainly looks, and it's got the speed, it's got the style, and I just, you know, like, I still can't believe I was practically ready to be coming on the air, like breathing into a paper bag heavily. But, yeah, I feel like that Phil Spencer has probably he's had this in his back pocket for a while, because this game's been in development for a while, which is why they showed so much, and then why they said it's out in fall 2025. So he's just been, that clever guy has just been biding his time until, I could mention this at Showcase. No, this was the right move, where it's the surprise headliner of a smaller show like this. And in fact, I thought South of Midnight looked pretty good. Well, we're going to talk about it, obviously, we've got plenty of time, but I felt a little bad for South of Midnight having to follow this. Like, the fact that they opened with the surprise game, and then it was this, and not only was it Ninja Gaiden 4, but it was also Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. It was just like, oh, South of Midnight. Like, I was still just reeling from Ninja Gaiden when South of Midnight I think I zoned out and missed the entire first half of the South of Midnight presentation. But, yeah, this is just super cool. And, yeah, day one Game Pass. So, it's multi-platform, of course, but Ninja Gaiden 4, right on Game Pass on day one, that's a really slick get. I mean, the original Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden 2 were both Xbox exclusives when they came out. 3 went multi-platform. So this is, I guess, as close to an exclusive as we're going to get in the modern Xbox era of how Microsoft wants to handle their games these days, although this isn't their game. But hey, I'm not complaining if it's day one on Game Pass, and I want more people to play this game. I mean, I'll be curious how many people watching this maybe are too young to have played Ninja Gaiden 1 or even 2 on the 360 that will dip in and go download Ninja Gaiden 2 Black today and see what they think of it. That's, as soon as this is over, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing, dusting off my skills. I reviewed Ninja Gaiden 2 for Official Xbox Magazine when I worked there back in the day, gave it a 9 out of 10. That was after, of course, playing and falling in love with the first one, and 2 is awesome. I would say it's probably generally agreed upon that it's not as good as 1. 1 is, and specifically Ninja Gaiden Black, is, Michael, would you agree, is probably still the gold standard for high-speed, skill-based character action games? Is that still fair to say?
I mean, I would say that it still holds up. Like, if you boot up that game now, which you can, I think you'll play it and feel like, action games have evolved since then, but there's something about the way Ninja Gaiden just like kind of really nailed exactly what it was going for. You could play it today and you would, that game is so hard to like, I played it when I was like a dumbass kid, but like maybe I can hold my own now, but like that is a very, very good game that has aged really well, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, I think the thing too is that, the Ninja Gaiden 4 is definitely taking a lot of cues from what we've seen in action games recently, like Bayonettas, like the Devil May Cries, because those franchises have kind of evolved too. And so Ninja Gaiden 4 comes into a kind of a new landscape for action games, where we've had the entire Bayonetta series basically come out since the last time we got a proper Ninja Gaiden, I guess. And, we saw DMC5 years ago kind of be the new gold standard for these hard action, stylish action games. So it feels like Ninja Gaiden 4 is looking at, like Team Ninja looked at all those games and said, all right, how can we take some of the best ideas from those and then implement them for a new Ninja Gaiden? So in a way, like, it still feels like this is true to the series, but it is also recognizing that the genre has evolved since then. I also pulled up like all of Platinum's games that have come out. I almost forgot about Astral Chain too. Like that's a very different game. Like we've also seen Nier evolve under the Platinum umbrella. So having these two studios collaborate on this is like, yeah, I think you're getting kind of the best of both worlds if you are an action game sicko. And yeah, I mean,
damn it,
this is I'm hyped for this. But yeah, like. I think the main thing that it's going to come down to is like enemy design and boss design, and I think what they're showing so far is promising because you know the systems and mechanics. Like I trust these studios to like really nail the mechanics, but how are you going to challenge me? How hard is it going to be? How fair is it going to be? I know that Team Ninja was saying like, hey, listen, our games are supposed to be hard, but they're supposed to be fair as well.
Yeah,
and then some of the mechanics I think are promising.
Yeah, to that point, I was going to say, I was really impressed by how they went the overview of the different play styles, or I guess like the fighting styles that you'll build for it. And of course, you also have 2 characters. It does seem like you're going to be playing the new one a little bit more, potentially only, except for certain sections. But I think that still provides them a bit more leeway to develop different styles of action that maybe weren't included in the previous games. So
sure, yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool to see a new protagonist. I really like his hair. I'm going to go to my hairstylist and be like, I want this. But yeah, so you have a new protagonist, Yakumo, but Ryu Hayabusa is still involved in it. So I like the idea of like, hey, you have this new protagonist and you're kind of butting heads with the legend of the series. And then like, I'm almost expecting like how you like might be funneled playing between the 2 characters. So you kind of get a little bit of the new, a little bit of the old, and I just love those moments. I expect like callbacks and references to old Ninja Gaiden, and the fact that Ryu is involved, and there's kind of, it feels like almost, you know, they're like, it's been so long, so they're trying to create like a new avenue for people to get into it, and having a new protagonist and still recognizing that Ryu is the legend of Ninja Gaiden. It feels like they're trying some things.
Let's hope it goes better than the multi-protagonist butting heads thing of Halo 5 with Locke and Master Chief.
You know, I was about to say I love multi-protagonists, but then I was like, I mean,
when was the last time we saw that?
there was potential there. It did not pan out the way we'd want, but you know.
But I would say, to your point, Michael, about sort of what else has come out since Ninja Gaiden and what the landscape for this genre looks like. I mean, I would say that this is coming out at a great time in that that Souls-likes are the dominant form of this now. Like, we don't get a lot of these skill-based, high-speed character action games, and you noted that I called this out, or I took note of this too in our notes, is they did use the word fair a few different times in the subtitles there in the presentation. And I think that's always been a key to Ninja Gaiden, where it is tough, you will die plenty of times, but it is fair. And to me, that's, at least just for me personally, I've just never gotten into Souls-likes, and that's kind of the dividing line. Is I feel like, again, this is just my opinion. I know a lot of people love Souls-likes. I'm not trying to take that away from anybody, but for my taste, Souls-likes kind of bake in death into the gameplay loop. Like, we are going to kill you, and you're going to learn from it, and you're going to get better, and when you then conquer it, it's going to feel awesome. And I just feel like the Ninja Gaidens of the world, and the reason that I've always loved that game, I mean, Ninja Gaiden 1 is probably the hardest video game I've ever beaten, at least in the modern era. I mean, I'm sure we could go back and pluck out some insanely difficult NES games from my childhood, but Ninja Gaiden 1, like, especially, and that game doesn't even peak in difficulty at the end. It peaks in the middle. If you can get past Alma, if you beat that boss fight in Ninja Gaiden 1, congrats, you've ascended the mountain, and it's downhill from there. But that's the thing. Ninja Gaiden, it's tough, but it's not about beating you down to teach you a lesson. It's about giving you the tools, because you do have multiple weapons, multiple abilities with Ninja Gaiden, and it's up to you to use them how you want to get past the challenge, get past the scenario. And so that's always been kind of the dividing line for me between games like Ninja Gaiden and Souls-likes. But so I'm just really happy to have not only a game like that, but specifically a new Ninja Gaiden back. And yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna love it. And I was looking for like the Master Ninja Collection is still on Game Pass. It's been on Game Pass for a while. So like Miranda, I definitely think you're right on the money to just start with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, just because it's on Unreal Engine. It's going to be totally modern. And then if you like that, then go back and grab the Master Ninja Collection off of Game Pass. Then go back to 1, and then I think you'll be like into it if you like. If 2 Black turns out to be awesome, and it's building off of a great game. Ninja Gaiden 2 was excellent. So that would be my advice to you and to anybody else who's watching this, listening to this, that's maybe new to Ninja Gaiden and is wondering where to start.
Excellent. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's see here. I just want to take a quick look at the time. All right, we've still got a decent bit of time. I think.
Mom, Dad, we have something to tell you. You have a twin brother we never told you about. I'm sorry. Left him in America.
I always knew there was something missing. And that was other David. You called him other David.
No, if there's 2 Davids, one has to be other David.
Look at those 2.
Oh.
Is that it, yeah?
No, that one. No, that's his eyes.
That's David. Other David. Mum?
I don't know.
Anyway, where is he?
Losing B.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo. What else can Fargo do? Quickly tell you what you spend on things like food.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries this month?
Hey, Dad, can the guy stay for dinner?
No.
Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Hey there, gang. You want to come to an Are You Garbage live show and ask your question? Sure you do. Good news for you. Back on the block, more tickets are on sale. We're talking about a nice stand-up comedy show. Plus, we play AYG with the crowd. So grab the squad and come out and see Kippy and I.
The big man ain't lying. In March, we're starting back up on the road. We're going to Pontiac, Michigan, Indianapolis, Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Cleveland, Ohio, and Atlantic City. All tickets available at RUGarbage.com. We'll see you there.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Are You Garbage? The show where you find out if your favorite comedians are classy individuals or absolute trash. Now, here are your hosts, Kevin Ryan and H. Foley.
Hey, everybody out there, and welcome back to everybody's favorite podcast. This is Are You Garbage?
Oh, yeah.
It's that little show we sit down with your favorite comedians and we find an after group to be classy. Yeah. Or to just a big old piece of trash. I'm your host, H. Foley, coming at you on a beautiful day. We're out back here at Tootie's, the new edition. She's upstairs polishing her 9/11 memorabilia.
Okay.
Never forget. That's from CS on Facebook. My co-host is coming at you from right next to me, unamused this week. Tough break, CS. I don't know what to tell you. He is the CEO of Are You Garbage? He is an international businessman and my best pal in the whole wide world. Give it up for KJ, Kevin J. Ryan, everybody.
What up, gang? First of all, thanks for tuning in. As always, make sure you rate, you subscribe on iTunes. Full video available on YouTube. And now also full video available on Spotify over there. We got in the creators program. Not available to all podcasts. But
little work release over
all that a mistake. And then obviously the greatest website of all time, www.patreon.com. You go over there, you get all that bonus content.
Yes, sir. And gang, we couldn't be more excited to have our incredibly, and I mean incredibly special guest here with us today for the first time. He is a very funny stand-up comedian, actor, and podcaster, an OG of ours in Philadelphia.
One of my first friends in stand-up comedy.
When Moses wore short pants, we were hanging out, running around the streets of Philly together. It was fucking fantastic. He's got a hot Bud Light commercial out right now you got to check out.
I forgot about that.
Kid's all over the place. Saturdays, Sundays, college, pros, he's all over the joint. And you can hear him every week in his amazing podcast, Little Stinkers. Give it up for John Del Collo.
Hey,
boys.
Hey, buddy.
Good to see you.
How are you?
You were doing your hair in that.
Yeah, I had to put a hat over it. It didn't turn out great.
He's in there. Oh, this is going bad. I got a hat.
What do you use? What's the product in the hair?
I just put a little Moroccan oil in it when I get out of the shower. You know, oil of argan. What do you get? Whatever you get at Target.
Oil of argan.
My ears are breaking. It can hurt
Sounds
with
like
the
something from
earbuds.
fucking Star Trek.
Whatever I'm using ain't working. All right.
Little Klingon jizz, get it going. Moroccan oil. I
know that stuff.
Yeah.
That's fancy stuff.
Yeah, it's I get about 4 good hair days a year. So
Can I recommend something?
Yeah.
As a fellow follicle man,
Hoagies.
Mayonnaise.
Okay.
Castor oil. Have you heard about it?
No.
Isn't that for cars?
No. It was, I think, to make you throw up when you were a kid. A little castor oil in there. It's nice. It's better than any of those the hair gels or the pomades or whatever. A little bit of castor oil.
You're more follically gifted
Dry
than me.
hair. Nah, what do you mean? You're killing it.
Yeah, my shit curls up. It's steaming up under here as we speak. I want to have fucking dreadlocks again when I take my hat off.
Although he did have dreadlocks at one point, I do believe.
You did.
Let's get it,
Also,
you had dreads? Not when I knew you.
Oh shit! I totally
I
forgot.
had dreads
You guys
and an
could
eyebrow
fucking
ring
damn.
my freshman year of college.
Whoa.
That's a guy.
Well, thanks for coming in. That's crazy.
You're the first white dude with dreads we've ever had on the show.
All right, yeah.
There you go.
How does that happen? You just stop washing your hair?
Oh no,
a lot of mid-grade weed, I believe.
that was a big part of it.
Goddamn, Bob Marley's greatest hits got me.
I saw Lil Wayne's Crib episode at the right time in my life.
Sure to hit you. Also, I do want to say you have the first podcast episode with me and Foley have ever recorded was a podcast we used to do called the Center City Comedy Podcast, and John gave us our first positive piece of feedback we've ever received on that show. He texted me, he goes, "I love the show. What submarine did you record it in?"
You guys have come a long way.
Sure, that was about 11 years ago.
Back to the dreads. Hold on a second. I can't let this
No,
slide.
of course.
How long did it take you to build them up? Takes a while, right? And when did you decide I'm going to be a white dude wearing dreads? And nobody said anything to you?
I'm sure a lot of people did.
Yeah, a lot of people did. It was, I guess, senior year of high school. I was like, I'm not even fucking around. I saw Lil with dreads for the first time.
Senior year of high school.
I ain't no fucking
Well, I
way,
waited. I couldn't
bro.
do it in school, so I had to wait till summer. Had a Puerto Rican chick dread my, or like partition my hair off, and I ordered a kit on the internet.
Whoa.
That I put the beeswax in, and then
dreads for white dudes.
Comes with free patchouli oil or whatever.
And they were not great.
And you just don't wash your hair.
There was a special shampoo in the little kit that I bought.
Yeah.
They stunk physically, metaphorically, every way you can think of them stinking.
And how long did you keep them?
I think 3 months.
And what did your parents say?
Not much about it. They were pretty happy to see me looking like a skinhead when I got back to the basketball game one day.
Jesus Christ. Now, was this more like hippie dreads, or like you wanted to be Lil Wayne dread? Like, or did it walked in both worlds a little bit?
I was still in my 2-unit era. You know?
I still am.
Were you writing any rap lyrics?
Freestyling a little bit. Don't know if I was writing anything down. Had to come off the dome.
That was
you know?
all off the dome, off the top, as they say in the streets.
You get drunk, you freestyle with your friends.
Sure,
You know?
I've been to those parties. Man, would you stink?
I'm not hiding it.
No, I respect it. All right, let's
all right.
How does it? We got to get the backstory of how a guy decides to get dressed. Are you from Delaware?
Yeah, Wilmington, Delaware.
Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay, take us back to there. Wilmington, Delaware. Mom, dad.
Yeah, grew up, mom, dad.
Brothers, sisters.
Older sister, younger sister.
Oh, how far apart are they?
5 years each.
5 years?
Yeah, so they're 10 years apart, and they're like best friends.
Really?
Yeah, I'm out of the mix.
And you guys grew up in a house?
Yeah, I guess you would call it a single-family home on this program.
Sure,
I will say it was a neighborhood of row homes.
Okay.
Our house was in the middle of the block, not only connected on one side, and in between our house and the next house was a shared driveway.
Taking the lead. Stay on target.
Okay, wait.
One garage or no garage?
No garage, just led to the
Falling
backyards.
behind
So
Crimson.
It was basically like an alleyway. No one parked in there.
That's where people running from the cops. No garage.
You ran down the alleyway.
Sure.
That's a shared driveway, buddy.
Okay. Get the hell out of my shared driveway.
Talking to the cops. I don't know. We have a shared driveway, not an alleyway.
So I don't know if that would necessarily count as a single family
That's
home.
not. So you
Yeah.
were connected on one side.
So what? I don't understand what
Single
a
family home is
then.
like
A
the
freestanding
Standalone.
We're a
townhouse.
family who loves each other.
A townhouse doesn't qualify as a loving home.
Yeah. No, but you not the ones I stated.
Their
They were
sons
named
don't
on-
have
Wait, let's get the actual definition. Single family. See if you can get a single. What the proper definition of a single family home domicile? I believe it's standalone.
What did your mom do? What did your dad do?
My dad, at one point, he owned an accessibility company. He sold
Like for like
wheelchair ramps, that kind of stuff. You know,
At one point.
yeah, that wasn't
That was a good week.
that wasn't the whole time.
Okay.
And then he eventually sold life insurance after that.
What happened to the business?
I think he basically handicapped people after some time of working with them, and then didn't want to be in that business.
Sure. Did you have like a bunch?
What did he do before that? You know?
Before that, I think he worked at a hardware company.
Okay.
That
Oh my God.
was my grandfather's at some point.
A lot of at some point.
Yeah, a lot of it's murky, a lot of blurry memories.
Talking about rising and falling in America.
In Wilmington.
What'd your mom do?
My mom worked for a lawyer, you know, a secretary, but
Okay.
more of a
Right there,
legal assistant kind of thing, you know.
Type person.
Gotcha.
I think secretary is
Drafting
downplaying.
documents and stuff like that.
She's, you know, transcribing whatever the guy says in the tape recorder, all that stuff.
The whole time that you were growing up, that was her main thing.
Yeah, she was stay at home until my sister was in kindergarten or something. Or,
Your young
yeah, my little sister. And then I guess she started back full time when I was like 8 or 10 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. And would you say that the folks were doing well? Did your dad do good in the insurance game?
He mentioned the shared driveway.
I mean, that's just a house, though.
Sure, of course. What were the cars? That's a big indicator.
And did you share those?
They had a car each.
Okay, that's pretty good.
At some point.
Two cars. At some point.
Mom was always rocking a Buick.
Okay, what?
A
Okay.
Buick.
Shout out to a nice Buick, American car.
Pop-up worked for GM, so they had the GM discount, so it was always Buick. And then my dad had a minivan at some point, and Town and Country once we had 3 kids.
Dude, when the Town and Country's hit,
all right.
that was a good vehicle.
Let me slap a big old Santa Cruz sticker on the back of it.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
On the back of the van?
Uh-huh. He was good to me when I was skateboarding, you know.
I respect that.
He was
That's a
my
good dad.
cameraman.
Really?
Oh yeah, he did my sponsor me tape.
Your dad filmed your sponsor me tape.
Angles were
We're
shit,
getting
but yeah.
way ahead of ourselves
I mean,
here.
this is great.
Back this up. Do they still live in that house?
No.
They moved. What was the name of the street that was on?
That street was Charles Place.
That sounds pretty nice. That
Sounds like a sitcom.
Something from England or something.
Sounds nice, but the neighborhood was Cleveland Heights. So, Cleveland. That ain't a great sound.
Get the rights to Cleveland.
Do you have the definition? Drop the V. What do you have the definition of a single-family home?
A single-family home is a freestanding dwelling that is designed to be occupied by one household.
Okay.
Has its own land,
Okay.
like a kitchen and a driveway.
Gotcha.
What a hard way to find out that I did not grow up in a single
It's
family.
like single-family home connected on both sides. And another family lived in it.
Oh, wow.
And a Quiznos on the roof. Okay. All right. And how close proximity did you live to your grandparents?
Grandparents were a 2-minute walk away.
2-minute walk away. So is that your mom's parents or your dad's
GG,
parents?
Parents lived right up the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a neighborhood
nice.
she grew up in.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay, and where was your
not
dad?
crazy
was your dad from
easy, but
Delaware as
it's
well?
fair enough.
He was. I believe all of my
Good team.
grandparents were born
Not
in
like
Delaware,
horrible ass randoms
which
who are
is
selling.
kind of remarkable.
And you're in Wilmington.
That's crazy. That's insane.
You start a game, you check the score, and 2 of your teammates quit because of whatever reason, internet or whatever.
Yeah. Smoke a toke, smoke a toke. Take it to the head. Take it to the head.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Everybody that I know that's ever lived in Delaware is like moved there to get away from something.
Some type of tax break or something.
Been
Free
trapped
liquor.
there.
Really?
And you're in the city of Wilmington proper.
I'd say 1,000 feet from the city line. I spent some time on Google Maps, so I know exactly how far I was.
1,000 feet from the city line.
I walked home from school every day. Never walked to school.
Why?
I was fucking running late.
Okay, so they would drive
I'd be
you?
late. Yeah.
Your parents would drive you or a bus? Parents would drive
Parents
you.
would, yeah,
Drop you off.
to get a bus 5 minutes would be insane.
Sure.
I don't think that was an option. So the school.
But you were a
city.
proper walker.
Yeah. School was in the city. House was just outside of the city limits.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't think that's legal, is it? I think like that's the whole thing about the city.
Catholic school.
Okay, that makes sense.
People were coming from everywhere.
Who sprung for that? Your parents paid for Catholic school for all 3 years?
Yeah, they both
That's
went to
pretty
Catholic
good.
school.
Yeah, I gotta say the public school. I don't know. The public school system in Wilmington, Delaware, probably ain't great, right? I'm assuming. I don't know.
I think the district I was in specifically probably not great.
But it's got some good.
I mean, public school still seems scary to me.
Dude, you drop me in any public school right now, I'd fucking.
I'm getting my ass beat as an adult.
Sure. I'm gonna act like a cop.
He's over at Grover Cleveland High School.
That's pretty good. What were the vacations like?
We did Disney
Okay.
a number of times.
Really?
Yeah.
What's
yeah,
that
yeah.
all
That's
about?
probably why we were stuck in that shared driveway. We could have probably moved on up if we had cut Disney down to half.
Who was the Disney fan? Was it like a parents thing?
I have a guess, probably.
Okay.
The fact that there's a 10-year gap in kids. It's like they at some point they're like, well, we got to take John now, and then we have to take Bethany now that she's older and can enjoy it.
Yeah, but no, we were going like
went for high school graduation.
We definitely all remember going at least 5 times.
Really?
5 times?
Even my little dude, I probably have been to Disney World 10 or 12 times.
What?
Not creative, I guess. We went to the beach too. Dewey Beach, Rehoboth Beach. Those were our low key.
Your low key weekend getaways or whatever.
So almost every summer you went to Disney.
No, it's maybe every other, maybe every third summer.
And how long are you going? For a week?
Maybe a week.
Is it just you, the immediate family, or would you take your grandparents or your cousins or anything like that?
At one point, my grandparents had a condo down there, a timeshare, maybe.
Okay.
Oh no, I haven't said that out loud yet. Garbage. So at some point, the grandparents were there, my mom's parents. Mostly it would be us. We would stay. They would do it nice. We'd stay at the Polynesian.
So you'd stay on campus.
Yeah,
as they call it.
On the monorail.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's an expensive trip.
That ain't cheap.
You throw in Catholic school in that, plus all the stuff for the dreads.
You weren't that Santa Cruz sticker.
That's Santa Cruz.
You weren't driving down to Florida, right? You were flying.
No, we never did that.
Okay.
We always flew.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was the first time you were on a plane? Do you remember?
First time I was on a plane was probably to go to Florida.
Yeah.
Maybe before kindergarten, but I remember doing it in kindergarten.
No kidding.
Wow, I never said this out loud either. One time my dad took me to Disney World, just me and him.
What?
So he could buy a lottery ticket in Florida because the jackpot was so high.
That's a guy. Putting it all. Talk about laying it all on the line.
I think Plan B was selling you. That's crazy.
That's nuts. To fly down for a lottery ticket?
Yeah.
That's
How come the other
good.
kids didn't go?
My mom was probably pregnant. I was in kindergarten, so you can miss color day or whatever, you know.
Sure.
But my older sister was probably in like 5th grade, so she's not going to get taken out of school.
Oh, this was during school.
Yeah. Pretty cool little trip for little Johnny
How
to go
long was
on.
it? A short one, or did you do?
I think like 2 nights.
Whoa.
Go down, buy the ticket. Could have just been one night.
Hit
and
the
then
park?
we went to Magic Kingdom for one day. Yeah.
That's nuts, dude. That's a level of.
Did he
That's
win?
a level of.
He did not win.
That's a level of trash. That's like.
Let's go. We're leaving.
It kind
He's
of makes
ripping up the
sense,
ticket.
though. I mean, we used to do it. Obviously, like for living outside of Philadelphia, we would do it. You go to Jersey if there was a big jackpot or whatever. You buy your
Jersey,
tickets.
Florida?
Take your kid out of school to take him to Jersey for the afternoon.
Let's go. We're going to Trenton.
How does he even hear about that? Like on the news, they're probably talking about it.
I'm
And the
sure,
jackpot in
yeah.
Florida.
Yeah, of course.
Because like I guess like the Mega Millions and Powerball were specific states back then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I would have to argue you could have. So the Mega Millions and the Powerball.
Why didn't you have your grandparents buy him a ticket down there?
That fucking condo folded years before that, probably.
I was trying to get the condo back.
It wasn't the time of the timeshare, all right? Wrong time of year.
But those Powerball and those Mega Millions, they were like 13 or 11 different states all combined. I'm sure he could have gotten a Mega Millions ticket closer or whatever it was.
He probably could have like driven to Virginia, but he
Sure.
was like, it's in Florida. We can take
Two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
How do you pitch that to your mom?
I don't know.
I'm going to come back with $400 million. That's how he pitched it.
And some Mickey ears. And a churro if you play your cards right.
Kid, let me tell you about Pretty Litter.
Shout out to the prettiest litter.
Let me tell you this, not as a cat owner, me as a cat owner, I love my little stinky binky. Being inside with the cat this time of year can get a little stinky. That's why you get Pretty Litter. All right, that's why we use Pretty Litter over at my house. They sent it to us when we first signed up to advertise them. They sent us a bag. We fell in love with it. Boom, 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 every month. Coming in. We love it. There's something wrong with the cat. It's a certain color. You find out. It's got a urinary tract infection, stuff like that. It smells great. Not a lot of dust. It's lightweight when we carry it upstairs. I cannot say enough to you folks about Pretty Litter. If you got a kitty cat in the house, get Pretty Litter.
Big man ain't lying. Pretty Litter's non-clumping formula traps odor and moisture. It's ultra-absorbent. It's lightweight, low dust, and 1 6-pound bag works for months, Daddy-o. Lasts you a long time. Indoor cats and indoor humans agree Pretty Litter helps your house smell fresh and clean. Go to prettylitter.com/garbage to save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy for the big man. That's prettylitter.com/garbage to save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy. One more time, prettylitter.com/garbage. Terms and conditions apply. See the site for details.
Let's talk about Rocket Money, baby.
Rocket Money!
Let's talk about saving money with Rocket Money. Got a subscription you don't know about, so you yourself a favor, you're over there at Rocket Money. They find a subscription, boom, get it out of there in 2 seconds. It's out of there, it's done. A lot of people think, what, we spend, what, $80 a month on subscriptions we don't know about? It's like a couple of hundred.
$720, I think.
$720?
Something like that.
Ooh, that's a kick flip, and what are you doing? Okay. Do yourself a favor, gang. Get over to Rocket Money and start saving the money today.
Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Yeah, the start of the new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. And for a lot of you, that's
huge money.
Financial wellness, which feels more important than ever right now. Thanks to RocketMoney.com, your goals are achievable. And guys, I've told you before, I was signed up. I didn't know. I was one of those. I had the confidence of, I know what I'm paying for. I'm on top of my finances. And let me tell you, I was signed up to the Boner of the Month Club. Didn't know that.
I had him on a subscription.
Had to kick that out of bed. But it's fantastic. You find it, beep, up, pop, a couple of buttons, and they cancel it for you because they're good friggin' people. You get the weekly emails. Hey, more money's coming up. You have a big transaction coming up. Don't forget these transactions are hitting. Very stay on top of it. So you can cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals. Rocket Money has saved over 5 million users and has saved over a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year with using all of the app's premium features. Whoa. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions right now and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/garbage today. That's rocketmoney.com/garbage, rocketmoney.com/garbage. Do it.
So multiple trips to Disney World.
All right. Have you gone as an adult?
I did. I went with Mike Rainey and Jake Matera.
Right. That makes sense. Rainy's a Disney adult.
He's a Disney adult. We were in Florida for a little stinkers trip.
Uh-huh.
And a fan of ours hooked it up with free tickets. So
there you go.
Spent a free day in Epcot and the Animation Studios or whatever it is now.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I did not drink enough in Epcot. I really regret
We got blacked out.
not doing a round the world.
We blacked out in 2 hours.
Yeah, I could have.
It was like 12 beers in 90 minutes.
They do it right down there. They really do it right. What was the grocery store you found?
We had ShopRite, Acme, and also Zingos.
Zingos?
Yeah.
Is that a single? Like there was one Zingos?
There was two. The one we went to was not in a nicer area.
Zingos supermarket convenience.
Still kicking on Maryland Avenue?
No, this is on Polly Drummond Shopping Center.
That's the nice one.
Whoa.
That's probably
4.3 stars.
Sounds like a Killer Clowns name.
Don't close your eyes. Zingo's gonna get you. Wow. Huh. They
Zingos
got
was
private
the fast
brands.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Shit you ain't never heard
Is
of.
this their website? They have a website?
Yeah, they still got a red box. What's a private brand?
Is it outside or
Fruity Loops.
Or no, Fruity Hoops. Fruity Hoops. Dude, the mac and cheese is called Shells and Cheese. Whoa.
Yikes.
Hey, that's Essential brand. That's not just Zingos.
They're all that is
That's at Mingos, Pingos.
essential every day. All right.
Who babysat you as a kid? Your older sister?
Grandparents.
Your grandparents would.
When my
Makes
mom
sense.
was working and I was still in grade school, we would go to my grandparents after school. I guess she was working Tuesdays. Tuesdays we would go to my mom and pop-ups.
That's probably not a bad gig. Go over there.
Yeah.
Grandma put something out for you, a nice little snack.
They got Tostinos, they got Hot Pockets, they got Tombstones, ice cream sandwiches.
Sure. All right.
Caffeine-free Pepsi. Get lost.
Caffeine-free Pepsi.
Was that the gold can?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
man, those hit different.
It was all right. You could tell there was no caffeine in there.
Yeah, something was different, but
Guilt-free.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was-
keep you up at night.
Grandparents in the 90s loved that shit.
why?
If my grandfather was coming over, you had to have a 12-pack of that for him.
They were still drinking coffee. Like, what's the point of having the caffeine?
Caffeine-free Pepsi, diet caffeine-free Pepsi, soda, whatever. Diet root beer was huge with them. And I remember diet chocolate soda being a big thing with grandparents.
I don't think I've ever seen chocolate soda.
No, that's not real.
Strange. Strange taste.
Maybe you were dreaming. What was the high school mascot?
Viking.
Pretty good.
Any sports to speak of?
Yeah, played football and wrestling.
Okay.
And baseball. Baseball my whole life. Football started in
Three-sport
fourth
athlete.
grade.
Pretty good.
4th grade B team QB right here.
Okay.
First day of practice. Didn't even know it was the day that practice was starting. We were coming home from the beach, and I saw everybody at the football field at the park by my house, and I was like, I think I'm supposed to be at football practice. Ran over there with my chain wallet and cargo shorts. Big skateboarder already at the time.
Because back then, I don't know if it does now, skateboarders in sports did not
mix.
No.
It was like one guy in each school who walked in both worlds.
All my friends skateboarded, but they also all played.
Really?
All the sports, yeah. And the first day of practice, one of the coaches was like, "Who's left-handed?" And I was like, "Me." And he was like, "You're the quarterback." Still have no idea what logic that is. It's not baseball. It's not like I'm throwing to right-handers, you know. I don't think I threw a single fucking pass that season.
Who's the southpaw?
A lot of QB sneaks.
A lot of tush pushes.
I found my way into the zone.
And did you do this in high school? Were you playing sports in high school?
I think I quit a sport every year in high school.
Okay.
Football, freshman year, quit after that.
Got ya.
Played basketball, freshman, sophomore. Don't think I scored a single point. Quit after that. And then I played baseball till senior year, and then I quit mid-season after the coach put in a 5-footer over me at first base. And I was like, he might be making contact with the ball, but DH for him. Come on. Let me play the field.
He might be making contact with the... Listen, you can't take that away from him. Guy's hitting 333.
We're skateboarding this whole time.
Skateboarding from 3rd or 4th grade till 7th or 8th grade, whenever weed started.
Yeah.
And then you were done with the skateboarding?
I picked it back up in high school and college a little bit, but was not skateboarding every day.
When was your dad filming your promo tapes?
I was probably like 10.
You were trying to get a sponsor. You were doing a sponsoring tape at 10 years old.
Some company was doing like an open call.
Sure, like a local skate shop.
No, it was. I think it was like somebody that you'd see in a CCS magazine.
Gotcha.
And did you have some skills? Could you do tricks?
Yeah, I mean, I think my big thing was I dropped down a pretty big ledge, just ollied off of it, you know. I don't even think I ollied.
Yeah, rode off.
A little bit of a kick flip up a curb, heel flip down a curb.
Okay.
I like how serious he is.
Ollied a 5-set.
That's
not
pretty.
a bad
I mean, for what? You're 10 years old.
Yeah.
That's for a 10-year-old.
That's good.
That's
Not bad. Got some free stickers out of the
out of the deal.
Yeah.
Sure.
So not a total L.
Your dad probably bought them and sent them to you. If I'm being honest.
How was mom in the kitchen?
Pretty good. Pretty good. She still makes some staples to this day that
Hit me.
Goulash, which is not your typical Hungarian.
Love a goulash.
Sure.
This is just ground meat, some kind of red sauce, and mozzarella cheese on top.
Whoa.
Put that in the oven. Let the cheese get a little brown, melted. And I can't.
I don't
get
know
enough
if that's a
of
goulash.
Were you putting it over
No.
egg noodles?
that. No, elbow macaroni.
Was that in the pan with it?
Elbow macaroni down first, then the ground beef, then the sauce, and then the
That's
cheese
not
on top.
a casserole.
Yeah.
That's fucking.
That guy.
That's hamburger.
Yeah, but listen, if you're in fucking Delaware and you ain't never seen nothing like that, and someone says that's goulash, you run with it.
That might as well be
That's
fried
goulash.
rice down there. All right.
Then we had, your classic hot dog casseroles. Shit that has not seen the light of day since we moved out of that house.
And would you eat together as a family every night?
Yeah, maybe not every night, but it was a big can't go out till after dinner or
Okay.
be home for dinner. Nobody answers the phone during dinner.
Would it
you
be
know what
ringing?
I mean, if it was like a telemarketer, you just say,
All those
we're eating.
skateboarding companies are
You know, or if somebody's calling for me, we're eating, he'll call you back later.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Brandon called.
Yeah. Yeah, he can come out after dinner.
Religious family at all?
I had to go to church every week, but I would not say
Catholic.
religious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is probably the reason I am not religious. Having to wake up every single fucking Sunday. That was the bane of my existence.
Trying to hit
man.
this rail down.
Would there be a system like when we would do that when I was a kid? It would be get up, go to church, come home. Dad would make a nice breakfast.
At some point we were doing church, and then we were hitting either the Sheraton or the Marriott for brunch.
Wait, you're going to a hotel for brunch?
We would do a nice brunch buffet at a.
What?
Yeah, that was maybe a special occasion.
We're staying in room 902.
I've never heard of that.
That's crazy.
We weren't stealing continental breakfast. We had to pay. It was $15 a head at least.
Going to the Sheraton with your family.
I think it was the Sheraton.
Whoa, that is.
I mean,
next
Everybody
level.
was dressed up. It was like it was Easter
Yeah,
Sunday
they were
every
on
weekend.
business trips.
It was Easter Sunday. They all just had a wedding the night before, dude.
Holy
Wow, that's a first. Hey, Kai, I gotta give it to you. It kind of makes sense a little bit. You're like, hey, they throw out a good breakfast. They're good at doing breakfast. I just never heard anybody just go into like
a hotel.
I mean, like
children.
like a fancy hotel that has a nice restaurant.
It's not a
in it.
fancy hotel.
I'm saying I get that. Like we're going to the fucking whatever to go, you know. And not that you're not hitting a Hilton for the generic breakfast.
They had a fucking nice spread, man.
You probably do. I love it. How you like it? You like a nice continental breakfast?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, it's the best.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll even set my alarm for it.
Oh, yeah. Like if you're on the road.
If you're at a hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't miss it.
Really? And then you'll go back to bed?
We have when we're on the road, we have a system. We have a group chat for everybody who's on the road together. There's usually about 5 of us. Then we meet. That won't get text. Me and Foley wake up about the same time every day, give or take an hour.
Nervous kids.
We are in the same bed, and we'll fire a private text to each other. I'm gonna hit Brecky. See you down there in 10 or whatever.
Gotcha.
And me and him have breakfast, catch a heater, go down, shut it back down.
Slide back into the sheets for a little while.
I usually can't put my face on in time to make last call for continental breakfast.
Really? I don't miss it. If I'm in Columbus, I ain't got nothing better else to do than hit that fucking breakfast.
I'm getting late checkout.
Sure.
I can sleep till 11:30 and still make it out of there by noon.
You have very still like teenager energy in the sense of like you're like I could just rock till noon.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's because I went to church every Sunday. I still wake up at 1 p.m. Yeah.
I love it.
I'm catching up.
Johnny D, baby.
Could you eat in your room as a kid? Were you allowed to eat up there?
I don't know if I ever even tried. Like, it wasn't. I didn't have a TV in there, so if I'm
that dude knows he's just eating in your room. No
yeah,
TV.
what the fuck am I gonna do?
It's crazy.
Look at my Incubus poster and eat a fucking Hot Pocket?
I didn't know you didn't have a TV. Where was the gaming system?
Living room was whatever was the newest thing, and then the basement had the Sega.
Yeah.
Would they keep up with the times with that?
We had Nintendo, and then Sega, and then PlayStation original was the last one that the family bought.
Was that a big Christmas present?
Yeah. It was like.
Was that yours or everybody's?
Families. It was separated from the rest of the piles. Like, oh, Santa brought something for everybody.
Dad was a big Crash Bandicoot fan.
Spyro.
Okay. What was the first concert? I think it's going to start getting sticky from here.
First concert might have been I got brought to New Kids on the Block.
All right.
Whoa.
Older sister
But your older sister was going?
That's pretty
good.
That's
a great one.
First by myself with like my friends. Maybe it was
Keller
either
Williams.
Oasis or Bush.
Whoa.
Really?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. All wrong. I apologize for everything I said up until now. You saw Oasis. What year would this have been?
I would say 96 or 97.
Get the fuck out of here.
We might have been 12 years old.
In their prime.
That's amazing.
Where are they playing in Delaware? Did you go up to Philly?
Up to Philly. I think it was
Played
in
the Starbird down there in Rehoboth. That's or
Zingo's.
I think it was the Tweeter Center, but it was closed. Like the outside was closed. So it
Right.
was just the inside, which is probably only like 5 or 10,000.
I don't even think it's probably not even that big. Yeah.
Seems small for Oasis back then.
That must have been fucking ripping.
Yeah, it was sick.
Wow, that's pretty good.
That's really good, actually.
Thank you.
Everybody, that's
fucking
it.
turn it around like that.
Ice Cube chance in hell you got right here. What was the first job?
First job was I think I was a parcel delivery guy, like a runner, like a courier.
Who says that?
In Wilmington.
You just said 5 different words. You could have just said
a bicycle messenger.
Okay.
What?
I don't know if that was my first job though. Either
You
that
gotta
or
go
a
to
golf
prison
course.
for that first. Bike messenger.
I think bike messenger in high school was my first.
And then you hit a golf course.
And then everybody.
What were you doing
Where
there? Oh,
were you bike Hold on. Where were you bike messaging? Like in Wilmington?
Downtown Wilmington. All the legal
That's all the
documents
banks.
that go
Yeah, it's all
around.
bank. Yeah, every corporation's
Go
based
file
on
this in Chancellery Court. Go pick this up at 222 Delaware Ave. Bring it down to the courthouse.
10-speed?
I was mostly on foot.
He's fake pedaling.
Due to the fact that they wouldn't let me ride with training wheels.
I was 7.
But I think they were 10 speeds, yeah.
Okay.
They just had a bunch of bikes in the window of this place. So if you were going way uptown, 10 blocks, you could grab a bike on your way out the door.
Oh, so it was like you went back to home base and then
Between every delivery, yeah.
Really? That's
No, I think independent couriers will have their own thing. Just be
they work for big. He was a big carrier. Big carrier.
man, messenger wars of downtown Wilmington. You wouldn't believe what was going on in the mid-2000s.
Are you being serious?
Oh yeah, like people getting fired from companies, starting their own companies. At some point, there was like 4 different career companies. You don't need that many in the town that small.
You were caught up in the middle of the like Henry Hill.
Catching strays.
There he is, delivering packages on foot. Okay.
What was your first car?
My first car was a hand-me-down from my grandparents. It was a Grand Am.
Nice. What color? What year? Yeah, I know that gold color.
Yeah.
Shit.
Roll windows still.
Good condition when he got it?
What are we talking, like mid-90s?
Probably like a 99, 2001, possibly.
Okay.
That's not bad.
I didn't get my hands on it until college.
Sure, no, until college.
Yeah.
I thought you got it then.
No. I didn't
Was
have
it
the
this
wheels
body
until
style
college.
or that body style? The old or the new? Or none of those?
Was it in good shape when you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
How many miles were it? Do you remember when you got it?
No, probably less than 50,000.
Really? Is that a hand-me-down straight, or was there some money exchange?
I think, as far as I know, my mom could have given my grandparents a couple bucks for it and then just given it to me. But I think she was just tired of picking me up at fucking school for Sunday dinner, you know?
And now you said nobody parked in the shared driveway, so you're parking on the street?
Yeah.
Was there tickets? Was there alternate side parking in it?
Just regular suburban. I mean, that aspect of this neighborhood was suburban. Gotcha. You know what I mean?
All right.
What, I assume there had to be some sort of hacky sack phase.
What makes you say that?
Let's get into that. Let's get into the many personalities.
Yeah, yes.
Sure. I mean, we're on the boardwalk. We're getting our devil sticks, our hacky sack on. You know?
Devil stick, man. That's why that's one of my best friends. This guy.
What age is that?
That's probably the skateboarding era.
So 4th, 5th, whatever grade?
8, 9, 10,
Real
11
Renaissance
years
man.
old.
Okay.
I could do it all.
Still
Give a skateboard and do devil sticks.
Still doing the chain wallet?
That was pretty short-lived. I think that was probably only a
Kept tripping over himself.
2-year phase, maybe. But there's a good chance I was doing devil sticks on the Rehoboth boardwalk with a chain.
Sure.
Yeah.
Any overalls?
I don't think so.
Never overalls.
No.
What about the pants? Was he wearing like the big puffy pants?
I didn't wear
like
the Jenkos, no.
Not Jenkins. There was another UFOs or something. It was a big. Like there were big cargos. They were like real baggy cargos. They were like breakdancers. There was a store called Mr. Rags we used to go to. And it was like a breakdancer clothing store.
Mr. Red.
Any sneakers with no laces on?
Like, man, I took them out.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No.
Was there like a thug phase?
Yes.
Where you were trying to be a gangster?
Yeah.
What did that
Probably.
entail?
Oh, dude, everything, man. Johnny Blaze, Woo Wear, Helly Pal, PND.
Whoa!
Bro,
Talk about a blast, dude. There's a specific, you're a little older for this, there's a specific kind of dirtbag that will wear a Johnny Blaze. That kid, I mean, the fact that your parents were together is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't look back on it fondly, but that's probably the story.
Pele.
Are you selling any bags?
Woo wear? Any woo wear?
Woo Wear. Yeah.
Are you moving any weight?
Not till high school.
Okay.
And by that point, I was probably shopping at Abercrombie.
Okay, let's talk Tushy.
Let's talk clean bee hole. Something you can eat off of.
And you feel fresh back there. Now, you don't feel fresh. You're using toilet paper like you're in the goddamn 1800s.
Sure.
Do yourself a favor. Get Tushy. Get that nice, powerful, yet soft, gentle stream going up your butthole. Cleaning out all the doo-doo back there so you're fresh and you're ready to go. It's 2025. What are we doing here? You're wiping your ass?
It's what animals do.
It's what animals do. Primates.
Reptiles.
Neanderthals.
No, reptiles probably got clean bee holes because you're in and out of the water. Just spruce you up a little bit.
Original Tushy.
Sure. Tushy is the modern bidet attachment that instantly transforms your bathroom habits and butt health for life. Tushy bidet easily attaches to your existing toilet without the need for additional plumbing or electricity. They were nice enough to send them here. I use it. It is fantastic. It is one of those things you feel enlightened. You feel like you were crawling your whole life and now I'm running, baby. It's awesome. It's good time.
Smart.
Instantly improve your health from the bottom up. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet order and they use code GARBAGE at checkout. That's 10% off your first day order at hellodushin.com. Promo code GARBAGE. Do it. Now back to the show. Dude, I mean, listen.
Hey, you got the money.
When I first met Del Calo, this is what, probably 2010-ish, around then. What year did you move to California? You've had so many lives.
2011.
All right, so I probably met you 2010-ish, around then, 2011, 2010. Fucking was one of the coolest dudes in the room.
Wait, when did you move to California?
He had won that I think the competition you put on.
Yeah, after I won $250 on that open mic competition, you guys shipped me out to LA for free.
I did?
No, but he took that industry here and parlayed it into Hollywood.
I don't remember this at all.
Dude,
Really? Thank you, because it was
Wait, was it really a contest that we were running? Or is it you won the helium contest?
No, it was like a March Madness open mic ringer competition. Yeah, and I brought the most.
And we pretended like we were announcers on the side, right?
And you used to stink. Not Del Calo, Foley for the audience.
Wait, so you won $250 from that and you moved to LA, that was it?
I was going to LA either way. With or
That
without
was
the
the
250.
That was the icing on the cake.
Yeah, oh, I thought I could make it after that.
Wait, but when that version of John Del Calo with leather jacket,
oh man,
Harley Davidson, you had a motorcycle?
That thing don't fit anymore. Neither does the motorcycle.
You were super thin, good looking, good headed. Like I was like, this guy's a movie star.
It's so funny you say that. This is the year I turn it all around. So be prepared for me to get back to that look.
And how long were you in LA for? Was that the last time we saw you? Or did you come back?
I came back and did, I'm not there anymore. So I was there for like a year and a half maybe, and then came back 2013, 2012, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I think you guys were probably...
Yeah, we started in New York,
Yeah.
But like that was...
250. See you around, losers.
Suck my dick, nerds.
Ran out of gas money like Texas.
Made it to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Oh man. All right. So that was high school was the Johnny Blaze phase.
7th and 8th grade, big time. Thug phase.
Then Abercrombie in high school, you said, when you started moving units.
Yeah, before the units, I started shopping at Abercrombie, still buying things 3 times too big for me. You know, I had to filter my way into it. I know all those pants fit again.
Still have those clothes?
Everything's going up, China.
I don't know. I don't throw much out. It's probably in my mom's basement. But yeah, thug phase was...
What kind of weight? 20 bags?
Yeah.
Selling some 20s? Smoking some shit?
Grams in college. Nobody was buying fucking eighths. Nobody had $60.
Where'd you go to college?
University of Delaware.
Fighting blue cock.
Whoa. Watch your mouth. It's a lady, all right?
But I wasn't that
What you and your buddies did in your dorm rooms.
Fighting Red Stinger. That's what you did.
Blue Hand. Red
Did you
Caps.
live on campus? How far is that from your house?
20-minute drive.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Run home Sunday for dinner if you wanted to. Do a little laundry.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that was a big part of my mom giving me the car at some point. So they had to come pick me up.
Yes, I just fucking.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this 3 days a week.
Yeah, and at 10 p.m. on a Sunday, they have to fucking drive to Newark, Delaware. Not far, but...
What was the pet situation?
No pets outside of a fishbowl or a hermit crab cage, you know?
Was there a lot of those? Or just like every couple of years?
Fish at the carnival, got the hermit crab at the beach one year, and then...
Fish tank with the filter or just a bowl?
Just a bowl.
So a couple of days.
Maybe. Yeah. Fun to feed those little guys for that period, though, you know?
They're on borrowed time because they got a filter there, dog.
Cloudy ass water.
Just sit in a glass of water.
I did have turtles in college, so...
Wow. In the dorm or in the apartment?
Apartment.
That apartment stinks.
How many turtles?
My sister found one in the park, and I was like, whoa, a turtle. I'm fucking 20 years old. And I'm like, wow, a turtle. I didn't know these were real. And so I got a terrarium and put it in my apartment, and then, got the filter going and all that shit. And then, God, it was stink. Let my friend places.
What was that apartment like? How many bedrooms? How many people?
That specific apartment was fucking sick. It was on top of like an Asian grocery store, and it was 4 bedrooms and my room. It was like a total bachelor pad. My room went up the deck.
Not one lady.
No. 2 at a
Asian
time.
grocery store turtles. Man, sounds like a real swinging spot.
That place had to stink.
Oh yeah, that turtle had plenty of mice for friends. But I had a deck outside of mine.
That's pretty good, dude. 20-year-old with a deck and a turtle. You can't tell me nothing.
Still wearing a medium shirt. Jesus Christ.
Are you selling some 20 bags in college at some time?
Yeah.
Making ends meet.
People coming over, hanging out?
Yeah, I mean,
would you go to them?
If you got the bros and you got 3 friends that are trying to smoke a blunt for over $1 grand, they'll give me $5. I'll go get them 5 myself, get high for an hour, and then do it all over again, baby. You guys know the drill.
That was a cover in your apartment? That's crazy. Wow. Johnny, you are a different level of trash. I'm going to turn it around. Okay. Unless you win a Nobel Peace Prize. In LA and now.
All right. I mean,
what kind of mayonnaise growing up? Was it Hellman's? Was it Miracle Whip?
I don't really fuck with white condiments.
Okay.
But I think we had Hellman's.
What else falls in besides mayo?
Ranch, sour cream.
Whoa, I stand corrected.
Cottage cheese, any of that.
You're the guy who's never had a bowl of cereal.
Yes. Well, at this point I have.
At this point you had. I remember he had never had a bowl of cereal up until a couple of years ago.
You're a picky guy too, right?
Hey, try me this. You fucking weirdo. Wait, what? I am
Yeah.
a picky eater, yes.
I ran a little show for a couple times called New Foods with JDC, where I would have a guest bring me a food that I had never tried. It was cereal with milk. Also, it was the first time
No.
You never, as a kid, you didn't have cereal.
I didn't try milk till college. It wasn't for me.
What?
Yeah, I think my first memory is my mom trying to shove a Cheerio in my mouth. No. So as soon as I could make conscious decisions about food, it was like, they submitted pretty quickly.
So
You're getting McDonald's.
What did you eat for breakfast when you were a kid?
Pop-Tarts, toasted strudels, sometimes my mom would make some eggs or pancakes.
Kids living the fucking. That's kind of a breakfast, right?
I don't know what you like that.
Okay. Real? So would you do dry cereal at any point or no?
I think I tried Cookie Crisp dry, and I was like, this ain't a fucking cookie, brother. What the fuck is
Yeah, I
this?
used to go get a real cookie. What the hell are we doing here?
Wow, that's crazy. Never had a bowl of cereal.
A banana somebody brought to try the first time.
I've never had a banana.
Really? Yeah, now we're talking. I'll never do it again, so you're not missing much.
Thank you. I'm gonna next time they try to get me, I'll say Don Carlo did it for me. He didn't like it. No way.
Put it in a smoothie, blend it up.
Cut to me with devil's stick. Who needs potassium anyway?
Can't land a
Kevin, you are 10% weirder now. And now I know what the barometer of not eating a banana is. This guy's never had cereal? That's woo.
So then what led to the milk in college?
I think some friends were over for dinner with my family. They were like, you seriously have never tried milk as an adult that you can remember? Or like,
yeah.
As a child, yeah. And I think I had a sip of it in front of my friends. It's not bad. It's kind of just like a watery vanilla milkshake, you know what I mean? But back to the tap for it, you know?
So you're not a milk guy?
No, I know you guys are big on milk for dinner. That was my dad's move.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is one normal person. It took you just 48 hours.
Yeah, the milk was flowing that weekend.
Okay. Wow. What other? Okay. I'm a picky eater, but
what was the first bowl of cereal?
Oh, great question.
We did a little trio of 3. One was Honey Nut Cheerios. I think the other was regular Cheerios. Honey Nut, although it's regular, like fucking water.
It's not even cool.
Yeah. Honey Nut Cheerios might as well be candy compared to the other shit. And then
Welcome to Earth.
And then something like one of the cinnamon toast crunch.
Okay. So you just took a couple of bites of each. So they stood around and watched you do this.
Audience
like a science experiment.
We paid $5 to see it.
Man, what a country we live in.
Do you
Step right up, step right in.
Are you flossing every day?
I do not floss.
Never.
decade, maybe.
You go to the dentist regularly?
Haven't now.
Did you have braces as a kid?
I did, yeah.
You have dental insurance now?
I just re-upped my Obamacare and I added dental.
There you go.
Yeah, so I think this year's my year. I only go to the dentist in recent years when I can feel one of my wisdom teeth coming in. And then I go in and I'm like, well, what is it? And they're like, it's a wisdom teeth, same thing as last time. And then they give me a slip for an oral surgeon. And then the pain stops. And now they've all grown in.
Yeah. Mine are in pretty heavy.
Yeah. Never got it taken out? No. Those pills, right?
I used to always say that. Hey, man, when you get it done, we'll take on pills. Save a little something from you. Quit being a bitch.
It don't hurt that bad.
Okay, ever in a lava lamp?
I think during the turtle apartment, I had a lava lamp in there, yeah.
Any turtles?
Needed something to look at.
I'm a hell all day. Anybody, any black light posters or anything at any point?
I don't think so. My sister had them in her drawer growing up, yeah.
Did you ever blow weed in the turtle's face?
I believe so. Yeah.
I was trying to teach him karate.
Come on, Leo, you got this. Yeah. I do believe it was a girl.
If you're driving, what kind of car do you have now?
No car.
No car.
My girlfriend's car.
Your girlfriend's car.
You live in the city.
Yeah.
Live in the city. Okay. If you're driving that, just you, will you drive with headphones in?
No. I have with AirPods a couple times, but I don't make that a habit.
What's she looking around?
That is a Hyundai Santa Fe SUV.
Okay.
Respectable city car.
You like a rotisserie chicken?
Love it.
Okay.
Just had one at Costco last week.
At Costco?
In the parking lot, baby.
Why?
Ate the bones and all. I didn't eat it there. You're not supposed to eat the bones?
Ever...
You and 300 pigeons standing there.
Any Axe body spray at any point?
Oh, yeah, dude. I did the thing that they do in the commercial around the body.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. Like, there's part of me that was like, I wasn't getting laid because I was handsome. I was getting laid because they smelled the Axe body spray. That's how good that marketing was.
Sure.
I was
dude, that would start. I'd start chubbing up in those videos. The broads ripping the guy's clothes off.
God, wasn't it crazy how that went from like such a pleasant smell of like, wow, this smells really good, till just at a certain point in maturity, you're like, this stinks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
it's like so fat. It's so fake. You're
so
like,
baby powder.
Yeah.
It's like, ew.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened. It's got to be psychological because it was the same smell when it first came out. But then after like a couple of years, everybody using it and the weed and the this, you're just like, God, this fucking stinks. Are you a cologne guy now?
I am not, but you know, if I pick up a GQ every once in a while, I'll rub my wrist on the inside. You know.
Sure. Are there any milk crates in your apartment at the moment?
There certainly are.
Yeah.
And they're filled with GQs.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is GQ your thing?
I had every episode, every issue for about 20 years.
Why?
The year 2020 to the year 2020, or year 2000 to the year 2020.
Why?
Really?
Subscription.
Just like GQ?
Yeah, I like reading the articles. I like getting style inspiration. How do you think I dress like a fucking teenager from the future now?
He is a stylist. You were ahead of. He used to show up to an open mic, and I'd be like, "Who the fuck?" I would take pictures and make fun of him. This guy showed up with a fanny pack 11, 12 years ago to an open mic.
13 years ago.
You might be the first guy I ever saw wear like a Marc Jacobs leather jacket. Remember that one leather jacket that you had?
Yeah.
It didn't have the collar.
It had a white. It was like a motorcycle jacket.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He was a cool guy.
Do you guys remember me wearing that? I don't even remember.
I wanted to
wearing that.
be you, John.
That was all GQ.
I gotta get myself a G. Hey, look, get a subscription here. I need a couple of tips.
So you have a collection of 20-year GQ magazines in your apartment.
It's the bane of my girlfriend's existence. Yeah.
And why?
Don't throw those out. Those are good.
You don't want to throw them out?
Not cologne in there.
I think it's a cool time capsule to hold on to, you know? I don't have any fucking records or anything. CDs are all in the fucking Goodwill.
When you have children?
She'll sleep on them. She'll use them for fire.
Oh, man, you're going to be leafing through those with her one day like, eh, pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, and that's what inspired me to wear a scarf that summer.
This is an MP3 player.
If you and the lady go out to a nice dinner now, okay,
Talking Wawa.
Next question.
I'm talking every third birthday for her.
Sure. Do you have a spot that you like? Is there any casual dining spots that maybe you went as a kid, your parents take you, or that you have an affection for now?
I think you know well that I'm a chain restaurant guru.
I would not push back on that thing.
And like live in a city with plenty of nice restaurants and
Sure.
places. I will be like, hey, you're gonna go to Chili's in Cherry Hill. And that's like
Chariot's a nice one.
yeah, that's a parking lot.
It's a parking. That's big.
Yeah. If I get the inkling, we usually end up going to a chain restaurant.
And Chili's would be the top?
Chili's. I mean, I'll go to these places by myself. I'll sit at the bar at Chili's and order fucking nachos. And
Have a beer?
Yeah. I went to Olive Garden by myself a couple weeks ago. I'm not fucking around. I walked in there, the server gave my table. I was like, I'm going to take the tour of Italy. But here's what I'm here for. I'm making 12 breadsticks and 4 bowls of soup before I even touch that entree. She was bringing me soups 2 at a time.
Did you do it?
Played ball.
Did you knock it out of the park?
Had some breadsticks to bring home, but I did polish all 4 bowls of soup, and I picked the lady.
That's pretty good. What kind of soup?
Soup at Toscano. There's kale in there. It might as well be a
25%
salad.
of 13. Wait a minute.
I was
He likes soup.
floating out of that place. And guess what? I had a full meal when I got home the next day.
Yeah. Okay.
Was this lunch?
This
This is the way home from church.
This was dinner. If I get in a little, me and the lady aren't talking for a couple hours, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna go to Trader Joe's, but I'm really just gonna work by myself.
You'll do that. You say, hey, I got something. You'll go blow up some steam at the garden.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the last place you ordered takeout from?
Just picking up Burger King last night. Count?
If that's your answer, then yes.
If I ordered on the app, it counts, right?
Well, you got the Burger King app.
Brother, I got 30 food apps.
And you rolled it.
Let's go.
You want to roll through them?
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go with food. You know it's food because it's labeled food.
Okay.
Front row, we got everything else. There's 9 there.
There's Domino's. Wait, go back. Let's see. You got Domino's, Wawa, Honey Grow. I don't know what that is. I think I
Honey Grow's great.
DoorDash and Green from you got everyone possible. Go Puff. Then you got Slice, Little Caesars, Pizza Hut, Chipotle.
I saved $3 on a pie with that app, all right?
Shake Shack, Sheets. Dude, you don't live within 100 miles of a Sheets.
Well, when I'm there, I'm ordering ahead of time.
He's got the Chili's, you got the Annie, you get pretzel that.
What? At the mall? They don't have computers there.
I downloaded it for one purchase at an outlet.
Okay.
I got like a free smoothie or something.
You got a Wingstop. You got
here's the
dude, this is it. Dunkin', Taco Bell, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, Jack in the Box.
I don't live anywhere near Jack.
I love it, Jack.
Chick-fil-A, Arby's, KFC.
Some more.
What's that?
Some grocery store stuff.
Wegmans, Lidl, Acme, Mr. Salt. You got the Mr. Salty app, Papa John's, and Applebee's.
That way you're not going to chase the truck down the street.
That's where the truck comes to me.
Wait, does it?
I forget.
Mr. Softy.
I thought I
Drop
could.
a pin.
I thought I could locate a truck with the app. I don't think it works like that. Ended up having to go to the brick and mortar location in Jersey.
Brick and mortar, Mr. Softy.
Year round, baby. Ben Saw could be something.
Shout out to Ben.
Do you live in Jersey?
No,
I frequent it.
I go there 3 times a week though, just to park in a parking lot. It's nice over there. You got the mall, you got Costco, Wegmans, Trader Joe's.
Wow. Okay.
What the fuck?
Am I doing good?
Hey, buddy, you're doing great.
I don't want to tell you different. God, that's a lot of. All right, let's. I mean, you're a connoisseur of these type of things. We talk about a lot on the show. Let's say you're at your local mall, maybe not the do the Cherry Hill Mall, whatever. At your local mall, you're in your local mall food court. It's about 5 p.m. You're hungry. You're not the wife's work or whatever. You're just going like it's just you tonight.
You're at the mall by yourself for whatever reason.
What are you hitting in the mall food court?
First thing I'm doing, bury me with an Annie Ann's original with salt and a Jamba Juice strawberries wild on the other.
That's just to
all
get
right?
things going.
That's just to find the food good. That's just to get there.
And I've located the store on my app. I've located the NES.
And then if it's din time,
Yeah.
I'm going.
If it's soupy blood,
I'm going probably like a chicken teriyaki place.
Really?
With the fried rice and the they make it with this. It's the one that always has the longest line.
Sure. Are you
Straight up chicken? You just give it a chicken teriyaki and chicken rice.
Are you a free sample, man? Would you take a little toothpick?
I'll do a lap. Whoever's got the toothpicks out. I'm usually not buying there, if that's the case. You know. Why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free, buddy?
I'm not really in the market right now.
Free toothpick, though.
Got my tour of Italy out.
You pull up. I haven't. I got something stuck in my teeth. You have a toothpick? Oh, there's chicken on there? Oh. All right. Okay. That's respectable.
The double stop is wild. The Jamba Juice and then the pretzel.
You need something to wash that salty pretzel down.
You
bro.
won't have the lemonade at Annie Ann's or anything like that?
Every once in a while.
Have you ever had that breakfast?
At the airport? Yeah. I have had that at the airport. Sausage, egg, and cheese on a pretzel roll.
It's pretty
salt.
It's pretty
It's too much salt for breakfast sandwich, but I get it down.
I like the cinnamon ones, the little Swiss cinnamon nuggets.
You're a dessert boy.
Ooh, I like the sweets.
Okay.
Any vacations now to speak of? Have you and your girl ever gone away?
Yeah. I drag her to the Sierra Nevada mountains every single year. For the most
Right. You're an
part.
outdoorsy guy.
Yeah, I like to go to Yosemite or Tahoe. Started with her in a tent for the first couple years.
Okay.
Now she hasn't slept in a tent in a number of years, so we're on the hotel tip in the mountains now. But if she had it her way, we would go to
What do you eat out there?
Miami or something, some beach.
Mm-hmm. She don't got it her way.
Yeah, no, she doesn't.
What do you eat out there? Will
if
you
I'm,
camp
if
out?
I'm camping?
Yeah, you'll do the hot dogs or whatever.
Yeah. If I'm just doing 2 nights, I'll just grab a pack of hot dogs and some chips or something like that.
You would do that if you were staying in your apartment.
Got some Annie Ann's in here.
What? Tracking down a Mr. Softy through the Sierra Nevada mountains. Shh, I think I hear him.
He's going to get stuck going over Donner Pass.
What? There's no way that truck can make that turn. Dead man's elbow or whatever.
He's stuck in the mud. Get him.
We're all eating waffle cones today, baby.
What are you cooking at the house, if any, or what are you eating at the house that's not takeout per se? Like, what's that looking like?
If I'm cooking, I made filet mignon the other night.
Whoa, what?
Filet mignon with some.
That's what the Burger King beef patties went to?
Some heirloom carrots, some scalloped potatoes.
Whoa!
Carrots were from Trader Joe's. Scalloped potatoes were just a microwavable.
Okay.
Plastic dish.
From Trader Joe's?
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
Not bad.
All their stuff like that's top shelf.
Heat up some ciabatta rolls, some par-baked ciabatta rolls. But that's about, I order food most of the time.
Are you guys eating together a lot?
A couple days a week, yeah.
He answered, "Oh, you were a jerk off."
Why are you gonna make me say this?
I mean,
okay.
Different schedules?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Different
we are
lifestyles, I believe.
two ships passing in the night.
Different world.
We are 2 ships passing in the afternoon.
And you're eating on the couch in front of the TV, I would assume? Or you sit at the table?
If the baby's eating in the high chair, if Maggie cooked something for the baby to eat, we'll all eat around the kitchen counter.
Now, the fillets, they weren't just for you, right? They were for you and her.
Yeah,
Okay.
2-pack. I wish they sold them in ones.
You gotta make her one then.
$20 for 2 little fucking nice medallions. Thick boys, too. Ended up coming out rare.
He's such a strange combination.
I know.
It's
crazy.
I can't believe you know what an heirloom carrot is. Which I think you're thinking heirloom tomato. Are there heirloom carrots?
I don't know if they're called heirloom carrots.
I don't think they are.
They're
Heirloom
carrots of
is
many colors.
The
purple ones, the yellow ones.
Confirmed
All right.
heirloom.
Wow. That's a nice pull.
The purple ones.
Yeah, I like the purple ones. Yeah.
You're nuts. You won't drink milk, but you eat a purple carrot? That is upside down in my brain. That's nuts, dude.
You won't eat a purple carrot?
I will, but you don't. I think in my head, I would draw the line
It's
at.
got enough ketchup on it.
I'll fuck with carrots. I'll eat anything in a soup. If you put it in a soup,
You're a soupy guy.
Or if it's fried. Oh, it's food if it's fried.
Number one. Have to gun to your head. Fast food chain. Only one for the rest of your life.
It's good Taco Bell.
Okay.
Taco Bell has been treating me pretty nicely. Out of the Air Bingo cluster of fast food places, they really take their time and really put some care into the package you're getting.
I mean,
can you whistle?
Yes, but not well.
Can you whistle with your fingers?
No.
Are you double jointed?
What does this mean?
whoa, he's popping and locking.
That's all I got.
That's nice. I feel I can feel the click.
Is there an urgent care near here?
And/or an Olive Garden.
That bowl of soup, I'm gonna get my head on straight.
Ever been bitten by a dog?
Not to break skin. I mean, we've all been nipped by a dog. That's too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have you?
Such a terrible thing. He broke his skin.
I would classify that as a bite.
Now I gotta get a tetanus shot.
When was the last time you were at a Renaissance fair?
Never.
Whoa! Wouldn't have guessed that.
Really?
Have you had poison ivy in the last 365 days?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Have you ever cut the sleeves off a hoodie?
Not a hoodie, no.
And when was the last time you ordered or got a fireball?
Oh, man. Over 5 years.
Okay.
Probably longer. That's not for me. I don't drink liquor at all, so.
Okay.
You keep beers in the house?
Rarely, if like I brought them home, like leftover party or something like that.
How's that happen?
If we're out drinking on my porch, and I'm like, I might want these 6 when I get home. I'll take them home. I only have 1 when I get home, and then I got 5 in the fridge.
You take the beers back to the party?
We're living a dirtbag lifestyle over on my buddy's porch, all right? You think
buddy's porch? I don't think it's connected to a house.
You think he needs 40 more legs? He drinks too much as it is.
Has there ever been a time when you went over and hung out at that porch and didn't go into the house?
No.
Run into payers.
A certain backyard porch, yeah. That I have gone over and not entered the house, yeah.
That's trespassing.
I don't typically keep beer in the fridge.
Okay.
You open your eyes underwater?
I think I do, yeah.
Any of the baby snacks that you particularly enjoy?
Not yet, no.
Have you given the baby soup yet?
I don't think so. No. Today's the day.
You have a passport?
Expired.
What?
Yeah.
You have an expired passport?
And two over-expired to redo. I have to go through the whole process again.
Oh my, that's like losing your license.
Yeah.
Whoa. I don't think I've ever met anybody with an expired passport.
Seriously?
The spies.
When did it expire?
I got it when I was probably 20, so it expired about 10 years ago.
10 years.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I went to London.
Hello.
The first trip, and I've been to Costa Rica and Canada as well.
Okay. Costa Rica. What are you doing down there?
Studying abroad.
Really?
And doing some schoolwork.
I mean, I don't know.
What?
Yeah, this guy's Delaware trash.
Man, climbing the charts quickly.
That's crazy.
Coming in out of nowhere.
It was the shared driveway. I knew it.
That's
the least of your worries.
When we got to the repetition of at one point.
Oh, yeah.
You were in a lot of trouble.
My dad owned this at one point, but his grandfather owned that at one point.
Gang, and you can hear him every week in this amazing podcast, Little Stickers, Mr. John Belton.
Yeah. Thank you
100%. Grade A. Duty free. Delaware.
Tax-free trash, baby.
I had a feeling.
Bike messenger on foot. Hey, you doing? What do you got coming up? What do you want the folks start turning out?
Oh, man, follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Johnny Delco, JONNYDELCO. I'll be in Cincinnati in April 4th and 5th at the Comet in Cincinnati.
There you go.
And me and the other little stinkers, Mike Rainey and Jake Patera, will be at the Independent Comedy Theater in Detroit.
Yes, I hear it's a great venue.
On May 19th. It could be the 16th.
Okay.
It's Friday, I believe the 16th of May.
Gotcha.
So
I
come
love
check
it.
us out.
Love it.
Buddy, we love you. That was a fucking home run. Give me what you got for us.
Guys, we announced new tour dates. All tickets available at RUGarbage.com, where it's a run through the Midwest, Atlantic City. Get your tickets while so.
Johnny, we love you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks so much. I love you guys.
Gang, we love you. We'll see you next week. Peace.
After spending several hours finally playing Assassin's Creed Shadows after multiple delays, the next entry keeps up with the satisfying action and traversal that the series is known for, but it also showcases a sharper eye for world building and giving its two protagonists their time in the spotlight. From my time sneaking through fortresses, taking in the sweeping vistas of the open world, and pulling off slick combat finishers, I got to see just how developer Ubisoft Quebec has improved its balancing act of satisfying action, RPG systems, and rewarding open-ended exploration in a captivating new setting that's been long overdue. Since Assassin's Creed Origins in 2017, the series has stayed comfortably within the realm of the open-world RPG, offering an expanded scope and narrative decisions to alter the course of the story. While this shift has led to some growing pains for the franchise, it has gotten a better handle on the additional layers to gameplay without compromising the fantasy of being an ancient assassin. With Shadows, the latest attempt at an Assassin's Creed RPG shows that Ubisoft may have also cracked the code on the role-playing element with its two unique protagonists, something the series has struggled to present in a way that hasn't muddied the narrative waters.
Yes, Steve. It'll be quick, my friend.
Shadows sets its sights on a new mystery deep within a revamped Animus program. In this new simulation, we focus on feudal-era Japan and the secret history of both Yosuke, an historical African slave who became a full-fledged samurai, and Naoe, a female shinobi taking up the mantle of her father's legacy. The pair eventually team up to navigate a radically changing 1500s Japan, rubbing shoulders with other historical allies such as Oda Nobunaga and Kuroda Kanbei, while taking down a shadowy cabal of warlords manipulating the country's attempt at unification from within.
It is possible you hold ulterior motives beyond reconstruction. Yeah. One of Kanbei's dogs. Kill them!
I spent most of my playtime exploring Harima Province, one of the early zones that featured a quest line involving an insidious plot to undermine the region's power structure. The world of Assassin's Creed Shadows is massive, but thankfully not to the ridiculous size of Valhalla. That said, plenty of opportunities were packed in this province, and the viewpoints to observe nearby points of interest helped steer me in the right direction. A general theme I found compelling was how Shadows emphasized harmonizing with the open world, a cultural element the developers wanted to highlight with the Japanese setting.
For all those we care about.
This theme also extends to the side activities and how the world changes over time with shifting seasons that alter the terrain. Shadows ditches the need for hunting, and instead, you can find and draw rare wildlife found in the wild. It was an odd activity at first, but I found them endearing and a relaxing change of pace. I soon found myself being taken in by how atmospheric and thoughtful the setting was. Shadows also emphasizes the dynamic between the two protagonists and their agency within the world after bonding over being outcasts within the country. I really enjoyed their dynamic within the story, and they play well with each other during cutscenes. Yasuke is a gentle giant and wise samurai enforcer who offers some poignant insights while learning about Japanese culture.
The rains will continue in a different form. Another battle, same war.
Naoe's growth into an assassin with a heavy legacy to uphold shows an early look at the dramatic highs of the main story. You're free to switch off characters in the open world and during moments in the main story, letting you play as who you want in most key missions.
You're right. Let's do it.
But in an interesting addition, you also have the option of playing in canon mode, which presents a defined story without major narrative choices, which was added after developers saw how many fans were debating what the definitive story was for Valhalla and Odyssey.
So it is you.
Yasuke and Naoe also represent the different extremes of Assassin's Creed's combat and stealth experiences, which have also seen clear upgrades across the board in Shadows. For combat, there's a heightened need for dodging and parrying strikes, crucial to piercing through armor to deliver a killing blow. It injects Ghost of Tsushima's offensive and defensive style of swordplay, but it also has familiar AC combat skills such as power grabs and the always funny kick move I used plenty of times. I generally felt pleased with the more thoughtful approach to combat. However, it also comes with more challenges, which unexpectedly made some of the encounters in the game feel a bit more difficult.
HERS customers report losing over 9 pounds in their first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. You can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan for as little as $165 per month if prescribed. Lose weight your way at 4hers.com.
Flight risk. In the director's chair.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, you're an accomplished actress. No need to tell you what to do. Just hit your mark. Whoa! Stop! No, cut. Michelle, no, I said hit your mark, not hit mark. Please, stop! Oh, did somebody see if Mark's okay?
Flight risk.
I don't like that.
Now playing only in theaters.
Shadows also struggled to present fights with multiple foes accurately, and it can be easy to get overwhelmed by enemies coming in off-screen. Still, when the new combat in Shadows hits, it certainly does hit. What impressed me most was the revamped stealth gameplay, which appropriately incorporates elements from Ubisoft's other stealth action series, Splinter Cell.
That should be all of them.
With the new visibility meter, you can see how open you are.
I need to slow down, identify my target.
Furthermore, there's a greater emphasis on light and darkness. You can even snuff out candles to add some cover. My favorite addition is the ability to go prone, which, as you can expect, is a game changer for stealth. Playing stealth with Naoe was so satisfying, and it does well to showcase just how much that gameplay style has improved. While both characters can combat and stealth, they also have clear limitations. For instance, Yasuke is a formidable fighter and is capable of ambushing enemies. However, his large stature is not ideal for advanced stealth. In addition to being incapable of climbing certain areas, he's also not great at performing the leap of faith.
It's harder than
attacks. As for Naue, she's a skilled assassin with access to a grappling hook and smoke bombs. However, her nimble combat style is far more reliant on parrying and dodging, and one hit from an elite enemy's heavy strike can take a chunk of her health bar. While pulling off Naue's combat skills was satisfying, I often had to resist the urge to take out every enemy and run for it when things got out of hand. Continuing with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you can manage and upgrade a base of operations. As you recruit allies, they'll head to your hideout to open up shops and offer new side missions that incentivize revisits to previous zones. But Shadows takes this feature a step further by allowing you to build out your custom village in the vein of Animal Crossing. The Town Builder mode offers plenty of options to add necessities and some personal touches to the hideout. I spent an unexpected amount of time building more housing and decorating my space with Shinto shrines and pets, such as cats and tanuki. There are also side activities, such as a visually striking meditation minigame to help you earn additional perks. It's an unexpectedly cozy side activity for an AC game, and I was quickly taken in by how satisfying it was to walk around a massive village I had made in a reasonably short time. So far, Assassin's Creed Shadows is shaping up to be a solid follow-up to Ubisoft's ambitious Valhalla. Even if the familiar crop of open-world bugs and quirks popped up during my time, I still found a great deal to appreciate with Shadows and its world building. While this conceit is not an uncommon backdrop for video games, which can be easy to mess up with insensitive representation, Assassin's Creed Shadows so far does well to justify its take on an open-world RPG set during this culturally rich era, especially in its handling of the two protagonists. With the release finally coming soon, I'm eager to see how Ubisoft's take on Assassin's Creed's journey to Japan will come together. For more on the latest upcoming games during this busy opening of 2025, check out our final preview of Civilization 7. And of course, for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Out of my face, or I'm gonna roundhouse you.
This is so exciting. What a beautiful star. What is it? There is so much to do in Infinity Nikki. So much that it can sometimes be overwhelming. It's not long after you learn to run and jump that you're introduced to multiple in-game currencies, countless menus, and hundreds of adorable clothing pieces, accessories, and makeup options. A lot of that is inherent to the Nikki games, a dress-up gacha series that was previously mobile only. It's now on PC and PlayStation 5 as well, swapping the static menus of its predecessors to an impressive open world packed to the brim. It's rare to see a series make such a huge leap, but Infinity Nikki has somehow done so with grace, landing firmly on 2 feet, clad in a pair of sparkling heels.
They're flying away! So can we.
Nikki games have always been about building out a wardrobe and dressing up the pink-haired Nikki in any way you choose. And Infinity Nikki doesn't change up that formula, even as it expands into a sandbox world. It has the signature saccharine visuals, outfits ranging from the basic to the fantastical, and the trademark positivity mixed with occasional melancholy in its story. She's still accompanied by her best friend and traveling companion Momo, and there's dense fantasy lore that sometimes introduces surprisingly serious stakes for a game about cute clothes.
You've got a deal. I'm gonna capture every single stunning moment of Nikki's great adventure.
The world of Mirrorland is lush and colorful,
and every element is designed to be as delightful as possible. Flowers glow and NPCs greet you with enthusiasm. It rains, but it never gets gloomy. Even the enemies are designed to be unassuming, with the most threatening you might encounter being a giant walking boulder. You don't even fight these enemies. Instead, you non-violently purify them with a ball of energy. If you didn't know better, you'd think that every character lives on a diet of frosting-coated ice cream cake covered in sprinkles. That's how sugary the world feels, minus the little bits of ruin sneaking into its corners, like in the Queen's Palace at the start of the story about war and refugees, expertly peppered in. But that's Nikki for you, and it rides this line well. Infinity Nikki's incredibly varied but usually bubbly style is most apparent in its clothing. Nikki truly looks stunning all the time, and developer Infold Games has put immense detail into every outfit. In close-ups, you can practically see each stitch and rhinestone, and when she runs or hops, the way her clothes sway looks just like real fabric. Sometimes it's worth floating down from a high platform just to watch your dress flow in the air. Infinity Nikki hits that same quality of cuteness everywhere else too. For example, various fauna are fluffy, round, and sometimes given absurd names, like these dogs that are officially called floofs. An unlockable ability outfit lets you gently groom these critters to collect their fluff and feathers for crafting clothes, and each animal gets a short wash and their own unique, aggressively cute animation when you do. Thankfully, the Nikki games have never been one note either. One moment can have an always optimistic and soft-spoken Nikki using her styling prowess to help someone take a picture of a flower, and the next, she's dressing up like a police officer to interrogate a suspect in a vast conspiracy involving false wishes putting people into comas.
Nikki, you're amazing. If it were me, I would have gotten tricked.
This emotional whiplash between light and dark isn't anything new for the Nikki series, but it works particularly well in Infinity Nikki because it helps you care about a fantasy story with a tough-to-follow mythos. It's also great for a laugh. Who knows why a town is asking a young, pink-haired girl they just met to interrogate a prisoner? Just roll with it.
And by his will, I, the Wishing Queen, will ensure everyone's wishes come true!
The only distraction from this setup are the bugs. Audio can cut over time or not come in at all, and there were a few areas where you could fall through the floor. The important part, however, is that none of these issues took away from the overall enjoyment. Your goals are so open-ended and there's so much to do that there's always enough to keep you busy. Infinity Nikki sucks you in with a world just packed with things to do that reveal themselves masterfully over dozens and dozens of hours. You start off in some ruins outside the town of Florawish, collecting items and chatting with various characters. Soon, you'll learn about Whim Stars, special items scattered around the world that allow you to work your way through Nikki's skill tree. Some are simply in hard-to-reach places, but others will be disguised as animals you need to groom, blocked by enemies you must purify, or locked behind simple puzzles to solve. And that's not even going into collecting these glowing crystals called bling, or just exploring for the sake of it. Outside of the fashion, Infinity Nikki is at its best in how it lures you off the beaten path. As you walk, bike, or fly around the map, you can easily get lost purifying monsters, petting horses, exploring caves, or just finding out if that conspicuously big leaf is actually a trampoline. It may look like other fantasy games, but little touches like the satisfyingly floaty double jump let you explore in a slightly different way. You could spend hours running around Florawish, but venturing elsewhere is always worth it. For example, going to the rival town Stoneville swaps the floofs for off-brand St. Bernards called bowlers. You'll also find different enemies that reward new crafting supplies, and, if you're interested, new lore. And because Infinity Nikki has no deadlines and nothing like the level gating of an RPG open world, you're truly free to do whatever you want. Despite also being on both PS5 and PC, Infinity Nikki is still a free-to-play mobile game at its heart. And like many of that ilk, it has lots of different currencies to spend across many different menus. So much so that it can be hard to keep track of them all. You might not even know what these goals entail, you just know that doing something will reward you. For example, there are weekly tasks you can fulfill to get experience in Mira's Journey, which is just a fancy name for Infinity Nikki's Battle Pass. But rather confusingly, your Mira's Journey levels are not the same as your Mira level. Thankfully, you don't actually need to know how any of these systems work right away in order to make forward progress. Speaking of which, if you thought the menus were tough to keep straight, the countless currencies are even trickier. Bling is the main one, and can be easily obtained, while diamonds are a premium currency used to purchase special outfits or unlock resonite crystals, which are then used for a gacha system that might grant you pieces from a wide array of outfits, including 4 incredibly fantastical 5-star options. Then there's Stellarite, which is purchased with real-world money and can be used to buy diamonds and other exclusive outfits directly. There might be too many currencies, but it's all in service of Infinity Nikki's endgame, collecting as many outfits as possible, whether you're using real money or not. Infinity Nikki's microtransaction strategy simply takes advantage of your FOMO. You can craft and pick up plenty of stunning, intricate outfits without ever spending a dime, but the coolest outfits will always either cost money or be in the gacha pool. And why grind for currency when you can just spend real-world money to get the outfit of your dreams? And when the most expensive outfit currently available can cost slightly less than $50, things can quickly get out of control for your wallet if you don't budget wisely, as the Infinity Nikki store reminds you at the top of the menu. That's the pitch, at least. But importantly, none of the outfits you can win from a pack or nab with a lucky pull are required if you want to move forward. Getting a fancy outfit might make it easier to win stylist encounters, which ask you to earn the most points you can by meeting specific prompts with the clothes you wear, but those are pretty easy to succeed at without them. And with no PvP styling competitions like in previous Nikki games, these outfits are essentially just for your own enjoyment. So spending real money is not something you have to do. However, it's tough to say how obnoxious these systems will be in practice. The review copy provided by Infold came with a huge amount of both diamonds and bling, so that we could test everything out. But that also makes it trickier to say how this economy will fare over time. Free-to-play games often make it easy to get currencies at the start, and then slow things down further in, and that's also been the case in the other Nikki games. But even if you don't spend a dime, it's easy to find at least a few dozen hours of excellent exploration and adventure here for free before you start to notice any roadblocks approaching.
It's not often I get to register such a bright, talented young stylist like you.
Infinity Nikki is the peak free-to-play dress-up game. It still has a few too many currencies and all the gacha pools you would expect from its mobile roots, but it's all in service of building a gorgeous, gigantic wardrobe worth getting excited about. It features some of the most intricate and detailed outfits in any game, and while unlocking them can require a lot of grinding or some real-world money, that just means time spent joyfully exploring its packed open world. There's always something new and either cute or bizarrely dark to discover, and you'll still be unraveling secrets after dozens of hours. Infinity Nikki is perfectly girly positivity rolled up in a pink and sparkling package, and regardless of whether that is something you wanted, it might just be what you need. For more, check out our reviews.
What's up guys, this is Hylian Mum, and today in Subnautica Below Zero, I'm going to show you how to find a root pustule. So these are found in the Arctic kelp caves. There are 2 Arctic kelp forests. One is in an east-southeast direction, and you're going to go about 350 to 500 meters away from your drop pod depending where you landed. The other forest is in a southwest-west direction, about 200 to 400 meters away from your drop pod. So I'm going to be going to the west one today, and I'm going to be using my Sea Glide as a map when I am in the Arctic kelp caves. So I'm just going a little deep into the Arctic kelp forest till I can find the holes that will lead down into the Arctic kelp caves. I believe we have one right here. Here we go. So I'm just going to head down here and be wary of the crash fish, which do hang out here, as well as the sea monkeys, which like to steal your stuff. And as we go down, you want to find the central hub area. So you can see on your Sea Glide map that all the tunnels will come and meet up in the center. Excuse me, I'm trying to do a video here. Thank you very much. So we are going to be following it to that central hub, where we will find these root globule or pustules, depending what they're called. Here we go. Root pustule. There we are. So right here in the central area room, it'll be the same thing with the other Arctic kelp forest. You just want to come and find where all the roots connect and get larger and thicker
Warning,
here.
passing
And that will
100
be your
meters.
root pustules.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
I hope this helps anybody who was confused or looking for them. As always, guys, be kind, be legendary, and may the Triforce always be with you. Kylie and Mum, out.
Hello.
Legends on 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Go there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hmm.
Damn satellite hasn't passed by in a while. I guess that was your doing.
The only one in the family who knew what to do with vague directions in Old Wire.
She was an original, that sister of yours. First time I met her, I was sure she was Altera through and through, not a crease in her uniform. Sending those damn bird bots to spy everywhere.
Please be like 3 minutes.
Maybe you've been looking for the Architect artifacts because you want to get ion batteries and power cells unlocked quickly. Maybe you just want the Quantum Locker. Or maybe you really want to be Architect Master and scan them all. Regardless, you're looking for the Architect artifacts in Below Zero. While Alan does help you find these, he can be a bit slow. So in this video, I'm going to give you a fast run through of all the Architect artifact locations in Subnautica Below Zero. First though, let's take a look at what tech you get unlocked from scanning these. On your second scan, you will unlock the Quantum Locker. This is like the Ender Chest in Minecraft. And basically gives you multiple lockers you can place around the world, which will all have the same shared inventory. On your fourth scan, you unlock the Recyclotron, which lets you take crafted materials and recycle them back to their components. Useful for breaking down accidentally crafted items or just found items you don't need. Scan number 6 will give you the unlock for the ion batteries and ion power cells. Scan number 10 will unlock the Sea Truck teleportation module and associated tether tool. Any scans over 10 does nothing but add to your scan collection for becoming Architect Master. Now, some of these artifacts appear in multiple places, so I'm just going to go through them quickly in alphabetical order. First up, the alien statue, which you can find in the Kappa mining site. This is right as you pass through the large prawn suit docking station area. You're going to take the left tunnel. You'll see it in the middle of a bunch of lights, so go ahead, grab a quick scan. There is also a second alien statue inside the Deep Lily Pads cache, but this is not a scannable artifact. The array module can be found in the Arctic Kelp Caves. This is the easiest one to find probably because it is in the caves that have the opening right next to the emergency supply cache. Just dive down from the cache and keep going as low as you can. The energy generator you'll find in the Glacial Bay. From the Phi Robotics dock, head along under the land bridge that leads to the Altera Bridge, and you'll go around a curve and then see light sticks ahead of you. The fossil excavator is easy to find once you find the Mercury 2 thruster section. From the Mercury 2, just dive straight down and look for the green lights. You should be able to find it easily. There is also a small Architect site here with an ion cube next to this, as well as some spiral plants in this area, making it a very good place to get some clippings. The greenhouse you'll find in the Arctic Spires. Heading from the Altera Bridge, take the rightmost path. You will pass right by Thumper Site 2 and go over the frozen river. The easiest path to follow from here is to head right up the middle incline and into the cave. You can also reach the location from 2 other cave entrances, but I feel the way I've shown is the easiest to follow. There are 2 ground sampler locations, with the first one being in the East Arctic. You can find this in the middle of 3 large iceberg formations, one of which is the iceberg where Marguerite's greenhouse is located. In this area, just dive down, avoiding the Chelicerate, and you'll get a notification for an active volcano. Go into the volcano's caldera opening and you'll find the first ground sampler. The second ground sampler is found in the Tree Spires. There are 2 of the large vent gardens in this area, and the ground sampler is found in the caverns beneath the southernmost vent garden. The marine life analyzer will be found in the lily pad caves. In the lily pads, find the Architect power cable strewn across the landscape and follow it to where it's broken. The floating piece of rock with the piece of broken cable on it is right above the cave entrance to this. Go into the entrance and stick to the right, working your way down. If you start seeing light sticks, you're going the wrong way. Just keep going down and to the right until you find the MLA at the bottom of a pit. The material analysis station can be found very easily at Delta Island. Start at Delta Dock and head around to the eastern side of the island. You are looking for not the first beach section with penguins, but the third. You will know it's the right one because there is an exposed section of stairs in the cliffs above it. Head into the cave where you can see the thermal lily. The mineral distillery is found in the thermal spires. This is close to where the thermal spires transition into the purple vents. There are 2 small entrances you can use to get to this artifact, but probably the easier one to notice is the one with the oxygen plant. Both ways, however, are right next to the artifact. There are 2 obelisk scans, and the first one is at the deep twisty bridges. This is hidden far down and hidden far back inside a tunnel. The second obelisk you can find in some of the Arctic kelp caves. This cave is right at the edge of where you start to see the eye jellies coming in. There are multiple entrances here, so just pick one and keep going down until you reach the bottom. The satellite is another easy one and can be found atop one of the icebergs adjacent to the iceberg where you find Marguerite's greenhouse. This makes it a great one to snag at the same time you go and grab the ground sampler in the volcano below. Finally, we have the water analysis station, with the first one being in the Arctic kelp caves. This cave can be a little hard to find because the opening for it is in the middle of a lot of creek pipe. But once you find it, you're going to have to head down as deep as you can go. Be careful looking around because the openings for the deepest section where the artifact sits are a little bit smaller, so you might miss them. You can find the second water analysis station in the purple vents. This is actually a pretty easy one to find because there's a chelicerae there and is guarding a long crevice where you find several sea truck module scans. Dive down and go past the purple vents in this area. If you see the Altera container, then you need to turn around, head past the purple vent, and then go to the left. And that is all 15 Architect artifacts in Subnautica Below Zero. Again, you only need to scan 10 to get all the unlocks, so you only want to scan all 15 in order to become Architect Master. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe and go watch another video.
We make USAA for homeowners who like being ready. That's why we have safety tips for things like fires, home security, and USAA insurance just in case. USAA, what you're made of, we're paid for.
what to make of the next administration, what to make of what's going to happen with the fires, and how two famous people have decided to stay friends despite feeling so differently about Trump. Adam Carolla.
A lot of the time, video games aren't meant to be high art. They're meant to serve a purpose, and a lot of the time they do. But sometimes, they're just way stupider than they need to be. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 of the dumbest games ever. Starting off with number 10, Nathan Morgan Dilemma. It's the world's worst detective versus the most incoherent criminals in Nathan Morgan Dilemma. Wait, you're telling me you don't know about the world-famous detective Nathan Morgan? Strap in, folks. There is so much to talk about here. So, the professor has been murdered, and it's up to you, world-famous detective Nathan Morgan, to investigate the clues, interrogate the suspects, and crack the case. In theory, that's what's supposed to happen. In reality, you're wandering around completely lost, pixel hunting for clues that seem to appear randomly while trying to decipher some utterly incoherent dialogue. It's all pre-made assets and AI voiceover, which would suck in a real game, but when combined with the 3 times through Google Translate caliber script, it ends up comedy gold.
James and Richard served the army at the same time, same place, and when Richard was drummed out, James employed him in order not that he becomes homeless.
Well then.
Nathan Morgan is apparently some kind of super detective, but it's not supported by anything that happens in the game. Simple concepts seem to elude this man. The maid complains about her job, for instance, and our boy Nathan's takeaway is to loudly wonder why she still works here if she hates her job.
Something is dilemma I can't see. Both she complains about her job and she stays in the same place. I need to find out the reason.
Nobody ever does a job they don't like. I've never heard of that, ever. Oh wait, that's right. Every job before Game Ranks for me. and whatever. Let's move past it. The gaggle videos in this mansion are not much better. When asking her mother if she can along with her kids, she says it's absolutely baffling.
First of all, I just want you to know that I am a mother. Just as a mother is to her children, I am to them.
Oh yeah, that's really the... What? When you use like or as, it's a simile. Okay, so her simile is that she's like a mother. Just like a mother is to her children, I am to them. I am a mother. I am a mother because I'm like a mother. Not good logic, actually. Whatever. We're going to move past that, too. Things get really spicy when you ask the mother how she argues with her daughter. Seems like a normal enough question, but she counters with this all the time, whatever this is.
Boyfriend changed her for money. Her father wasn't giving money to her by reason of that bastard.
Amazingly, everyone just calls this guy a badass. Like, they love this dude. You never see it, but apparently he's a real beast. And according to an actual line in the game, doesn't even have to be around to give his girlfriend an orgasm. That's a real line. I'm not making that up. Someone says that in this game, which, by the way, I don't need to hear the word orgasm in a game ever. Give me all the curses you want, but awkward, stilted dialogue about orgasms, not my thing. I mean, it's my thing if we're talking about how funny it is, but if we're regarding this as serious argument, no. The more you play this game, the more obvious it is that Nathan is just a terrible detective. People give this guy layups all the time, and he just doesn't follow up on it. Like, the kid, who, by the way, is not normal as hell. Another line from the game, folks. He leaves a drawing with blood and graves on it, which is pointing to a spot you think would be a good idea to investigate, but for some reason he had to ask like 3 other people about the drawing before our brilliant detective decided, maybe I should look into these graves that this child depicted so grimly. It's not out of the ordinary for children to draw graves with blood. That's not questionable behavior at all. No, I need somebody else to figure that out. Also, make sure you find the shovel so you can dig them up and see what's buried there. But wait, there's also a pistol just sitting there. Wasn't there before. Went back, checked. Just appears when you try to dig up the grave. So you find the murder weapon, but then your guy gives up on digging the grave. Apparently he went through the ADHD program for detective work. And by that I mean a program that instills ADHD into your detective work. Not like one that compensates for it, which I think would be how a program probably should work. But whatever, I don't know. This guy's the expert, right? Sure, the crime scene's on the stairs, but no, we need to not bother investigating that. Oh, everyone says they were sleeping during the murder, even though you know that the professor died from gunshot wounds. You know, loud gunshot wounds that come from guns that make lots of noise. And don't pull like, you used a silencer excuse with me on this one. We're talking detective games. Those should understand that silencers don't actually silence anything. And get this game is barely an hour long. And if it was any other game, this would be hours of content that this much weird is in. But I've talked this much about a game that is barely an hour long.
So what? Is your boyfriend here?
There's no need for him to come here to make me an orgasm.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes art hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
And number 9 is Dinner Date. You probably heard of the walking simulator. It's a genre of games where you walk. That's pretty much it. You walk, you look at stuff. People have argued whether these sorts of experience games are kind of video games at all. But I don't really care about that here. Here comes Dinner Date, like walking simulator. Who cares about that? This is a sitting simulator. That's the game you play as a sad sack schlub, sitting in his dinky little kitchen waiting for a date to arrive. You can press certain keys to trigger context actions, like look at the clock or look at the kitchen, all of this tragic creature incessantly mumbles to himself. That's the game. You sit there, you press buttons and do nothing, and you wait until the game decides to transition to the next thrilling twist in the story. Sounds boring, but strap yourself in for some excitement. He drinks a glass of wine, eats some bread. No one will be seated when he drinks a second glass of wine. Slow down with these epic set pieces here. I can barely keep up. At the end, it seems like the date's finally here, so he rushes to the door, but it ends in tragic disappointment because of course it does. Have you seen these hands? There's no way they're modeling natural human woman. That's it. That's the game. Guy gets disappointed and decides to go out. He got drunk after 2 glasses of wine. Roll credits. It takes less than 20 minutes to play through this whole thing. Is my life more enriched by this? Did I learn something new about the human condition? No. I pressed some buttons, listened to a dork complain about his life insufferably, and it cost me $3.99. It's not a lot of money or anything, but I still might as well just flush it down the drain. The only redeeming factor about this whole endeavor is that for some reason, a dinosaur comic strip plays a certain role. Remember when webcomics were big? That takes me back. Is this whole thing some kind of elaborate troll? I don't know. Trick question though. Doesn't matter. Whether it's intentionally a joke or not, you're a sucker.
Damn! I can't stand she didn't show up. So much depended on it, didn't it?
And number 8 is the Fast and the Furious Crossroads. What happens when you take a dumb and entertaining movie series and take out everything that's entertaining? You're left with what's dumb. A Fast and Furious game can be great for obvious reasons. Cool cars, big explosions, just big open world driving game with more guns, and you got something. But that's not what Fast and Furious Crossroads is. Instead, it's a hyper-linear game where the driving sucks. And on top of that, the story's a total flatline. Nothing makes any sense. it sucks. The game starts off with a spectacularly goofy car chase against the G.I. Joe playset tank with flamethrowers.
We need to take out that flamethrower.
Yeah, well, you try and drive behind. I can't see a thing here.
Look for the 3 fuel tanks on the back.
I see them.
Use the harpoon to pull those tanks up.
Now that's amusing, but that's all the game is. Amusing. That first mission pretty much introduces you to all of the gameplay that you will see the whole time, which boils down to drive to a location while literally nothing is happening, drive to a different location, crash a few cars, sometimes press a button, do a mini game, use a harpoon, hacking device, rocket launcher, whatever. They're all functionally the same, do the same things. There are races, but those are basically just driving to a location too. There's no mini map because why? What would you need that for? There's no map. It's just an endless series of linear corridors you can't escape from. There's a few set pieces to spice things up. That's it. The only thing left to actually engage with is the story, and it's terrible. Instead of focusing on the characters from the movies, which would cost more money, this game introduces 2 new and extremely boring characters to follow. One hates technology, and the other, get this, likes technology. One tells terrible jokes, and the other doesn't have any discernible character traits. One's black, one's white, one has long hair, one has short hair. Oh my god, wow. Wow, what a dynamic. Sure, Vin Diesel and Rodriguez are sleepwalking through brief appearances, but at least listening to Vin mumble his way through expository dialogue is amusing and dumb, instead of just boring, which the rest of the game is just boring. There's so much nonsense in the story, like how the family has a small army of armed Interpol soldiers at their beck and call, where they just sort of pretend like they're not there. Also, this gigantic armored train appears out of nowhere, which is, I don't know how the bad guys were able to make a train that's so quiet no one heard it coming, but they were able to hide the train tracks, and the train is so surprising that the heroes immediately forget their entire entourages and pretend they were never there.
That's not right.
Nonsense like that. Under a microscope, nothing that's happening makes any kind of rational sense. And with the movies, you can overlook that nonsense because you're going to get some spectacular action sequences. And genuinely, the movies are fun. For everything that's wrong with them, there's something they do right, particularly just in kind of oozing personality and community even. But in this game, all it has to offer is some of the floatiest, most unsatisfying car combat I've ever experienced in a big budget game. There's some funny stuff, but there's a lot of boring padding to get to it, and it's not worth that. I'd say stay as far away from this game as you can, but it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. It's been delisted. Couldn't play it if you wanted to. And number 7 is Ride to Hell Retribution. To give this game some credit, it's at least a little more ambitious than Crossroads. You can actually walk around on foot. Does that necessarily make it better? No, it's actually worse. A lot worse, and somehow dumber. You know you're in trouble the minute the game starts up. There's this really awkward cold opening where they cycle through a few epic moments in the story, presented in the most stilted, awkward way you could possibly imagine. You're firing a turret, and now you're in a QTE fist fight, and now you're jumping on a ramp, which is supposed to get you all hyped up, but it doesn't. It just fills you with dread. Jake Conway, a weirdly proportioned slab of meat who is, of course, after revenge. The actual plot doesn't matter because it's basically your dude systematically killing all the bad guys with little resistance. The game's totally linear, split up between terrible driving segments and terrible on-foot action segments. Nothing feels good to do. A lot of the animations are embarrassingly bad.
You look like shit, Jake. Yeah, I feel like shit.
The actual events happen before your eyes. This is a running theme with this type of game, but rarely makes any kind of sense. Right? Look at the driving segments. They're just these endless stretches of road that don't actually connect anything. You just start in the middle of the road, you drive forward for an arbitrary amount of time, and then the mission ends. It just ends. Even though you're supposed to be in the middle of nowhere, there's so much construction and crashed trucks blocking the road, and random bikers. Oh, they want to kill you. They're there. They want to kill you. The bike controls, of course, are terrible. And the combat, laughable. You just sort of press buttons, you can touch a bad guy, and then they immediately choose death and drive straight into a nearby picket fence, which somehow causes their bike to explode. The shooting is just regular terrible, but the real highlight of the awfulness, it's the sex scenes. Like I said, I don't want to hear the word orgasm in a game, much less see a sex scene. And it's not that I am a prude or anything, it's the uncanny valley. While they've certainly got past a lot of stuff with that, they have not cleared this hurdle. And for all the cringe that overly sexual dialogue might be, sex, much more cringe in a video game. Like the best sex scene in a video game out there. It's off. There's something weird about it, you know? And this ain't the best. And it's not even close. Every so often, Jake Conway will just randomly encounter a woman, and you like beat up a guy or something, and the game immediately cuts the most awkward video game sex you've ever seen. Oh, and did I mention the music that plays during these? Yeah, you know, stereotypical porn music? That's it. It's that. But if there's one moment in this stupid game that's really burning in my brain, it's the part where Jake Conway needs to get over an electric fence. This is legendary in how insane it is. What does everyone do? Does he crash his car through the fence? Does he shoot the breaker box at Metal Gear Solid? No, what are you? Are you stupid? He does the obvious thing and hijacks a fuel truck, gets into a high-speed car chase with the police, drives into a power plant, kills all the workers inside the plant for some reason, then blows up the truck. And it's not to like destroy the fence, it's to turn the power off. It's one of the most bafflingly stupid sequences I've seen in a video game. I could not believe what I was privy to. And number 6 is Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. It's a game where it's hard not to laugh. I mean, literally when you see it. Like, whose idea was this? It's the combination you've all been asking for. Like, yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom is kind of precedent. Capcom's made a few Marvel fighting games. They've got Darkstalkers, they've got Street Fighter, all that stuff. The Capcom universe, to some extent, makes sense. Hey, we got all these different fighting games. Let's combine them. Mortal Kombat is a fighting game, and DC Universe is not a fighting game. It's the DC Universe. And literally the only reason this game was made was because Warner Brothers had access to DC characters. The Mortal Kombat brand was pretty much in the toilet, and they were throwing ideas at the wall, hoping something might stick. I don't know why this is what they went with. I don't really see a Mortal Kombat missing all of its unique features sticking to the wall, so to speak. Fatalities were neutered, blood is barely there, the heroes can't even do much of anything Mortal Kombat.
This may look like your favorite childhood crispy treat, but with 12 grams protein and only 1 gram of sugar, it's actually your new favorite protein bar. Magic Spoon Treats. Find us at magicspoon.com or at a store near you.
Paramount Plus with Showtime plan, you get next level action, next level drama, next level entertainment for everyone. Oh, did we mention it's ad-free?
You're welcome.
The Paramount Plus with Showtime.
And like Mortal Kombat, the DC universe, they're like oil and water. They just don't work. Characters like Batman and Superman are explicitly against killing. It's a large part of their thing. So you put them into a game series famous for death animations, and I don't know, what did they expect? What did they expect? They replaced fatalities with the much lamer heroic brutalities, but that doesn't mean that the fatalities that were in the game were less lame. They actually were as lame. And that's not the only stupid thing about the game. Mechanically, it's a mess. It's got this weird 2.5D combat system with 3D arenas, but 2D movement. There's multiple transition gameplay segments where you're falling or getting smashed through walls that are very awkward. The fighting system feels stilted as hell. It's just not a good fighting game. The DC heroes look terrible, too. Just the most generic, forgettable versions of these characters. The story mode is, you guessed it, very dumb. They just explain away every fight with combat rage, which makes everyone want to fight for some reason. Look at him. His brain is poisoned with rage to the point where he can't control himself, but for some reason he still doesn't kill. Makes sense. But at least they did try a story mode, which gets a little slack because it was the first NetherRealm story mode. But yeah, it's really dumb. It's not unplayable bad or anything, but as far as fighting games go, it's one of the most inexplicable crossovers out there. It's two great tastes that don't go together. And number 5 is crying is not enough. You know you got a winner when there's two separate attributed quotes less than 4 minutes into the game. They couldn't pick one. We needed to hear from Mario Puzo and Ayn Rand. The vision demands it. Crying is not enough is a horror game that really wants to be Silent Hill 2. They also want to be Hideo Kojima with all the fourth wall breaking arcade game stuff and a weird military story, but Kojima, the director, was not. Say what you want about Kojima, but when it comes to game design, he gets it. And this game doesn't. This is an embarrassing mess. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Guy in a green jacket is searching for his missing wife. Only this time, instead of just going into a foggy town, our hapless hero is recruited into a secret mission to infiltrate a military island. Sure, why not? That's when the actual game starts, and man, it ain't pretty. It's like Resident Evil if the map was way too big, with respawning enemies and no clear direction as to what you're supposed to do or even where to go. Sometimes doors are walls, sometimes they're doors, and it's not really possible to tell by looking at them when they are. You gotta bump up against them. Certain triggers can just break, forcing you to restart the whole game over again. Huge mess. Story overwrought and stupid, but the ending is what makes the game legendary. The epic finale where the main guy confronts his father, who exposits for several minutes straight while our guy just stands there dumbfounded. The big twist is revealed. The entire time you want a revenge, but also your wife want a revenge against you because you're from completely made-up countries or something. It's a convoluted mess, but how it's resolved is just absolutely perfection. Your wife presses a button, and they hit explosives on the main guy, and he just blows up. Fool! And we get to watch as his head, which is literally the head model removed from the rest of the body, as in there's a straight line where his shirt once was, gloriously tumbles through the air as the music swells. It is one of the most absurd things I've ever seen in a video game. A+ for absurdity's sake. And it's supposed to be serious, which makes it much funnier.
Over 1,908 recalls in 2024.
At number 4 is Balan Wonderworld. This is one of those games.
I am tired. I'm gonna call it quits. Later.